Check 1, 2. Good afternoon. I call to order the July 11th, 2023 regular meeting of the City Council at 5:02 p.m. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Detoy?
Here.
Councilmember Seaman?
Here.
Councilmember Francois?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Here.
Mayor Jackson?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on the closed session agenda? Seeing no one in chambers, do we have anyone online, Madam City Clerk?
We do have one person online, but no virtual hands raised at this time.
Hearing none and seeing none, we will recess to Good evening, good evening. I call to order the open session of the July 11th, 2023 regular meeting of the City Council at 6:10 p.m. Will our local veteran, Mr. Bob Holmes, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Would you all please stand? Place your hand over your heart and join with me. I pledge allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Detoy?
Here.
Councilmember Seaman?
Here.
Councilmember Francois?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Here.
Mayor Jackson?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Mr. City Attorney, do we have a closed session report?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The City Council called this meeting to order at 5:02 p.m. There were 0 public comments on the closed session agenda. The City Council then recessed into closed session pursuant to the items listed on the agenda, and no reportable action was taken. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. We are now up to announcements. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. LA County advised everybody before July 4th that there are some sick sea lions out there on the beaches. And so we had a constituent who asked us to make that announcement here. So there have been large algae blooms off of our coast, I think mostly up in the Santa Barbara area, that result in something called domoic acid, which is a neurotoxin that can make sea lions sick. And already more than 100 sea lions likely suffering from domoic acid toxicity have stranded themselves on LA County beaches. If you encounter a sea lion that looks like it's in distress, or any sea lion, you should give it at least 50 feet of space. And if it looks like it's in distress, call the Marine Mammal Care Center. The number for them is 1-800-39-WHALE. That's W-H-A-L-E, so 1-800-39-WHALE. Sea lions may become agitated and aggressive, and contact with humans can result in injury to the person and stress to the sea lion. So keep 50 feet away. If they look like they're in distress, call the Marine Mammal Care Center. And the second part of that is sport fishing caught shellfish may be also contaminated with domoic acid. As of the latest information I have, there is nothing in LA County that's a problem. There has been an advisory up in the Santa Barbara area to avoid sport harvested mussels, clams, or scallops. But the way to keep up with that in LA County is to go to the Department of Public Health's website. That is cdph.ca.gov. Check if they have any shellfish advisories before you eat any sport-caught shellfish from our local waters. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other announcements from my colleagues? All right, I've got a couple of comments. Just to reiterate on the marine animals, we had a sea lion on Hermosa Avenue on Sunday, and as you can imagine, there were a lot of folks who got out of their cars and got off their bicycles to do the never-ending selfie to see how close they could get to the sea lion. So that is probably not advisable right now with what's going on. So they are wild animals, as lovable as they may appear to be. So this July, which also happens to coincide with National Parks and Recreation Month, the Mayor's Conversation Community Beautification event will focus on our local parks. The community is welcome to meet me on Sunday, July 23rd at 9 a.m. at the Community Theater for a conversation on all things parks and recreation, including our Parks Master Plan. After the conversation, we will work to beautify the native garden in front of the community center by replacing gravel and planting native vegetation. Please see the city's events calendar for more information. Tonight's meeting may run a little late, so I would like to mention now that we will adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Rich Connell, a longtime LA Times investigative reporter and editor who was born in Hermosa Beach and passed away on May 19th, 2023. That's all I've got. Madam City Clerk, what is next?
Next, we have approval of the agenda. This is a time for the City Council to discuss any changes to the order of agenda items.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I was wondering how we can arrange this agenda by moving the issue of the housing element earlier up in the agenda.
We have 4 public hearings before that I am comfortable that we can probably get through relatively quickly before we get to the study session on the housing element. And we need to get those public hearings. They were supposed to commence at 6:30, so noticed and publicized. And I am in favor of keeping the agenda as published.
Yeah, I think that's acceptable. I hope that maybe our fellow council members can try to make the motions run smoother by moving staff recommendation instead of repeating the whole motion. I think that would help to move things along a little bit better. I would like to pull item K on the consent calendar and have that item separated out.
Okay, item K.
I don't expect that to take too long. There's just a few questions I have on it.
All right. Do you have any other comments? Seeing none, do I have a motion and a second?
I'll make that motion to approve the agenda and moving item K out of the consent calendar.
I have a motion from Councilmember Francois
Second.
and a second from Councilmember Detoy. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Detoy?
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman?
Aye.
Councilmember Francois?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Jackson?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. What's next, Madam City Clerk?
Item 7A, proclamations, presentations. Hermosa Beach Chamber of Commerce provides Fiesta Hermosa recap.
And I think we have the chamber here. Good evening, ladies. Welcome.
For having us. Thank you. Oh, I've never done this before. Good evening, Mayor Ray Jackson, City Council, City Manager, and staff. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Millie Martinez. I'm the Director of Membership and Operations for the Chamber of Commerce. Typically Jessica does these, but I decided I wanted to get more involved in City Council, so here I am. So if you could pull up the presentation. Awesome. All right, that's a good place to start. So I'm just going to be providing a recap of Fiesta Hermosa for you all. Overall, amazing. But if you see here, there's a map of just the general area and layout of the event itself. So you can see the most notable change we had this year was moving the carnival from the community center parking lot over to Upper Pier. Other areas of Fiesta include the Makers Mercado, the garden, food fair, beach concert, as well as various stages of music that we'll get to. Next slide, please. Here's just some additional details on the overview of the event. The asterisks indicate kind of the newer elements of Fiesta this year. Like I said, we did relocate the carnival from the community center parking lot over to Upper Pier. This featured live music from youth bands, which were amazing, from South Bay Music Connection, as well as a teen lounge sponsored by Beach City's Health District, food trucks, rides, games. Additionally, we had the Makers Mercado. This is over 200 plus curated vendors, including a Shop Festco pop-up. This is something we're actually really proud of, and I would say a newer element is we've spent the past few fiestas curating a lot more quality vendors to create a better experience for our attendees. We also had the food fair with a lot of delicious food vendors. My personal favorite, Ken's pot stickers, were so good. The garden, we had live music, drink vendors from some of our local favorites, nonprofits, as well as garden games. And this year we had 4 music stages, so the Java Man stage, the Carnival stage, St. Rock Garden stage, and lastly the Chevron and Kona Beach concert. I think one of the final changes that we made in this year's layout is LA County Fire did ask us to provide an even wider fire lane, and this encouraged us to continue to spread out the Maker's Mercado. I think it really allowed for a good flow throughout the event, and it exposed people to actually see Hermosa, and hopefully encourage those same visitors to come back, not just for Fiesta Hermosa, but also just to enjoy our little beach city. Next slide, please. Awesome. So this first slide of pictures features primarily pictures from the carnival, which, like I stated, we did relocate to Upper Pier, and I believe this really brought a liveliness to Upper Pier that we haven't seen in a while. It was amazing seeing the families eat on the patios and watching their kids play the games. You could see some of the music featured here, so that was just a really great element to see. Next slide. This next slide features pictures from the food fair, the Maker's Mercado, the beer garden, and then most notably, I just want to highlight our volunteers. We are a two-person office, which people don't often know, so we really rely on the support, effort, and time of our volunteers and paid staff that we hire for that weekend. So thanks, y'all. We really, really appreciate it. Next slide. And then last slide of pictures, just I feel it really captures the whole vibe, the general tone of the whole weekend, it was great. Smiling faces, it was really joyful. I had a great time, and the weather was also perfect, unlike previous fiestas that had record-breaking heat waves, so really appreciated that one. Next slide. Just gonna take a sip of water. All right, so these statistics just provide a general overview. So over 200,000 of financial or in-kind support was thanks to our 51 sponsors and brand activations. As a nonprofit, we really rely on these sponsors to help keep up these traditions. So given that it is a large event and limited parking, we do like to encourage folks to use public transportation, walk, ride sharing, use their bike. And thankfully, thanks to Hermosa Cyclery, we do offer the bicycle corral. So we averaged about 900 bicycles parked a day. Feedback from Hermosa Cyclery said that we're essentially back to pre-pandemic numbers with this one. We did have 8 participating nonprofits. We just, as the chamber, like to continue that partnership with our local nonprofits, so they're awesome. And I can't highlight it enough. Thank you so much to the 80 volunteers and 19 staff members. You guys are the reason that the event ran so successfully and flowed so nicely. Next slide. Okay, so now these statistics give an overview more about the businesses. So we had 283 participating businesses. This includes both local and recruited businesses. I did include the nonprofit statistic here again, just to emphasize that our nonprofits were chamber members and they do benefit from it participating in this event as well. In terms of sales, from our survey, respondents said 20% of them did better this fiesta than the last one or the last Memorial Day one. 15% did about the same. And those that said they did not as good said even though that their sales were not as good at this fiesta, that they support and like the event because it's a community tradition, and I'll touch more on that later. 22% of respondents were downtown businesses. Now I put this number in here to highlight that we don't just survey the businesses directly in the footprint of Fiesta, but we accept feedback and welcome feedback from all types of businesses. If you can move on to the next slide, please. This features just some screenshots of comments and feedback from our survey. Most notably, you can see some that say, again, business was good even though it was not as strong as 2022. Although I was down, it was still a good fiesta and it was comparable to other prior years. You know, as the Chamber of Commerce, we always want to advocate and support local businesses, hence why we're putting a pause on Labor Day Fiesta Hermosa and hoping to explore new types of events that will support our businesses during the off-season months. So we will be trying out Oktoberfest at the end of September in hopes of remedying that. Next slide. In terms of statistics for attendees, 63% of our respondents attended Fiesta on Saturday, and it appeared that Saturday was the most attended day. We estimate a total of 100,000 attendees came over the course of the Memorial Day weekend. This number is estimated from Carnival ticket volume sales, garden tickets, and lastly, Makers Mercado business feedback. Next slide. More statistics on attendees. So again, we did survey not only businesses, but separately attendees. 80% of our total respondents were South Bay residents. Now, our goal is to ensure that our local community supports Fiesta as well, right? We don't want people to leave during that weekend. We want them to stay and support the Hermosa Beach businesses and events. This number just really shows that we're getting a lot of feedback from them, and given that the results were overwhelmingly positive, we can say that it's going in a good direction. Primarily, people know about Fiesta just because they know it happens every Memorial Day weekend, so that's 74%. But over half of them heard about Fiesta via our emails, social media promotions, and posters up on our windows, so we really try to push marketing efforts for that. This one's great. Over 60% of them reported that they spent between $100 and $500 at Fiesta. Now, this includes like at the actual physical businesses as well. So it's nice to see that Fiesta Hermosa is not just benefiting the pop-up vendors, but our local businesses. Speaking of, 45% did shop in a Hermosa Beach business, and 53% reported that they dined in a Hermosa restaurant. So just to really emphasize that Fiesta is benefiting our businesses, which is great. Next slide, please. Last set of statistics. So when we asked how attendees would rate their experience in specific areas, 10 being the best and 0 being the worst, these were the average ratings, which have been our best ratings thus far under Jess's leadership. So Carnival, 8.1 out of 10, Beach Concert, 8.1 out of 10, and Makers Mercado, 8.4, and we received an overall score of 8.7. So we are really proud of that. Like I said, this is like the highest score we've gotten of any Fiesta that we've produced. So, yay. Next slide, please. This shows just some screenshots of our feedback from the survey, from the attendee survey. Very overwhelmingly positive. A lot of notes on the Carnival relocating to Upper Pier. People really seemed to favor that, as did we. This fellow named Raymond Jackson said, "Great work, keep evolving," so appreciate that. And obviously, these are the highlight comments, but we always take constructive feedback into account, and we want to continue to improve. Particularly, we want to take this feedback if they're Hermosa Beach residents, because that's our primary target. And next slide, please. Moving forward, the Carnival on Upper Pier was a hit and is definitely here to stay. However, we do want to continue to improve the traffic, detours, and public communication. I will note that a few weeks prior to Fiesta, I did walk business to business, and Jess, I believe, walked residence to resident and dropped off kind of like this one-pager of information about the street closures. But, you know, it was totally new, so we understand that there's a way to improve that communication, and we want to do that moving forward. We are actually seeking a new event producer. The beloved Mike Bell of Bell Event Services is retiring from production, although he is helping us with AV. So we're seeking a new event producer. So if anyone's interested, email president@hbchamber.net. And lastly, like I said, we are exploring other events to benefit businesses during the off-season months. So this includes Local 90254 Oktoberfest happening September 30th and October 1st. The website is hbchamber.net/locale. So highly recommend everyone here attend. Yeah, thank you so much, and I'll accept questions now.
Thank you, Millie, for the presentation. I'm glad you mentioned the evolution piece, because I just want to give a big shout out to you and Madam President for the great work you've done. You've taken what was a staple of the community and made it better. And I'm glad you didn't get 10s, because there's always room for improvement. So 8.7 is pretty good, but we're going to strive for that 10. So thank you for your willingness to push things and to make this better for residents, businesses, and those that we welcome to our city. So I will turn to my colleagues for any questions. Councilmember Francois.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yep. Great fiesta, great job. I served as a volunteer. It's always fun, and I encourage everyone to do that. All 3 days I worked down there, it was rewarding, and I'm committed to ensuring this fiesta gets better and better as it does. I serve on the subcommittee with Mayor Jackson on the fiesta, so if anyone has any other comments, feel free to reach out to either of us or both of us. And I'm certainly interested in trying to make the fiesta more and more and better open to the public, and that's a concern I have. But thank you very much. Great job, and look forward to many and more. And the concerts this fall, too. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Francois. And thank you for volunteering.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bravo, great event. Madam City Clerk, what's next?
City Manager Report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Hello, everyone, and good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. I hope everyone had a safe and happy 4th of July. Good evening, council members. Wanted to just touch base and share some staff highlights. I'd like to start things off by taking a moment to recognize our very own Deputy City Clerk, Rihanna Guzman. Rihanna recently earned the designation of Certified Municipal Clerk from the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. She's refusing to look at me right now. This is a very prestigious award granted to clerks who complete rigorous education requirements and have a history of significant contributions to their local government, community, and state. We are extremely proud of Rihanna and her dedication to lifelong learning and service on behalf of our community. It's an ongoing inspiration to all of us. Thank you, Rihanna. We also want to share updates on a few construction projects going on in our community. First, we are happy to announce that the new South Park lower restroom is now open to the public. Our hardworking Public Works team and city's contractor completed construction and opened the new facility on June 29th. The city's contractor will continue its work constructing the new restroom at Fort Lots of Fun Park with an anticipated opening later this month. Completion of the restroom at Seaview Parkette is expected to follow shortly after. We also want to let everyone know that the restroom at Clark Field will be temporarily closed from July 17th through July 19th to allow for sealing of the concrete floors. The city will provide portable restrooms for community use at Clark Field during the temporary closure. The sealing work was previously postponed so that the facility could be opened as quickly as possible during our Little League season. Next, we wanted to provide an update on the Clark building renovation. Over the past year, Public Works staff worked to complete the design of the project, which has included reevaluating the flooring system, redesigning the HVAC system, and ongoing work with Los Angeles County Department of Public Works, Department of Public Health, to bring the kitchen design up to the commercial standards per county health requirements. Staff anticipates advertising the project for construction by early fall. We will continue to provide the community with project updates as they become available. Finally, please be aware that the easternmost stairwell in parking lot C, which is closest to the Starbucks coffee, between levels 2 and 3 was closed prior to 4th of July holiday to protect public safety. The necessary repairs are being scheduled. In the meantime, Level 3 can be accessed via the parking structure elevator or the stairwell on the west side, which is closest to the beach. The upper portion of the eastern wall will be closed until further notice. And it's that time of year again. I know it comes quickly. The City of Hermosa Beach and the Hermosa Beach School District are coordinating to host the second annual Neighborhood Transportation Management Plan stakeholder meeting. Created in response to the construction of Vista School, this stakeholder group meets annually to discuss transportation related to the operation of the school. The meeting will be held July 18th from 5 to 6 p.m. in the City Hall chambers, and all community members are welcome. The next update I'd like to provide is regarding the Verizon wireless facility on Manhattan Avenue. Verizon has provided the city with the radio frequency evaluation report, which has been posted on the city's website. The city will also be meeting with representatives from Verizon to discuss community concerns and to encourage Verizon representatives to give a presentation about their operations at a future meeting. We will keep the City Council and the community updated on this. Community Development has finalized a service agreement with a contractor for monitoring and enforcement of short-term vacation rentals. This will allow for widespread proactive enforcement with more technology tools than our current model, which is complaint-based. The city will start out with announcements of this enforcement effort, along with information on where short-term vacation rentals are permitted. This monitoring service will allow more efficient identification of short-term rentals, and the city can expect an increase of enforcement in the coming months. With that, I would like to turn it over to our Chief LeBaron to provide his update. Chief?
Good evening, Mayor Jackson, Mayor Pro Tem Massey, and members of City Council. As I do every council meeting, I'd like to give you an update on some of the police activities and public safety in the city. Tonight, I want to update you and the community on some of the significant events and investigations that have taken place since our last council meeting, which was a few weeks ago. First, we experienced a relatively peaceful 4th of July, the holiday. The police department, we began planning for this event months in advance, and we wanted to make sure that we had adequate safety personnel working and that there was a visible presence throughout the city for not only our residents but visitors as well. We were assisted by the LA County Sheriff's Department, as we are each year. They sent a squad of deputies, and they were brought in really just to supplement our own officers, to make sure each of our officers had a partner with them so that we could cover even more parts of the city and not just focus on one specific area. The day was crowded and it was busy, but there were no significant events to report. Next thing I do want to talk about is that we've been investigating an incident that happened in late June and garnered quite a bit of public attention, not only here locally, but actually across the nation. It involved a suspect who threw a firecracker into a crowd of people near Pier Plaza. The crowd was celebrating a Pride Week event, and so our investigation immediately focused not only on identifying and catching the suspect, but also considering the possibility that this crime was done with ill intent towards the LGBTQ+ community. We're grateful to our community who helped us identify the suspect that we had in the video. That person is a juvenile that is responsible for the crime. They've been contacted by our detectives, and at this time we have no evidence to support the fact that this was a crime targeting the LGBTQ+ community. Detectives and myself are working closely with our community to ensure all questions are answered and that people feel safe when they're gathering for special events. At this point, we believe this was simply a poor decision that resulted in significant media attention based on the potential offense that didn't turn out to be what it was. But I do want to stress that there was no evidence that any specific group of people were targeted by this irresponsible act. We have been asked also about the accountability for juveniles through our criminal justice system when they commit crimes in our city. Juvenile proceedings are confidential by law, but I can tell you that we have a system in place where we've partnered with LA County, and it allows us to hold juvenile offenders accountable for their offenses. This juvenile offender program is something we've been working on for a couple of years. I've spoke about it in community meetings as well as here in council, and it's specifically for incidents like this. So our detectives are going to be working with the juvenile and his family to ensure that the actions are addressed according to the law and that there will be accountability. And finally, we are experiencing an alarming crime trend over the past couple of months that I want to highlight. This came straight from our detectives who see the crimes that are happening every single day. There have been some significant cases of fraud targeting elderly victims. We are receiving reports of elderly people who live in the city that have been victimized by suspects who use online communication or start with random phone calls to gain the trust of their victims and ultimately convince them to part with their money. What most concerns me is that this is a severely underreported crime. Often the victim doesn't even realize what's happened and that they've been taken advantage of until it's too late. And once they realize that, they feel ashamed or embarrassed and they don't say anything. So it's critical that family members, loved ones, neighbors, anybody who has access or interaction with folks that might be elderly, that they pay attention to people who are susceptible to these types of crimes. It's important that they become involved in the lives of these folks and help determine if anything abnormal might be happening to indicate a suspect is grooming them for a future theft. The people who do this are absolutely cowards. They have no qualms about taking somebody's life savings in an instant, and unfortunately, they're also very good at what they do, and they know exactly how to find and communicate with the at-risk population that I'm talking about. So anything the public can do to be aware would be very helpful. Mayor Jackson, that concludes my report, and I'm ready to answer any questions that you or council may have.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate your comment. Thank you, Madam City Manager. I'll look to my colleagues for questions. Comments? Seeing none? Thank you. Madam City Clerk, what is next?
Next, we have public participation. This is a time for members of the public to address the City Council on items on and not on the agenda, and items listed on the consent calendar. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. When called, please state your name for the record, and we will begin with members of the public in our chambers who submitted speaker cards, beginning with Ira Elman.
Before we begin, if you don't mind, Mr. Elman, just 1 second. I suspect the majority of the folks here are, it's great to look out and see democracy in action. So I applaud everybody who's written in, who's called, and who's here tonight to speak what's on their mind. I just want to make a clarification about what the housing element on tonight's agenda is all about in light of the media attention, social media, that's particularly centered around St. Cross Episcopal Church. The housing element item on the agenda pertains to the planning document that the state requires cities to complete in order to plan for housing. The city embarked on this effort over 2 years ago. We've had a series of meetings over the last 2 years, as well as votes between Planning Commission and City Council. This item tonight is for discussion purposes only. We will not be voting on the housing element tonight. We will hold a public hearing on July 25th to consider the revised housing element. With regard to the St. Cross Church site, it consists of 15 parcels that were included as part of the site's inventory in the city's adopted housing element in 2021, which was approved by the City Council in December 2021. Inclusion on the site's inventories does not make anything a foregone conclusion. There is no approval of any development, and there are no proposals on the table. We have not received any proposals or demolition plans for the St. Cross site, period. The St. Cross Church has confirmed that there is no proposed development, demolition, or sales of its properties. There's a lot of speculation that being on the housing element site's inventory subjects properties to state regulations that preempt local zoning. The city would like to clarify that state regulations may apply regardless of whether a site is on the housing element site's inventory or not, and we'll get into that. In fact, being past due on the housing element is actually what causes the city to be more vulnerable to losing local control, and we'll talk about local control later as well. So tonight's discussion is an opportunity for all of us to learn more about this process. We ask that everyone to be courteous, listen closely to the staff presentation of the facts, and consider all the factors in the city's requirement to comply with state law. And with that, Mr. Elman.
Hello, Ira Elman, Hermosa Beach on Loma Drive. I'm extremely disappointed with many aspects of Council Member Dean Francois' first number of months in office. Following are some examples. Francois has been reimbursed by the city for $153 for printing city council meeting agendas. No other council members have their agenda packets printed, let alone charging the city and wasting paper. Note that city council members get paid between $700 and $800 each month and are supplied an iPad. It seems petty to nickel and dime the city for stuff like this. At the April 25th meeting, Councilmember Francois was particularly in bad form. First, he questioned other city council members' motives and decision-making capabilities as they met legally under the Brown Act. Next, based on late-night bike rides to Pier Plaza, he questioned the usage of Hermosa Beach police resources by saying, quote, "Years ago, I used to see police. There is no evidence of police until 2 o'clock," unquote. As suggested by the mayor, perhaps Francois should participate in a ride-along before making generalizations about police resource allocation based on his Pier Plaza late-night bike rides. Finally, as it relates to the council deciding whether to allow the lane closure next to the North End Bar and Grill, Francois made perhaps the most inappropriate and ridiculous accusation heard in recent years in the city council. He said, quote, "Maybe some other council members are regular patrons. Maybe there is special consideration," unquote. Councilman Francois' most common council meeting comments heard are, quote, "I'm confused," or, quote, "I don't know." When Francois attempts a tough or gotcha question to the city manager or staff, he usually ends up looking foolish and unprepared. He missed 3 consecutive meetings recently, including the incredibly important budget study session, and then missed the meeting where the budget was approved. Disappointing for a guy that claims to be experienced in budgeting. At the May 22nd fiesta, that's last year's fiesta, Francois allegedly last minute held up the opening of the fiesta, questioning its authority, and contacted the City and Coastal Commission. He apparently wasn't happy with charging the event goers $5 to enter the garden. Seems like trying to undermine the Chamber of Commerce, and the city is inexcusable. At the May fiesta this year, Francois allegedly was seen drinking to excess while working the event. Seems a bit inappropriate for anyone, let alone a sitting council member. I have 2 recommendations. 1, Councilmember Francois should come to meetings more prepared and more respectful of fellow council members and other city officials. And 2, based on his lack of preparation and questionable behavior, both in and out of city council meetings, Francois should not be considered for mayor or mayor pro tem anytime soon. Thank you.
Who's next, Madam City Clerk?
Anthony Higgins.
Good evening. I'm going to speak about the housing element. I believe the plan is fatally flawed on multiple fronts, and I did read it. The guiding light should be, in my view, that residential areas should pick up their share of the state mandate through ADUs, accessory dwelling units, and JADUs. And large-scale, high-density developments should be put in mixed-use commercial areas. But that's not the way this is going to play out, based on my reading of the plan. Instead, you're going to push lot consolidation, according to Program 5, lot consolidation in residential areas. And then you're going to reclassify those lot consolidations as high-density areas, and you're going to build out in residential areas. That's what Program 5 says. And you say you're going to encourage that with developers. Let's run some numbers very quickly. The average lot size, give or take, is 1/5 or 1/6 of an acre, residential lot size. So you take 3 lots, you got half an acre. According to your plan, you can put 17 units on 3 lots in a residential area, and that's what you want to do. Now, that doesn't make any sense to me. Now, where are the artist's renditions of what this would look like? So I know what it's going to look like in my neighborhood when that comes. Where are the renditions? I think St. Cross, we don't know if it's going to happen or not. Sure, that's true. But it could be the first domino in a cascade of lot consolidations in residential areas to meet the state requirements. And it could alter the character of our residential neighborhoods in our small beach town. Finally, I'd like to say, if you did so much public reach out and, in developing this plan, you would never be promoting a lot consolidation strategy that is going to put high-density build-outs in residential areas. That would be your last choice. Thank you very much.
Who's next, Madam City Clerk?
Sarah Harper.
If you don't mind holding the applause, we're going to have lots of speakers this evening, so we want to try to get through as many folks as we can because I know everyone's time is limited, so thank you.
Sarah Harper.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, residents of Hermosa Beach. I'm Sarah Harper, Library Manager at Hermosa Beach Library. I'll be quick so everyone can get to their comments. We just have a few great events coming up this week and next week. We have, this Wednesday, we have magician Wayne Kwamamoto, and he'll be performing for us at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Next Wednesday, we have Plant Plug, who is going to be showing our kids the history of growing fresh fruits and vegetables and letting them create their own beginner garden to take home, and that will also be at 3 p.m. Next Friday, July 21st, we're having our art-focused pointillism class for adults. That will be at 4 p.m. And for those who cannot attend, we do have some take-home kits available while supplies last. And for those of you who are planning a getaway and want to attend one of our state parks, we have the State Parks Pass available at the library that gets you vehicle day use admission to over 200 state parks. You can come and check one out for 2 weeks, and we have plenty available at the front desk. Thank you.
Good deal. Take advantage of it while you can. Who's next, Madam City Clerk?
Before I call the next person, if you are speaking on the housing element item at this time, you will not be allowed to speak on the same item when the item is heard at the later part of tonight's meeting agenda. Dency Nelson.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, staff. Dency Nelson, a 40-year homeowner here in Hermosa Beach. Here tonight to speak in my role as a board member for Shakespeare by the Sea. Yes, it's that time again. It's the 26th season of Shakespeare by the Sea. 25 of those years the show traveled, other than the 2 summers of COVID, and we were one of the very first cities at the very beginning when there were only 5 cities. Hermosa Beach loves Shakespeare by the Sea. You've shown it over and over again, and I hope you'll do it again this year. And I'm here tonight because it's tomorrow night and Thursday night right here in Valley Park at 7 o'clock. Tomorrow night is 12th night. On Thursday night, it's Hamlet. We're gratified by seeing over 500 last year, almost 700 people in Valley Park both nights. And if you don't like Shakespeare, it doesn't matter. Just come and have a picnic under the stars with your friends and neighbors. And you'll have a great time. They're really wonderful shows. I've been a fundraiser for them for over 20 years, and I say, and so do a couple of the cast members, these are probably 2 of the finest productions we've ever done. I've seen them both at Point Furman, which is the home base, but it's going to be right here with us tomorrow night in Valley Park. So I'm inviting all of you to come. There are full brochures in the lobby and the flyer for tomorrow night. It's free. It's always free. But it isn't free to produce, and I will say that Hermosa Beach is always a leader in raising the funds to keep this free. We're falling a little behind this year, so please turn out. make a contribution, buy some of the great swag that's available, and all of that will help keep Shakespeare by the Sea free. I'm going to give a shout out to every single one of the organizations and the businesses that have supported us tomorrow night from the stage, and I'll do it Thursday night. But I have to thank first and foremost the City of Hermosa Beach, certainly Community Resources, and definitely Public Works, John Cordova and his guys. The park looks beautiful. I was there to take a look to see how the grass looks and how our natural amphitheater that we have there is going to be ready for everybody. I've never seen it looking so beautiful. So come and enjoy that. I will shout out to some of our philanthropic organizations who supported this. Rotary every year, Kiwanis every year, Friends of the Park, Women's Club, some of our great businesses, all of which I'm going to give a shout out tomorrow night. And last but not least, as has been my practice, I will be auctioning off an organic fruit pie from Hermosa Pie and Cake Company, with all proceeds going to Shakespeare by the Sea. So come out, have a good time, enjoy the evenings. Hope to see you there.
If you haven't had a pie from Hermosa Pie Company, you're missing out. They are truly, truly the best ever. And, only in Hermosa Beach, we've got Iron Man 1 week, AVP, and then a little culture with Hamlet. So that's pretty awesome. What's next, Madam City Clerk?
Jessica Accomando.
Hello, Mayor, members of council, city staff. I'm actually here tonight to talk a little bit about Beach Cities Health District. I happen to be a proud ambassador of the Beach Cities Health District. They're also chamber members, and they do wonderful things in this community. Particularly, Millie mentioned the teen lounge that we introduced to the carnival at Fiesta was fantastic. They're trying to create, with All Cove and their programming for teens, an opportunity for space and discussion and mental health support, which I don't know if anybody had an opportunity, but we participated in mental health. Actually, I should correct myself. I think you all wore sweaters supporting Mental Health Month in May, supported by Beach Cities Health District. The Chamber was proud to distribute that information and support that program. I just want to remind folks in our community that just because you might not be using the services of Beach Cities Health District every day, we are so fortunate to live in one of the 3 communities that Beach City Health District supports. And we're very proud of the programming that they produce. So I just wanted to say that out loud. Thank you very much.
Who's next, Madam City Clerk?
Trent Larson.
Hello, City Council, Trent Larson, and I want to talk about the AVP this weekend. Was beautiful. I went down there, but I couldn't help notice when I walked through the pier and the promenade all of the homeless that I continually see, and the numbers are growing in Hermosa. And I want to talk to you a little bit more about this because I think this is something that we need to face up to, and we need to take a new approach. And I'm very hopeful when I hear things like Karen Bass says she wants a FEMA-style effort. She needs all the resources she can get, and man, she's going to make it happen. Governor Gavin Newsom tells San Francisco just to enforce the law. Enforce the law. And you see what's happening to San Francisco. The metro trains are virtually unrideable. People are afraid to go on them. And you see homeless encampments that grow, and then maybe we tear them down, and then they grow back. And California, we lead the way in the production and manufacturing of the homeless community. We're helping grow it. And we're going to get nothing but more homeless on the path that we're on. These homeless, the chronically mentally ill, need to be looked at as what they are. They need more than just a check every month and maybe a place to go and no one to really make sure they do whatever it is they have to do. And they're a blight on the community, and it's destructive in many ways. And I am talking about mandatory sheltering. I'm talking about involuntary confinement. And those two things are difficult. They're tough to swallow. And what can we do here locally? Well, we could enforce things like no loitering, no sleeping overnight in the plaza, No public urination or defecation for that matter. No vagrancy. Now, this is again hard, but it's political for sure, because we are tough on many things. We are tough on tax cheats. Okay, you can go to jail unless maybe you're Hunter. We are tough on deadbeat dads. We make them pay, we garnish their wages. We are tough on manufacturers. We practically put them out of business and bend at the knee to make products that are environmentally safe, or as we claim to be. Now, why don't we get tough on the homeless? Why don't we? Well, I think it's will, I think it's guts, and I think it's also, there's an insidious nature of the homeless industry as a profit model for people who are in that industry. And it keeps them going, and there's billions spent, there's no doubt. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, who's next?
Alan Benson.
Mr. Benson?
So I'm going to be speaking on one of the last items for the day is the housing element and plan for that. And I won't be speaking later. So when we talk about when it was at the Planning Commission, there was here we go, the housing element. So there was one attachment, and for instance, in tonight's agenda item for the general plan amendment, there's 24 attachments totally. There's a housing element that has 27 pages. There is a housing element tech report that has 222 pages. And I guess you guys read all that, right? Anyway, that's on the agenda for tonight and on the housing element. And then the draft ordinance that was at the Planning Commission and passed and coming to you guys here tonight is 47 pages. And then there's numerous, here's what the front page of the draft ordinance looks like, 47 pages. Housing element, 22 pages. And then in order to get all this done, there has to be, the general plan has to be changed. So here's a map of one of the property owners requesting and supposedly being given or granted, if it passes, a general plan update of the map. And then there's all these numerous other elements that are happening. So what's my point? As an EPAC commissioner, I sat through the whole general plan update. I don't think we had a new general plan for maybe decades, 4 or 5 decades. And it took months, 9 months. And then now what's happening here, there's numerous general plan updates and numerous amendments to it. And one of the things that's happening is they're putting a potential consolidation of properties, 15 lots at the St. Cross property, and then R3 zoning. And that's 360 inches from my house, so 30 feet. Actually, it's 29 and a half, but call it 30. And supposedly the state is giving, if they go low income, the state is giving incentives to go beyond the 30-foot height limit as much as 2 stories. As I understand it, 2 stories is 20 to 25 feet. So a 50 to 55-foot building. And one gentleman who lives next to me, his property abuts St. Cross property, right? So he's right there, and he's going to have a 55-foot tall building. And I know that's kind of out of your hands, but if they go low income, the state is granting these things. So what happens in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, they come up with another change and go, oh gosh, we're going to give 3, 4 stories above 35 feet. And that's possible. I'm going to submit a couple documents to when I step down to the city clerk. And one is in San Diego. There's a development happening, and it's a low-income housing and whatever, but it's a huge, it's happening by Balboa Park, apparently going forward, and it's like, 15 or so stories. So yes, we don't want to lose, to the state where we submit a plan and then they return it, and then they take over the whole deal and they do the zoning of the city. We don't want that. But also there should have been better noticing, especially if this was going on 3 years. It should have been better noticing to the people who were very close, 500 feet. Really. I mean, think about it. Does this affect property value? I mean, I'm guessing you're a good percentage of your homeowners. You know, a 55-foot building, would you accept that next to your house? And is the property values gonna change? And what about when it's listed? It may not have to declare it in my listing agreement, but any agent who comes to try to, a buying agent with their buyers, they're gonna inform them. Hey, you know, you could be having a 55-foot tall building next to the place that you're buying. So that information is gonna get around. So the effect on property values will be instantaneous as soon as this is granted. Because that R3 zoning and the consolidation is not going back. Once it's granted, it's there. And you know, that's going to be hanging over our heads. And you know, people are experiencing sleepless nights. And so I definitely be very cautious about passing that. You're not passing it tonight, but we're talking about in the future. So I'll let the next speaker speak and just drop off 2 documents to the city clerk.
This is just one stack. Let me call them.
Madam City Clerk, who's next?
Vincent. Vincent B.
Hello, City Council and fellow residents. It's good to see so many of you out here. My name is Vincent Bussum. I'm also here to talk about the housing element later tonight. And I want to give everyone a little bit of background and posit some questions for the rest of my residents. For a quick background, the state of California is in a housing crisis. The majority of the state's social and economic problems stem from a refusal to build housing. And what has happened is the state has left it up to cities to build housing. Every city has an excuse why they're not going to build housing. So no housing gets built, and these problems keep on getting worse and worse and worse. And finally, the state has stepped in and is demanding that housing be built, because what else can they do? So if we're going to complain about the state, then we need to look back at ourselves, because we are causing the problems that we're forcing them to step in and solve. So that's where we're at now. And now I want to talk a little bit about how this affects Hermosa Beach. I moved to Hermosa Beach about 10 years ago. One of the big things that attracted me to Hermosa Beach was the vibrancy of the community. And the vibrancy of the community is strongly built to how many wonderful neighbors we have here. And I hear so many people talking now about how they don't want more neighbors. I disagree with that. I think the people of our community are fantastic, and more people in our community are going to make our community even better. These new residents we're going to bring in, they're people like me who wouldn't be able to afford a house on a single-family lot. I wouldn't be here.
Please be respectful of our speakers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's where we're at. So, and my question for the fellow residents is, I hear a lot of hand-wavy answers of why we don't want more neighbors here. I hear community, character, small-town feel. I don't know what that means. Do we have any hard reasons why we don't want them there? I can't see any real ones. Honestly, the biggest reason I think about not wanting to add too many people is parking and traffic. And honestly, we have parking and traffic problems because we want to have parking and traffic problems. We do. We encourage it. So I have a couple quick proposals. Number one is new developments that are upzoned should be contributing some financial money to the city's infrastructure. And another important part was that they should be able to build as much or as little parking as they want, but in return, they are not allowed to take part in the city's subsidized parking programs. So they do not get to park for the whole year for $50 a year. So they can park privately if they want. And with that, I think we'll grow and have a greater community. So thank you all.
Madam Speaker, who's next, please?
Edgerton.
everybody. It's been a while. Mayor Ray J, looking good.
Good evening, sir.
Rob, Mike,
Mayor Sam.
Dean, Justin. I just want to start off that, this is a nice meeting for you all because this is really where you are council persons first and not looking any further than our borders about the issues. And Dean, you're doing a great job. So don't let anybody, I had Jim Listener yell at me for 8 years out of my 16. And I think it made me a better councilman. So you just keep on trucking because people voted for you to do the right thing, and you're going to follow that compass. So don't go with any negativity. And I'll tell you a funny story. When I was here, we had the head of the school board, she's now in heaven, and a friend of mine. And she was so mad at Bergie and me for being supportive of the Iron Man. And we had my first recall over that, and everybody sat here with a crowd about this size, believe it or not. And, she screamed and yelled about people regurgitating on the beach and all those horrible things. And I didn't know what to say. You could have heard a pin drop. She sounded so good. And when it stopped, Bergie just said, "Mary Lou, I don't know what your problem is. Your kid came in third." So these are things that just evolve over time. We all learn to live with each other. We're in a great community. But getting to the issues, I'm up here for one reason. I would like 2 council members to pull the appeal for Paul Hennessy, who's here. He's getting a little old. I think he got lame. He's walking around the parking lot, but he asked me to help him out. So he has a great business. Hennessy's is a great business. So it only takes 2 to pull that. You don't have to decide tonight. You won't. But you'll hear that. And because he has a substantial business and he's been a business player in our community for 30, 40 years. He was here even before the plaza was built. So that's the first quest. Number 2, I'm going to keep my comments short about what's going to be the big play tonight because I can't be here. What I'm concerned about, I did a lot of research on this recently, and I want everybody to know that we have a problem with the housing element that was supposed to have been redone after 8 years, and I think we missed the deadline. Not pointing fingers there, but if we don't get that housing element certified, we can have a project in the city that we can't stop. And it's called the builder's remedy. I'm sure you probably heard about that from your people talking about this. It's real serious. So that's what's happened to Santa Monica. That's what's happening in Redondo. And so I'm not saying to go with what the state is asking you to do. Hell no. I mean, they're out of it. But we have to get a certified element so that we can protect ourselves from any crazy new demands that come in under SB 9 or anything else that we're seeing. This is not an affordable housing play. I mean, make no mistake about it, this is an upzoning play. It's only disguised as that for people that gave money to Sacramento so they could get this evil bill in there and start tearing apart zoning laws that are colorblind. They are not discriminating against anybody. If you own an R1 home, you shouldn't be thinking that you're inclusionary, except to your kids, your spouse, and your front yard and your damn backyard. That's your right, because that's what you paid for. And the other thing that's so ridiculous about this bill is that when I served, and I'm sure it hasn't changed, but Hermosa Beach is, I think we were the record. I think we were the densest neighborhood in all of California. I mean, we live on 25-foot wide lots to begin with. So this law does not take into account any of that because they didn't care. They just want to upzone. So I strongly encourage you after tonight and you figure out these issues, how we navigate, and there's some tricks here, as I've sort of laid out here. Join that lawsuit that's being filed by Lakewood and Rancho PV. No, I didn't.
Thank you, please.
So I didn't mention the Redondo lawsuit, and that's because they're all charter cities in that one. There's 4 cities in that, and they're all very brave and they've got guts, and we should applaud them. So that's Redondo, Carson, Torrance, and there's one other I forget, but they're charter cities. Lakewood, thank you. But the other one, no, Lakewood is in the PV suit as a general law city.
Sam, I hate to interrupt. Could you? We're trying to get through a lot of folks.
Yeah, I'm going to close right here.
Thank you.
But I'm telling you, that's the lawsuit we have to join no matter what we do, because if you don't do something, you're going to all end up like sheep, and that's not the way you want to play this. You got to fight back. Thank you.
Who's next, Madam City Clerk?
Mayor, I do not have any other public comment cards for general public comment.
Last call for public comment.
If you submitted a public comment card specifically addressing housing, we will call you when the housing item is heard.
Unless you want to speak now. Okay. Your option.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Jackson and council members. My name is Jess Gregg. I recognize a lot of you here tonight, a lot of you here beside me and behind me as well. I am a proud resident of Monterey. I live at 2044 for hopefully a little bit longer, and I am a proud member of St. Cross Church. And I wanted to address the council this evening to discuss what confused me and scared me and upset me.
Could you please get a little bit closer to the mic?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm so loud. Let me amplify. I received the text message and I received the petition that I think everyone in this room probably received, given the amount of people here this evening. And I was confused by it, especially since it said that my church, my home, was going to be torn down and replaced by housing. News to me, but also very upsetting to me. So I looked into it, and I thank Mayor Jackson for beginning this morning or this evening, but that's not what's happening. But I'm not going to talk about that. I wanted to talk about who's behind that. I received not just the flyers, not just text messages encouraging me to go to this petition, copies of the petition, but also a number of Instagram and Facebook ads. Not everyone here may be on Instagram or Facebook. I admittedly am on too much. I've received no less than 10 a day in the past 4 days. Every time I open the app, it's what I see. Facebook and Instagram are owned by a company called Meta, and Meta has some specific rules about transparency policies related to who's paying for sponsored ads or posts. I looked into it, because you can just click info and keep reading. And according to Meta, those ads were paid for by a group called Coalition for a Better Government. So I looked into who's Coalition for a Better Government. They are a organization with a website that claims to be a political organization working to keep politicians accountable in San Bernardino County. It's not where we are. Meta also requires those posting ads related to elections or politics to disclose who paid for that ad. I looked into that. It's not only paid for better government, but it was also listed with a number starting with 209, which is a Stockton and Fresno area code. That number is associated with former Assembly member Alan Nakanishi of Stockton, California, who was a former mayor of the city of Lodi. It was also associated with the company that was identified by Meta for paying for those ads, 3AM. 3AM doesn't have an operational website or information page, but according to their Facebook, they are a political consulting agency in Stockton, California. So while I know council members and the public are very interested in this, I just wanted to focus on whose agenda this opposition and petition really is supporting, because it's not Hermosa. No one from Hermosa was associated with any of the ads I received. So thank you, I realized my time.
Madam City Clerk, who's next?
If there's anyone else that submitted a public comment card for the housing element that would like to speak now, you can come on up. Otherwise, you will be called when the agenda item is heard at a later time.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rishabh Punyani. Is that too loud? No. I'm from 1101 Cypress Avenue. I represent the 11th and Cypress corridor. First, thank you very much for having us. I understand how difficult this topic is for many folks. I also realize that this topic is a lot further along per your statement, and it's almost heading into the last final steps. I have just two topics that I want to cover. One is just feedback for the group around awareness and how confusing this whole thing is. Around awareness, no offense to Mayor Jackson, but on 11th and Cypress, most people call me the mayor of 11th and Cypress because I tend to know everything that's going on around there. I found out about this about 2 weeks ago from one of my neighbors walking dogs and saying, hey, do you know about this? And I said, no, I absolutely don't know what's going on. Now, living close to where you're thinking of building or rezoning the storage facility on 11th and Cypress, I tend to get a letter in the mail every year when I need to renew my dog license. Yet I have not received anything in the mail about, hey, we might be rezoning this huge plot of land next to your house or near your corridor at all. So that's kind of feedback is just plain transparency and awareness, and I think you've heard it from other members that have spoken. Number two is just how confusing some of this stuff is, and it's a lot of lawyer speak when you actually research it. There's a 222-page document that somebody mentioned. I actually thought I was going to be smart, and I put it into ChatGPT, and I go, summarize this for me. I broke ChatGPT, for the record. The housing element document broke ChatGPT. But in general, I think the housing element, the way it's described and it's sent out in emails is just confusing. What is the housing element? If I got an email about it, I'd probably most likely be like, delete. I don't know what this is. Really, if it's going to affect people in the surrounding community, I think we need to send out the map itself, which is on page 71 or 80 to 81, and it actually outlines what these zoning changes are meant to be and how it's going to affect the community. And be very transparent in the emails. Even the ones that we've gotten this last week, nothing. It's a link. You go, there's 30 attachments to what somebody was saying, and you really don't know what's going on. So that's kind of just feedback for the group on just overall awareness and the confusing nature of some of this. I think I'm going to dive right into some of the pieces which relate to congestion and parking. Like somebody said, that's not a problem. It is a problem. There's a lot of congestion. There's already a lot of bottlenecks, especially when we turn Pier Avenue from 2 lanes into 1, up and going down Cypress and 11th. We've had, over the last couple of months, we've had a hit and run on 11th because somebody was speeding up and hit a dog. The dog did not survive, but this is just going to have an increase, especially on the one-way or the two-way streets that are going up and down Valley, and people trying to avoid all that traffic and going around and hitting our lovely streets of Cypress, Loma, and 11th. And then the last piece I would just say is that the parking situation, you'll hear it from many people, parking's already a problem as it is, and so it's just going to get worse. Businesses rely on ample parking. You're talking 50 units at this site. Think about 120 cars potentially. Where are they going to find parking? In my closing remarks, I'll just say putting that housing or rezoning the storage, I think is the easy solution to get the most units in one shot, but that doesn't mean that it's even close to being the right solution and decision for the community. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else in chambers wishing to be heard? Seeing none, hearing none. Do we have anyone online, Madam City Clerk?
Kent Allen.
Yes, hello, City Council. Hello, Mayor Ray J, to use the parlance of our times, I guess. My name is Kent Allen. I'm a board member of the Advocates for Hermosa Beach, which is a city watchdog page on Facebook. And to all of you people that really want to know what's going on in Hermosa Beach, that's where you look. Facebook page, Advocates for Hermosa Beach. Now, not to outdo our Ira Elman. I don't want to outdo him, but I have a comment, a suggestion, and an observation all into one. It's about probably a good 2 months ago, somebody called me and said, hey, did you hear about the dust up between Justin Massey and a fellow council member? And I said, no, I didn't hear anything about it. He goes, oh, yeah, Justin just really laid into one of the council members, was verbally abusive, and it's just horrible. And I said, oh, well, that's Justin. We all know what the jerk he is. And, you don't have to believe me. You'll just watch the meeting and see it for yourself. But I didn't think much about it, and I kind of forgot about the whole thing. Well, anyways, this past weekend, I was down at the AVP, and I ran into a city employee, and I hadn't seen for quite a long time. And she said to me, she goes, hey, Kent, did you hear about that big dust up between Justin Massey and one of the council members? And I said, no, because I had forgotten about it. And then, all of a sudden I did remember it. And she goes, oh God, he was just out of control, hot, angry. I understand that a member of the police department had to kind of break up the altercation, whatever it was. So, it's very, I just kind of have an idea. I know that we have a lot of money set aside for counseling, for coaching, and maybe we could redirect some of that money to an anger management class, and maybe the rest of the council could get involved and, maybe set him down, because we all remember the time he got into a big dust up on his own street when he ended up getting beat up, as I recall. It was on Channel 5 TV. Obviously something that he provoked. And so anyways, that's all I got. In the meantime, I would like to personally thank what I consider to be two of the finest council members we've had in a long time, Rob Seaman and Dean Francois, who are truly members for the community. And Rob, a long-time resident who just, he knows everything. So I'd like to thank those two, and hopefully this next election we'll get some longer-term people involved like these two. And that's a hope and a prayer. Thank you very much. That's all I got.
Matt McCool.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello, Mayor Jackson, City Council, and staff. Matt McCool. I'm going to follow up with my usual closed session report. There were two items tonight. One was a workers' comp situation for Sergeant Higgins, and the other one was regarding a lawsuit regarding the park restrooms. As we get further in this, I'm going to be putting out more and more detail. City Manager Lowenthal is taking too much heat for this. I have all the evidence to show who's really responsible for the park restroom fiasco. We'll get into that later. Did want to follow up in the Chamber of Commerce report. Once again, a survey, a bunch of numbers, a bunch of feel-good participation trophies type stuff. No financial data was out there. As I have alleged, the financial ongoings with the Chamber, they have engaged in some financial impropriety, specifically with New Voodoo Media. This comes out. I will go ahead and be completely vindicated about what I've said about this. Now, the real reason why I'm calling in is, Mayor Jackson, you set the tone for these meetings. Tonight, Mr. Ellman decided he was going to go ahead and make attack on Mr. Francois. You didn't interrupt him. The city manager didn't interrupt him. But when I make attacks, I get interrupted. Pure hypocrisy. But once again, all liberalism is rooted in hypocrisy. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to go ahead and follow up on the attacks on Mr. Francois. I don't know Mr. Francois very well. I met him during the campaign. But I'll tell you why he was elected is because three of you up there on the dais are Dempsey Nelson puppets who did nothing before you got elected to the city council, and you're just puppets who got plugged in. The other two council members, as was said earlier, have been longtime members, standing members of this community. So Mr. Francois has nothing to worry about. He ran as an independent voice. He's not part of the Dempsey Nelson political machine. So he's got plenty of support by people in this community. Now, I do have an ongoing issue with our former middle school teacher on the council who likes to act like a middle schooler. And I have brought this up time and time again, that he likes to publicly slander me. I have asked members of this city council to take punitive action against this council member who continues to lie about him. I want to go ahead and qualify some of his comments that he has made about him. Because he acts like he is the all-presiding lord of Hermosa Beach. This is a former middle school teacher whose professional accomplishments before going to law school was grading essay papers to 12-year-olds. Let me go ahead and qualify my next statements. City Attorney Donegan, because keeping the Hermosa Beach family, is a bona fide legitimate attorney. He's employed by a highly prestigious municipal law firm. I'm looking at his website right now. He has a photo and his credentials. Completely legit. Councilman Massey claims he's an attorney. He likes to bag on other people's professional accomplishments. I went to him and looked him up on LinkedIn. His law firm doesn't even have a website. It's called toxictorts.org. That website said has been used in a while. Toxic torts, I don't know if people know this, but it's actually Latin for ambulance chaser. So this is a guy who has no qualifications whatsoever, continues to critique me over and over and over again and lying because he believes he's the self-appointed acting police chief. This is absolutely ridiculous. It's time for you people on the city council to put this guy in check. Otherwise, I will, and you will become collateral damage. As far as also a history of Massey running his mouth, that was a great story, by the way, from Kent Allen about how he provoked an incident with councilman. Let's not forget, when this guy was mayor, in front of his family, provoked a street fight with a juvenile. And as the chief of police just said—
Would you wrap it up for us, please, Mr. McCool?
Okay. I'll wrap this up. Please, ladies and gentlemen, or gentlemen of the City Council, please take care of Councilman Massey. Thank you very much.
Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone else online?
I do not see any other virtual hands raised at this time.
Hearing no one, seeing anyone online, I'll return to chambers. Do we have anyone else wishing to be heard?
Telek, and I live actually in the 11th Street corridor. I'm here to back up Rish, who gave a very nice explanation of how we're all feeling. But I really want to emphasize the congestion thing. Cypress is 1 block long between Pier and 11th 11th is also very short, like a block, 2 blocks. So we are already so dense. Everything is 2 to 3 structures on a lot. We only have 2 bungalows on our 1 block street. And putting a big structure behind us in the storage facility would create a nightmare of traffic. The Pier Avenue, Valley, Ardmore intersection is awful. And imagine during the school year what it's going to be like to have 35 to 50 units with more people there. So I'd really think that the council should consider the impact of all the residents of Hermosa Beach in regards to this. Thank you. Thank you, Rich.
Do we have anyone else in chambers wishing to be heard? Last call. Hearing no one, seeing no one, we will close public participation and return it back to chambers here, my colleagues. Do we want to, do I have a motion for?
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so there were some comments made about seeing possible renditions of what could potentially be developed. Is that possible, or is that something that, I thought I recall seeing something like that 2 years ago when the issue came up on the housing element. I didn't know if that was something that has been done or could be done.
So, as Mr. Mayor posited at the beginning, as of right now, there is no project proposed, so a rendition would be entirely speculative and, you know.
Okay. That's what I thought, just wanted to clarify that. And then there was a comment made about staff reports. I guess council members do not receive printed staff reports, but commissioners do. So that's just the way it is, and you know, I've been seeking some other remedy, and we do have a problem with the fact that we are looking at a different tool than what the public sees regarding the agendas. So there's just, it always creates a little bit of confusion. We're trying to work those things out, but I just thought I'd state that it is a continual problem that council members are not afforded printed staff reports. So thank you.
I'm not sure what that comment really meant, but the agenda that we as council members receive is the exact same agenda that the public receives. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing more, nothing less.
Correct.
Well, the PDF, the agenda that the public sees is a PDF document with pages 1 through whatever it is, 600. What we see on the I legislate is something completely different. For example, just tonight there was an item that was added to the agenda. It never appeared on ours. Isn't that right, Madam City Clerk? It is that what the public sees is something different than what we are seeing.
So if I might actually, I'll ask Myra if I need assistance with the response, but that's not exactly correct. The council uses iLegislate. If you choose to use the iPad, there is a software called iLegislate. So you are viewing it using a different tool, but it is exactly the same material as what members of the community find by going onto the city website and clicking on the agendas page. The material is the same. The tool is different. However, as council members and staff, we are also able to go online, go onto the city website, click on the agendas page and access it exactly the same way members of the community do. So that's a preference. If you have that preference, you can do that. You have that option.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Councilmember Detoy.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we receive and file the written communication.
Second.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Detoy.
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman.
Aye.
Councilmember Francois.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey.
Aye.
Mayor Jackson.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, what's next?
Item 10, City Council member comments.
Do any of my colleagues have any updates? Councilmember
Councilmember
Detoy.
Seaman and I are going to tag team this one. We both sit on the Aviation Park Joint Use Subcommittee with Redondo Beach, and we met yesterday to discuss any potential partnerships to develop community pools or pickleball courts over on Aviation Park, which is going to be Aviation and Manhattan Beach Boulevard. So I think Rob is going to talk about any specifics.
Thank you, Mike. So basically, this is in its infancy, and we discussed the very basics of what type of facilities are available to us. We discussed different possible locations, Aviation Park, of course, being the main one. And this would be a partnership between Hermosa Beach and Redondo Beach, and possibly Manhattan Beach, to create a sports facility that would be available to the public to use in a number of ways: pickleball and aquatics, running, tennis, basketball, a number of things. We discussed some possibilities of different sites besides Aviation Park. Again, it's a little too early to go into any kind of detail about where those sites are and so on and so forth, so what kind of facilities would be at any one of those sites. But we did discuss the possibilities of expanding beyond Aviation Park. And so as this develops further, there will be more reports, and we'll be able to tell you more about what's on that agenda. We also discussed partnering. Perhaps there are a number of individuals, companies, corporations, et cetera, that would like to partner with Hermosa and Redondo in sponsorship or branding, naming rights, and so on and so forth. Again, very much in its infancy, and as things develop, well, I'm sure we'll have more to report to you in the future. But that's essentially, I think, what we talked about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'd like to give a tri-agency meeting update. The tri-agency partnership has been in place for many years and has continued under a revised format for 3 years. The partnership achieved major success with its focus on safety. Through the partnership, we focused on and achieved successes in personal safety, campus safety, and community safety. Our city staff work closely with the school district and Beach City Health District in service to our shared community. Last year, 100,000 people died from drug overdoses driven by fentanyl, and the fastest growing group is under age 19. Through the tri-agency partnership, the school district is working with Alcove, Beach City Health District's Teen Wellness Center. The district created student wellness centers on campuses and hosted a fentanyl assembly and panel, which Chief LeBaron participated, and he joined as a panelist. Focusing on issues like cyberbullying, sexual content, online predators, depression, suicidal ideation, threats of violence, and more. Through the tri-agency partnership, the following successes were achieved: a stronger Hermosa Beach Police Department and School District partnership, a regional crisis response team, a tabletop exercise for disaster response led by Chief LeBaron and team, assembly screen addiction counseling, joint response agreements with partnering agencies such as a licensed medical family therapist. Also, through the tri-agency partnership, we achieved successes in homeless, education, support in bike and pedestrian safety, Shop Local campaign, Fall Fitness Festival, and e-bike rodeo and certification process that the school is implementing for next fall in order to be able to ride a bicycle to the school, an e-bike to school. Absent any other comments from my council members, I'd like to ask Madam City Attorney just a couple questions, if you could please. Based on public comment, if you could provide, there was a commenter who discussed homelessness, and I know a lot of what happens is sort of behind the scenes, so if you can sort of provide an update as to what we are doing to combat this crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I know it's very distressing for us and members of our community to witness folks that are unhoused and struggling. Implementation of our city's homelessness efforts are managed and tracked through the city manager's office. We know that there is resident concern regarding the number of unhoused individuals that are visible in our community. Because our city is so small geographically, our footprint is small, and given that level of visibility, homelessness in Hermosa Beach remains highly, highly visible and a key issue. I think we all agree that even one unhoused individual is one too many, and we'd like everyone to have a safe and sanitary place to live. However, as we know, the issue is complex, involving individuals with complex issues. Sometimes there are multiple diagnoses that an individual presents them with, and we are not always capable and qualified to handle them as city staff. So we do work with our partners who specifically work in the field of helping the unhoused through county services. We also partner with our neighboring cities to share a mental health professional. But what I can do is assure you that even though the work is not always seen, there are many people working hard every single day to provide the services needed, such as financial assistance, housing, health services, and legal assistance, just to name a few, to move our unhoused residents into more stable situations. I think council knows when we have shared success stories, oftentimes it takes many years to have the outcome that is optimal, which is to have someone housed and in a safe and healthy environment. In 2018, we adopted our first ever comprehensive 5-year homelessness plan. We received input from the community and many stakeholders, and then created a plan that built on the city's existing efforts and established partnerships. We established long-term goals, and we have since then strengthened our partnerships with our neighbors. As you know, we have our housing court that we share in that responsibility with our neighboring city in Redondo Beach. That has provided some positive outcomes for our residents who are unhoused. There are many organizations working behind the scenes. It does not change the fact that individuals who are struggling with homelessness are visible in our community. However, I do want to assure you and the community, many of us on the city staff, as well as folks in the nonprofit sector, as well as county agencies, are working together to address this.
Thank you for that. And I know that we had a relatively recent case where we were able to have an individual with some challenges given some of the off the street and now receiving the care and attention that they needed.
Yes.
So thank you for the efforts in that, and small steps in a positive direction. So thank you for that. Do we have any other comments or questions before moving on? All right, Madam City Clerk, what's next?
Next is a consent calendar.
Councilmember Dutoy.
I move that we accept the consent calendar, noting item K has been pulled, and with that, just want to make sure that it's okay with the original council member who pulled it, that we hear that last at the meeting, so there's not, we can get to the main event as quick as possible.
I didn't quite get that.
Normally, we hear any item is pulled immediately after this, but just bump that to the end of the meeting.
Oh, you want to move to the end of the meeting? Okay, that's fine. I mean, I don't think it'll take that long, but if you want to do that, that's fine.
I second approving the consent calendar minus item K.
We have a first and a second. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Detoy.
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman.
Aye.
Councilmember Francois.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey.
Aye.
Mayor Jackson.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So we will skip item 12 and address item K later.
Next, we have item 13A, public hearing to review delinquent solid waste collection refuse charges for consideration of placing said charges on the property tax rolls as a special assessment affecting only those properties with refuse bills delinquent as of March 31st, 2023.
Thank you. So we will open up this public hearing. Is there a staff report, Madam City Manager?
There is. Give me 1 second. Do we have, there we are. We have Doug Kraus, Mr. Mayor, presenting this item for us.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and apologize for my lighting. Yeah, this is an annual process. In the spring of each year, my lighting. Athens creates a list of delinquent residential customers. Doesn't apply to commercial customers, and provides it to us. We send out a series of notices to let these customers know they have the ability to pay any delinquent fees. And then we bring it to this council meeting for your approval. Anyone that has not, again, cleared their bills by this point, within 10 days of this meeting, they have a final opportunity to do that. And then otherwise, per our municipal code, this will go to LA County to be assessed as a lien on the property tax bill. And so what you have before you is the list. Some of these that are on the list have already been cleared up. And again, we have another 10 days for anyone else to come forward and pay fully and clear that up. And then again, we work with LA County to assess these and begin the process again next year. The list of properties and fees you see is reflective of the actual delinquent bill, but then also there is a small fee. There's a $14 fee per account charged by the city, which is approved, and then a small fee the county charges. There's a $50 general fee for the whole process, and then a 25-cent per account fee that they charged, and those are built into those fees. And so this public hearing is for anyone that contests this to come forward. We had a hearing in June for these same people to come and contest it, and this is kind of a final opportunity for that. And so with that, I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, Doug. Do we have any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, can we open this up to public comment, please?
This is a time for members of the community to provide public comment on this item only, and each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Do we have anyone wishing to provide public comment at this time?
Seeing no one in chambers, do we have anyone online, Madam City Clerk?
I do. Kent Allen, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't really care about the trash thing. You guys will take care of that on yourself. But this just illustrates how petty Mayor Ray J can be. Dean actually suggested that this be put towards the end of the meeting, knowing that probably no one wanted to talk about it. You have a room full of people there that are, waiting to talk about the housing element. But I've seen it time and time again at many meetings. Ray and Justin, they just try to discount Dean. And as I said, Dean and Robert are council members of the people. All right. And, I don't know. It's just kind of disturbing to me that you couldn't move this really ridiculous item that we have every year to the end. So now we have to waste time with all these people sitting in the audience, people online wanting to get to the meat of the subject. But Ray had to show he's the bigger man, and he's not going to listen to anything Dean has to say for the people. Keep up your good work, both Dean, Francois, and Rob Seaman. I really appreciate it. Just suck it up and deal with it. You know what you're dealing with. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Do we have anyone else online, Madam City Clerk?
Not at this time.
Hearing no one, seeing no one in chambers, we will close this item for public comment and return it to my colleagues for comments and deliberations.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt the attached resolution authorizing and requesting the county assessor to place delinquent refuse charges for Athens services as a special assessment for collection through the county tax collection process.
Second.
We have a first and a second from Councilmember Seaman. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Detoy?
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman?
Aye.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Jackson?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And what is next, Madam City Clerk?
Item B, public hearing, Hermosa Beach Landscaping and Street Lighting District Fiscal Year 2023-2024.
Okay, this public hearing is now open. Is there a staff report?
All right, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. I'm pleased to be here tonight to discuss the item for the city's landscaping and street lighting district for fiscal year 2023 through 2024. The Hermosa Beach Landscaping and Street Lighting District, or the district, collects funds for the maintenance and operation of the citywide street lighting program and landscaping within street medians and parkways. This includes operation, maintenance, and servicing of landscaping, lighting, and appurtenant facilities located in and along streets and sidewalks within the district, including but not limited to landscaping, plants, trees, irrigation poles, and traffic signals. The district was first created in fiscal year 1989 to 1990 pursuant to the Landscaping Lighting Act of 1972, which is part of the street and highway codes. The city is in compliance with Prop 218 and can continue to levy assessments without balloting requirements, so as long as the assessments are not increased. The assessment rate per dwelling unit has not increased since the passage of Proposition 218 in 1996 and will continue at a rate of $41.45 per dwelling unit in the current fiscal year. Annual enrollment of the assessments within the district must be approved by council annually following a three-step process. First, council authorized the Director of Public Works to prepare an engineer's report containing the estimated cost of maintaining the district, the listed parcels within the district, and the method of apportionment of the assessment. At its May 9 meeting, council adopted a resolution authorizing the preparation of that engineer's report. The second step, the engineer's report is presented to council for approval, and the council date is set for the public hearing declaring the city council's intention to order certain improvements and levy and collect assessments within the district for the fiscal year. That second step was approved by council through resolution at its June 13th meeting, and it set the date for the hearing this evening. The notice of public hearing was published in the Easy Reader on June 29th, and council is now considering this third and final step in the process to hold the public hearing to accept public input on the matter of the proposed assessment and determine whether a majority protest of the annual levy of the assessments for the current fiscal year exists. If no majority protest exists, the city may authorize the levy of the assessment for the fiscal year beginning on July 1 and ending on June 30th. It's anticipated that the assessment would bring in revenues of approximately $450,000, and that's in contrast with the operating costs of $960,000. There currently is a shortfall projected of about $500,000, and those are covered primarily through various general fund sources each year. There is a new assessment underway that staff is working on to evaluate a potential to create a supplemental district to help fund that funding shortfall. That really concludes my presentation. I am here joined tonight with our assessment engineer, Jeff Cooper from NV5, who prepared the engineer's report, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for being here, Director. Thank you for the report, Director San Clemente, and thank you for being here, Mr. Cooper. Do I have any council questions before we open it up to public comment? Seeing none, do we have anyone in chambers wishing to be heard on this item?
Trent Larson, thank you. Lighting and landscaping are visible, they're usable, and they make the city better. Three key things that I think are really important to what the council does and to what the city's mission statement should be. Visible, usable, betterment. Now, we also are assessed fees for this. So this is something that should be an automatic where you would have a reporting tool or a scorecard of some metric where you can say exactly what you did do. because we have the monies there, you have the fees. You're talking about collecting $460K, but you've got $960K worth of work to be done. Well, you better spend the $460 pronto. Don't save it. Don't hoard it. It's tax and spend, not tax and hoard. So the quicker you get new lighting, new landscaping, new things like that, the quicker the residents can enjoy them. And we're here for such a short time in chronological years. You know, we only have so long to go. So the quicker, the better. We pay for it, so get it done. That's performance metrics. And so I would just like to implore you that, you know, do things versus planning what you're going to do. Figure out something and do it. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else in chambers wishing to be heard? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone online?
We do not have any virtual hands raised at this time.
Hearing no one, seeing no one, we will close public comment and return to my colleagues for a motion or comment.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Francois.
I support the beach landscaping street lighting district and move staff recommendation.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Seaman with a second.
Councilmember Detoy?
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman?
Aye.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Jackson?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. What's next, Madam City Clerk?
Item C, public hearing on the annual levy of sewer charges on the property tax roll.
This public hearing is now open. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we're just going to pull up the slides in 1 minute here. Bear with us. So the City Council annually places the sewer service charges on the property tax roll for the collection to fund maintenance, operations, servicing, and improvements to the city's sewer collection service. The sewer service charge has been collected since fiscal year 2015-16 and is codified in the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code. The sewer service charges increased at the beginning of the fiscal year on July 1 for inflation by the annual increase in the Consumer Price Index with a cap of 5%. For FY 2023-2024, the CPI in actuality was 5.8%. However, since there is a cap per the municipal code of 5%, the new annual service charge would increase by that cap of 5%. It would effectively be $139.58 per parcel. Notice of the rate adjustment effective July 1 was mailed to property owners on May 25th. This slide just shows the various service charges for 2023-24 for residential parcels, which are calculated based on what we call equivalent service units and are based on sewer generation rates for the various parcel types. For example, the single-family unit would be charged at the $139.58. The 5% increase is effectively about a $6.65 increase for the year for that parcel. For non-residential parcels, the service charge is based on water consumption values provided by information given from California Water Service Company, or consumption values, that is. The city does provide the opportunity for a full annual rebate for the sewer service charge paid per year for the dwelling unit in which the owner resides, provided that they do meet certain eligibility requirements. Tonight's public hearing provides an opportunity for the council to hear and consider all protests to the annual levy of the sewer service charge. In the absence of a majority protest by property owners within the city of Hermosa Beach, council may order placement of the city's sewer service charge on the FY 23-24 property tax rolls. City council action is required to place the annual charge on the tax roll. And once again, here along with Jeff Cooper, our assessment engineer, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Director. Thank you again, Mr. Cooper, for being here. Do we have any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, we will open this up for public comment. Anyone in chambers? Mr. Larson.
Okay, thank you. I've been coming to these meetings since 2015, pretty regularly almost, and since this sewer fee started. And this is right up the alley, I think, what we should be doing. It's visible, usable betterment. You can see the new sewer lines being put in. It's usable. Every day we all need this, and it makes the city better. But we've been collecting this money and doing studies and talking about it and planning and, oh, we got to do this. It's a long time. We can't do that. Schedule this and that and that. And it seems like it's just very slow. And this is what's frustrating for someone who works in the private sector and has to bust his tail every day and get stuff done, and every quarter's new and metrics every year. And a lot of people have to do this. I am not alone. And I know the people in the city mean well and they work hard. I know that. I'm giving you guys that. And I know you mean well and you work hard. But we don't do enough. We don't actually do it. So you got to pick stuff, say we're going to do that, it's going to cost this, and get it done. And that sewer fund should not be built up so where it's like Smaug's gold in his lair. It should be spent all the time. It's an annuity. You could borrow against what you've got. You've got baked into the cake money coming in. Anybody will give you a note on that, and you could do a lot of sewer work right away, which we need. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else wishing to be heard on this agenda item? Seeing no one in chambers, do we have anyone online, Madam City Clerk?
Matt McCoy, your 3 minutes will begin once you're muted.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello again, Mayor Jackson, City Council and staff. I will be super brief on this as the member of the community asked me to call in and ask this and propose this question regarding the sewer fund. There's been a lack of transparency regarding the park restrooms. And there's been concern where the utility hookups, the sewer hookups from two of the park bathrooms, did the funding from that come out of this fund? Yes or no? I hope one of the council members asks that question to the city manager. Thank you for your time.
Do we have anyone else, Madam City Clerk? Do we have any, I will now close this to public comment, return it to chambers for my colleagues for comments, questions, motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Salmon.
if there is no majority protest, I would like to make a resolution, make a motion to adopt a resolution including the engineer's report, approving the new rates and placing the sewer service charges on the annual County of Los Angeles tax roll.
And Mr. Mayor, just for the record, the city did not receive a majority protest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a first and a second. The public hearing is now closed. Roll call vote, please. Or did you have a comment?
Just a quick question. The motion is to move that we find that there is no majority protest and then do all the other things that you mentioned, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Detoy?
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman?
Aye.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Jackson?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. What is next, Madam City Clerk?
Item D, public hearing and adoption of ordinance to amend Hermosa Beach Municipal Code Title 15, Chapter 15.20 to adopt a 2023 Los Angeles County Fire Code with local amendments.
This public hearing is now open. Is there a staff report, Madam City Manager?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. To present tonight's item, we have Building and Code Enforcement Official Guillermo Hobelman. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today. Did we have the slide?
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. I'll just briefly cover the adoption. Basically, we're just here to have the public hearing and the proposed ordinance adoption for the 2023 Los Angeles County Fire Code, adoption as the Hermosa Beach Fire Code. And just to basically walk through the process, the code adoption process, the local amendments that we are proposing, the community benefits, and the overall summary that staff is proposing to have City Council review tonight. So the overall fire code adoption process does start initially in 2022 with the initial international fire code being adopted, which then in turn is adopted as a California fire code. And Hermosa Beach did adopt the Building and Standards Code in November 29th of 2023, and pending the fire code that was still in review with LA County and being adopted. Since that date, LA County has adopted the fire code, which was adopted on March 2nd, 2023. And on June 13th, 2023, City Council did introduce this ordinance and waived public reading, and we're now opening up for public comment. Now, some of the additional items that we are proposing is more restrictive local amendments due to the local climatic, geological, or topographical conditions, which are allowed under the code, which are two major items, which would continue the past practice of kicking in the trigger for sprinkler systems when an existing structure is being remodeled past the 50% percentage of the structure, then that automatically triggers the compliance of sprinklers. The other item that we are continuing is also the additional charge for the fire protection improvement fee, which is charged at a calculation for the additional square footage of a structure that's being added within the city. And those funds are used to maintain and add to the Hermosa Beach fire protection infrastructure. Now, with those two items, definitely our benefit would be public property and definitely firefighting personnel. And the additional funding would definitely make sure that the infrastructure is improved on without the direct cost to the local community. With that, we are here tonight to ask City Council to conduct a public hearing, waive the full second reading, recommend that City Council approve the ordinance, and direct staff to print and publish the summary ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for that report, Guillermo. Do we have any council questions? Seeing none, this up to public comment.
Do we have any in-person public comment for this item?
I wasn't aware of this. Jim Rosenberger, longtime resident, former member of this body. 15% is where this would kick in. That seems to me to be very low, to the extent that it might either cause people to not upgrade because it's so low, or to evade the city one way or another. It would seem that 20, 25% and change improvement or whatever might be more realistic. Otherwise, you're going to see a lot of non-improvements, I would imagine, just because any 15% improvement isn't going to cost just that if you're talking about putting in a sprinkler system through a 2-story, 3-story place here in town. So you're either going to be, I would think, inhibiting a lot of improvements in the city as people can't afford it, because the 15% you're talking about would be the beginning, and then would come the sprinkler system, which would then jack that up. I think you ought to take that into consideration, and if you're going to have a percentage, make it higher than 15%, or you're going to have issues here that you're going to regret in a few years. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else in chambers wishing to be heard? Seeing none, do we have anyone online, Madam City Clerk?
I do not see any virtual hands raised at this time.
Hearing no one, seeing no one, I will close public comment, return it back to my colleagues. Guillermo, would you mind addressing the 15% comment from our
Certainly.
last speaker?
Yes, certainly, thank you. Just to clarify, it's 50%. So yeah, it's the 50% trigger.
50.
Correct, 50.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification. All right. Any other comments? Councilmember Francois?
Yeah, I support amending the municipal beach code and fire code local amendments and move staff recommendation.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. This public hearing is now closed. Roll call vote, please, Madam City Clerk.
And City Attorney Donegan, we do not have to read the title, correct, for this adoption?
Correct. It is my understanding it's not a legal requirement. However, it has been a past practice. However, Councilman Francois, he's read the staff recommendation. The staff recommendation is printed on the agenda. Everyone knows what we are doing. Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Detoy?
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman?
Aye.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Jackson?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And what is next, please, Madam City Clerk?
Municipal matter, item A, discussion of general plan amendment, GPA 23-01, to revise the city's 2021-2029 housing element adopted December 2021 and associated general plan sections, zoning text amendment, TA 23-02, to effectuate programs in the housing element and zone change, ZC 23-01, to designate housing element sites, change zoning for sites to allow realization of capacity, and align zoning on sites with Plan Hermosa general plan.
Thank you. Good evening, Director Tai.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you, City Clerk, for having that presentation already. So good evening, and thank you for reading that long title. So tonight's item is a continuation of a process that started over 2 years ago. Every 8 years, every city and every jurisdiction, in fact, in California, and that includes counties, are required to adopt a housing element. The housing element is the part of the city's required or jurisdiction's required general plan that that shows how the jurisdiction is going to plan for housing. There are many parts of the general plan. For example, there's a mobility element, there's a land use element, there's an open space element, and this is but one. And one distinction about this housing element, as many council members are aware, is that the state sets a particular deadline on when cities have to update this. And so currently, all jurisdictions in California are generally on an 8-year cycle. And our the city's last housing element was 2013 through 2021. So that means this current cycle is the cycle number 6, the 6th cycle. It was due 2 years ago. And it is by far, and I'll start off by saying this, it is by far the most complex and complicated process that any jurisdiction has ever had to undertake. And that's because there has been a multi-decade housing crisis throughout the state of California, and the state of California has deemed housing to be a matter of statewide concern, and that's why they've taken such pains to come up with very specific regulations on how cities have to plan this. So although this is a city document, we do have to prepare it in accordance with state regulations. And after adoption, the cities must have the document certified by the state of California before it is deemed to be complete and that the city is deemed to be in compliance with state law. So I just want to start off by saying that, and then I'm going to walk through some background to refresh everybody and for the benefit of the public, just to understand the framework. So I did mention it's the required element. One major difference is that there have been many significant changes to housing element law since 2017, which has resulted in the complexity of this latest cycle. The deadline for this cycle was October 15th, 2021, and jurisdictions were granted a 120-day grace period until February 15th, 2022. And then the state extended the deadline to October 2022 for certification of adopted documents. The reason that's significant is that, and I'll go over this in later on in the presentation as well, but if you meet the deadline, you're allowed 3 years to put forth any rezoning necessary to create that development capacity that you're talking about. If you do not meet that deadline, that rezoning is accelerated, and it has to accompany the housing element. And that is the position in which the city finds ourselves today. And so I wanted to start off by saying that that's a major component. Next slide, please. So I did mention that the document must be certified before it is considered complete. So what happens when cities do not have a certified housing element? This cycle, legislation created an enforcement division of HCD, the State Housing and Community Development Department. Cities can be fined daily up to $10,000. They can be turned over to the Attorney General, who, if that's referred to a court, can lead to the suspension of local permitting. And what that means is cities would not be able to issue their own building permits anymore. So that's the most egregious, and hopefully, we've only seen that a handful of times throughout the state. You've got to be pretty far along. But currently, we're also ineligible for many state grants. And cities historically use a lot of state grants to fund infrastructure and other projects. There is the risk of litigation. And then, of course, the city is subject to builder's remedy projects, which is basically a streamlined way of developers being able to apply for projects in the city, and the city having very limited ability to not approve those projects. And then I did mention that because the city is past statutory and the extended deadline, that triggers the rezoning coterminous with the housing element. Next slide. Just walking through the background a little bit. So the city, the font's a little small. The city started this during 2021 and put together the document, put together the sites inventory. And I'll go into what that means in a moment. But the city ultimately adopted this document in December of 2021, which would have been within the time frame to meet that grace period deadline I talked about in February 2022. The city then referred the document to the state for review, and in March of 2022 received a pretty substantial letter from HCD requiring revisions to the document. Next slide. So then, did it change? Sorry. Oh, thank you. So then throughout 2022, the city did have to change the housing element consultant that had been secured due to that consultant's inability to continue work assisting the city. After securing that new housing element consultant, there were a couple of study sessions through fall of 2022, namely November and December, to talk about where additional sites could be located throughout the city. Then in March, we did 2 study sessions with the Planning Commission to discuss both the revised proposed sites as well as approaches to zoning and how the city might be able to create more residential development capacity in order to accommodate more housing. So just to summarize the Planning Commission actions, so the 2 study sessions in March, and then June 20th, last month, the Planning Commission did conduct a public hearing on the housing element, as well as the general plan changes that would be associated with that, which are in your packet and we'll talk about tonight, and recommended that the City Council adopt the revised housing element. So that's the background, but here I'm going to provide a little more history on the backbone of the housing element process, starting with the Regional Housing Needs Assessment Allocation, otherwise known as RHNA. So the RHNA allocations start with the state level. HCD decides statewide how many housing units are needed, both to accommodate existing need as well as forecasted growth. Then that number is distributed throughout the metropolitan planning agencies throughout the state. SCAG, Southern California Association of Governments, received an allocation of over 1.3 million housing units. That was then distributed between all the counties in SCAG. Los Angeles County got 812,000 and change, and then the nearby cities. And so Hermosa Beach received an allocation of 558,000, or sorry, 558 units. Sorry about that. There's a lot of big numbers up there. Sorry. Okay, 558 units for this 6-cycle housing element. And to put that in perspective, the city has had substantial RHNA allocation numbers in past cycles. Listed on the screen, you can see in the 5th cycle, which was the last one, we only had 2 units, and 10 more assigned toward rehabilitation. The reason for that is that housing element cycle, the modeling was done during the economic recession that started in 2008. And so that was an artificially depressed period. But if you go back to the 4th cycle, which was 2008 to 2013, that was 562 units. Before that, there were 333. And in the 90s, there were 513, and then going back into the 80s, 765. So those numbers throughout time have roughly been about the same time. I think in comparison to the 5th cycle, it's a bit shocking, but that's the explanation for the 5th cycle. So moving on to describe the 558 units, RHNAs are broken up into income categories. And Hermosa Beach numbers 558, it means 232 plus 127, which is 359, is in the low and very low income category. And that is significant because there are special criteria when identifying sites on which low-income housing can be developed. And so I call out those 2 separate categories because we'll talk about that 359 in a minute. Moderate is 106, and above moderate is 93, for a total of 558. I will note that in past housing element cycles, even though the city has produced housing units, it has always been in the above moderate category and not in the lower 3 tiers. So that's the problem to solve, is RHNA. That's our challenge. Moving to the HCD letter from March 23rd, most of the letter pertained to components of housing elements that either needed to be provided or completed. And so the program-by-program review of the past housing element, the affirmatively furthering fair housing analysis, which was one of the new state laws that required a whole new component in the housing element, and a revised sites inventory that complied with the housing element law for RHNA. The previous one that the city submitted did not fully meet all the different RHNA categories, and so we had to do some refinements. Next slide. The comment letter also limited the number of accessory dwelling units that the city could use to satisfy RHNA. One of the reasons for that is HCD took a look at actual ADUs created and used that as basically a trajectory. So we couldn't assume any number. We had to base it on the past 5 years of ADU development. And so they are limiting us to 8 units per year for ADUs to meet the RHNA. HCD asked us also to evaluate our local processing and permit procedures. So what kind of applications are needed for different kinds of housing development projects? You know, are they public hearings? Are they expensive? I mean, everything from fees to process. They asked for specificity for the housing element programs, timing, who's the responsible body, when is the completion date. And then lastly, there were a series of comments from last October that they also asked us to provide. So then fast forward to the revised housing element. So the housing element is produced in a 2-part format. The first is the policy plan, and the second is the technical report. And so the first part, the policy plan, generally lays out all of the programs, the broad programs that the city commits to undertaking in order to plan all the housing that's needed. And so that slide just briefly describes the programs, but really the components, the schedule, the timeline, the responsible bodies, but also the actions needed to affirmatively further fair housing. So the city needed to put together a menu of actions that we were going to do to ensure that providing housing was done in a fair way, was done in a way that provided for all of the demographics throughout the city, and not just the select cohort group. Some of the programs listed in the policy plan are density bonus and other incentives. For example, the city's density bonus needed to be brought up to date to reflect the latest state law. That's been amended several times since the last time the city's regulations were adopted. The city needed to come up with programs on how to conserve existing affordable housing. This namely pertains to the mobile home park, and there's also a trailer facility down on 10th Street near PCH there. So how does the city preserve that to make sure that isn't developed, because that is considered affordable housing? Is there active code enforcement to ensure that substandard housing is addressed in order to allow people to stay in their homes and live a quality life as they're aging in place? How is the city promoting new affordable development, housing development? This has to do with the city putting forth proactive education and outreach to affordable housing builders and developers to ensure that they understand the rules and that they understand the sites that might be eligible for that should they become interested. There's also, I just mentioned outreach and assistance. There's also to facilitate the efficient use of sites that allow high-density residential development. So the state asked us to look at our development standards, our parking regulations onerous? Are there incentives to consolidate lots in order to reduce the number of driveways and reduce the number of setbacks, thereby allowing for more efficient use of land as housing is developed? How is the city encouraging accessory dwelling units to continue to be built? The land value recapture program was one of the programs that was adopted in 2021, but the state wants us to build that out, and we should. There's nuts and bolts. How will that be applied to whom, what thresholds? And so the city is in process of doing that now. And also housing trust funds, whether the city can support that. And as the council knows, the South Bay recently approved a housing trust fund, and the South Bay COG is in the process of implementing that. So this goes on more in detail. I won't read every one, but again, it has to do with adequate sites to provide housing for that broad spectrum of the population, whether there are governmental constraints and how the city is removing those governmental constraints, streamlining housing production, and so it's just a whole menu of holistically what the city is doing. Oh, there's more. Oh, that's a duplicate bullet. I apologize for that. Just a few other programs pertaining to equal housing opportunities, and then sustainable housing development. And so moving on, the second portion is the technical report. That is the much longer attachment, and it has multiple components. And I'll just describe the components. One of them is the needs assessment. Another one is the evaluation of resources available. And then there's the program-by-program analysis of our last housing element, our sites inventory, and the criteria that go into that. Opportunities for public participation, and lastly, the affirmatively furthering fair housing analysis. So I'll just jump to the sites inventory. The needs assessment, I was largely completed with the last housing element, but was a comprehensive description on the city's existing conditions and how the current housing is serving or not serving the existing population. And so that was largely completed. There were fairly few revisions to that part. But the sites inventory, we did have to revise. One of the comments in the state's letter is that the city had to provide, in accordance with the new legislation, the sites that fit the criteria. Very specifically, Hermosa Beach has barely any vacant lots to speak of, and with no vacant lots, and also most lots being smaller than half acre, there are very limited opportunities for sites. But the new state criteria basically are that it has to be vacant, whether the land or the building, or it has to have property owner approval. And if it doesn't have one or the other, it then also has to have a few other factors. It has to, the city has to show that if something is going to be developed in a certain capacity or certain way, that there's other examples of that either in the city or near the city. The land either has to be of a low improvement to land ratio, so small building, big site, for example. It also can't be newer than 30, it also can't be newer than 30 years old. It's got to be older. So if it was improved after 1990, it is no longer eligible. Most importantly, the analysis on whether a site is eligible has to do with the likelihood of redevelopment, and the city has to be able to demonstrate that. So anything that's deemed as an essential service, whether it's a utility, like a switching building for a phone company, which is necessary for infrastructure, or a supermarket, or a pharmacy, or a medical office, the state has deemed those to be low probability for redevelopment because they are services that residents need. And so the city has to put together a very holistic list of what qualifies and what doesn't. And then going back to that low income category I mentioned, all the sites have to be a minimum of half acre. If they're not half acre, they don't qualify. And so as you can imagine, there is very limited number of sites in the city. So there was a sites inventory proposed in 2021, and the revisions, we had to delete a couple of them. So 725 10th Street was deleted because it's a utility. 1529 Valley, I'm sorry, the other way. 725 10th Street was deleted because it's already protected. 1529 Valley was deleted because it was a utility. 2701 PCH was deleted because it's part of the Skechers development. And when something has a development plan on it that is not residential, it no longer qualifies. We added sites on aviation because we were able to find combinations of sites that were either large enough or could be combined because they had a joint owner that could make up more than a half acre. And we also added 700 PCH. We couldn't add that one for low income, but that had developer or property owner interests. We were able to put that on there. Everything else pre-existed from before. We just had to add a parcel by parcel analysis justifying that the land uses on the site had the proper probability to redevelop or otherwise were indicated by the property owner that there were no encumbrances to develop and that they were interested in being included. So those were the general changes. So I mentioned the general plan changes. So as part of the accelerated rezoning, the city will need to rezone properties to ensure that that development capacity on the site's inventory can be realized. Because if you put something on the site's inventory but don't enable the zoning, it can't, essentially cannot meet that number. Zoning has to be consistent with the general plan, and there are several areas of the general plan that have to be updated in order to be consistent with the housing element if we're moving in that direction. So for example, including residential uses on the commercial corridors. Currently, the commercial corridors, commercial zoning does not allow for residential. So when we add that, we have to change the descriptions of the commercial land use designations in the general plan so that they allow for some combination of residential. So that would be the add language for non-residential land use designations to allow mixed use or residential. Another item is any property that isn't currently designated in a manner that could allow for the capacity, we would have to rezone and also ensure that it's consistent with the general plan. And that is where sites 1 and 2, which are the St. Cross Church sites, and they're divided in sites 1 and 2 because they're divided by 19th Street, so they're not totally contiguous. But they, in order to realize a high-density residential, which is the minimum density based on the site criteria for a city in the LA metropolitan area, the high-density residential falls in the density between 25 and 33 dwelling units per acre. The minimum density for LA metropolitan is 30 dwelling units per acre. However, the minimum density for Hermosa Beach is 25.1 because of the trend of development. The state has said to us that 30 doesn't work for us because we haven't shown that in the last 5 years. And so we have to use 25.1, but that does meet the threshold for minimum density for low income, which is why if you have a site that's larger than half acre and you can meet that minimum, we've got to make sure that they can meet the minimum density, and that makes it eligible to be included on the site's inventory list. Now, the eligibility does not mean that it's not a land use entitlement and it is not a project. And so it is just a way to indicate that that development capacity is possible. So now I'll move on to zoning, and I did mention that because the city has passed the deadlines, the zonings have to happen with the housing element in order to be certified. The zoning map is just one component. So I've already talked about zoning sites to have them realize their development capacity, but there are also changes to the zoning text on a variety of different matters, and those were covered in the state's letter as well. So number one is special housing types. Those are transitional and supportive housing, emergency shelters, residential care facilities. All of the regulations for those types of housing uses have been updated by the state since the last time the city's zoning code was updated. And so now we need to make sure the zoning code is consistent with that in order to have our housing element approved. We also need to update any development standards in order to allow for residential in areas that didn't previously allow for residential. We needed to review and update processes to ensure objectivity. So objectivity means when an applicant applies for a project that there is a set objective criteria where they can look at the criteria, determine whether they comply or not, and therefore there's no guessing game, there's no subjectivity. And the state is really looking for objectivity when it comes to housing projects. And lastly, the state indicated that we should revise our parking standards, to incentivize development. Currently, the city's parking standards are basically one size fits all in that they don't take into account unit sizes. And so they've asked us to review that in our zoning text amendments. Next slide. In concert with that text, there's a few changes. So number one would be to create a housing element sites inventory overlay, and that's to attach the two hyphens and HE at the end of the underlying zoning for every property that is on the site's inventory. That's a way of identifying who's on the site's inventory and who would be eligible for residential development if they are in a commercial corridor, and also what it's for tracking as to whether they, if they produce housing on those properties, we can track that for our RENA reporting annually. We would create, associated with the rezoning, we would also create a new zone called public facility. That goes with the Plan Hermosa public facility that was created in 2017. The Civic Center sites currently, two of which are on the site's inventory list, they're all zoned open space, which is not consistent with the underlying general plan designation. And so we would create a new zone to match the general plan and change the zoning for the Civic Center properties. And there's a map attached to your packet on that. And then align zoning for properties that are zoned inconsistently with the general plan, and that's exactly what that would do, is make sure that anything that's designated public facility isn't otherwise zoned open space, because those are different. Next. Going over some of the zoning text amendments, I did mention special housing types, so definitions and regulations have to be updated. We've got to change the zoning ordinance for several zones that are non-residential to allow them to use the mixed use criteria that's currently in the municipal code. There are replacement housing requirements on the RENA sites. So anything, and that's in addition to no net loss, of course, but if there are any protected units or any affordable units or units occupied by income qualified folks, they have to be replaced if that site is redeveloped. And also, I mentioned that we would have to establish a procedure to monitor the housing element sites to ensure that we track RENA, and so we would be putting together that procedure as well. Next. I mentioned that we would be revising the density bonus regulations to align with state law. The new zone called public facility is there. Now, one thing of interest is the M1 zone, which is down by where the public works yard is, by Cypress. The Plan Hermosa identified that area as creative industrial. And that, in concert with the economic development strategy, which talked about creating some flexible, creative living space that, it has to be built properly, but if built properly, would be sort of light industrial, artist lofts, and that kind of configuration. So we would add that possibility to the M1 zone to realize that creative industrial designation that was visualized in Plan Hermosa. There are a couple of M1 zone sites on the sites inventory as well, and so this would allow them to realize that development land use as well. The lot consolidation provision, right now the code allows for lot consolidations as a way to encourage folks to combine lots. And if you create a lot or a parcel that's larger than a ½ acre, you're able to gain some density on top of what you could otherwise build. Currently, that is listed separate and apart from the density bonus projects, which is the part of the city's code that complies with the state density bonus regulations. So we want to restructure the lot consolidation provision so that it's used on density bonus projects and not separately without realizing some kind of affordability. And then lastly, I talked about tiering the multifamily parking requirements. Currently, it's 2 units two parking spaces per unit, plus guest parking. And so we are proposing to tier some of the parking where it's like 1.5 spaces for 0 to 1 bedroom, 2 for 2 bedroom, 2.5 for 3 bedroom and above, and it still averages out to 2, but overall it doesn't penalize smaller units with having to provide more parking spaces. And so there are draft zoning text amendments that we've been working on, and we did share those with the council in the packet as well. Next. Couple other items. So the reasonable accommodation procedure, and this is the process that somebody who has a disability or an accessibility problem that requires special dispensation on their property in order to continue using their home would request an exception. One example of this is you may see sometimes there's a home that has steps leading into the front yard a certain distance, but then they want to put a ramp, but the ramp has handrails, and that handrail is just high enough, for example, that it exceeds the front yard setback height. But because the person has a demonstrated disability, they need to use a wheelchair, they need to have the ramp, they're able to provide for an exception to be able to continue to live in that home. Well, currently the city's procedure is discretionary. It goes to a hearing officer, and then it's subjective. In other words, somebody doesn't have the guarantee that they'd be able to achieve that process. And so we were asked to revise that procedure to make it more objective with set criteria, so we've worked on that. We've also been asked to build in objectivity to our review processes, and that has to do with the administrative use permit, precise development permit, and also conditional use permit processes. And we've done that by amending criteria and adding findings that are easier to navigate and make it less of a subjective guessing game, essentially. Next. Other housing element implementation, so this is just an update. So for accessory dwelling units, that is part of our housing element. It's not part of any decision that the City Council will need to make on the revised housing element, but the Council did adopt an updated ordinance actually the second reading was just tonight, and that was in part in response to comments that came back from HCD after they reviewed our ordinance. Another program is the details on the land value recapture program, which is an adopted program as part of our housing element. We are developing terms for this program, which would be applicable on housing element inventory sites and also any future rezoned non-residential sites that would allow for housing. But what it would essentially do is require those not constructing affordable housing to pay a fee of some sort in order to fund affordable housing elsewhere in the city. And then lastly, the broader application of mixed use along commercial corridors. This, by broader, I mean sites beyond what is being proposed as part of the sites inventory. We are continuing to work on that as well. Next. So last, I want to give an update on environmental determination, so CEQA. So when the city adopted the housing element in December 2021, because the housing element in and of itself does not permit any development, and it's a policy document, the city at that time found it to be pursuant to CEQA exempt from CEQA under 15061. The revised housing element, staff is proposing that it would fall under that same category, and at this point, it's just for for your information. But the staff is continuing to prepare the CEQA and review and documentation for the rezonings that are needed to accompany the housing element. We forecast that to come forth in the next month or two. In terms of public notification, this discussion item was shared through an e-blast and social media, as well as an update on the city's website. For the upcoming public hearing, a legal ad will be published in the Easy Reader. I would note that our e-blast list has grown since I think our last published number, but it's grown to about 2,800 email addresses. And these are requests from community members to be included on the interested parties list. Staff has received many public comments, starting with the Planning Commission public hearing, but also following during the last 3 weeks. And that has mainly been concentrated on the St. Cross sites, but overall, it did include some general commentary on housing, the need for housing, the need for affordable housing throughout the city as well. In response to that, staff has created a frequently asked questions section on the city's website and have responded to as many inquiries as we can, as working hours allow. But we have been engaged with anybody who has inquired or visited us at the counter. And then lastly, for tonight, staff does recommend that the City Council conduct a discussion on the revised housing element and ask any questions and provide any input. I will note that although we did provide the zone change documentation as well as the zoning text amendment, that's really for context. It's really important because the zone changes have to go with the housing element, and since staff has been working in concert, the two documents together, we wanted to share that. But we are phasing the recommendations for any action, and so when we come back on July 25th, the action would only be on the general plan amendment portion, and that would be the housing element and the changes to the land use element, but that zoning will come back at a later date, likely the following month. So I wanted to really explain the suite of materials that you have in front of you, and that they will be phased when they come back. And so that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Director Tai, for that very comprehensive staff report. It's complicated, to say the least, so appreciate your ability to articulate the facts and this challenging issue that we're faced with. I will save my questions and start with my colleagues, beginning with Councilmember Francois for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is quite a challenge, and I certainly want to thank all the people that provided input and comments. I didn't have time to reply to so many emails. There were so many, but it was good to see the input. And I did provide a bunch of questions earlier, and I'm glad to see you've incorporated the answers into the report, so less that needs to be asked now. It's great. It's a challenge, and I'm determined to come up with a plan that can be approved by the state, and maybe we can be able to tweak it, and I'm hoping that's what our responsibility and duties here are. So regarding potential sites that could be included that haven't been into the housing element, if we're able to come up with enough sites that haven't been identified yet that could meet our RENA numbers, am I under the assumption that we could change the residential parcels in the Monterey area, St. Cross, and reduce them from high density to medium density, or prevent them from going to an R3 if the other properties meet our RENA requirements?
I'd ask that you please tamp down the applause. We've got a lot of questions, and I know we've got a lot of folks that want to be heard this evening, so.
So, thank you, Councilmember. This gives me the opportunity to go a little bit more into the site selection process. Fortunately, we're a small city, but what staff had to do to come up with the sites was essentially, because of that half-acre threshold that I mentioned during the presentation, staff had to pull every single parcel that met the size criteria, as well as the physical characteristic criteria, the land to improvement ratio, the improvements before 1990, and start there. And at this point, there are no other sites that are available that meet this criteria. I mean, and life always changes, of course, but at this point, we would not have sufficient sites in order to meet that low-income RHNA. If you look at the sites inventory, we have more sites that accommodate for above moderate and moderate numbers, because those sites don't qualify for a low income, but we were able to use them because they had property owner interest or some other component where they were underdeveloped or vacant. But in order to meet the city's RHNA, they have to meet that specific criteria. And at this point, staff has exhausted the properties throughout the city. So that's the first part of the answer. The second is, as part of the affirmatively furthering fair housing criteria, the sites to meet the RHNA cannot be concentrated in one area disproportionately over another. Our task is to distribute the sites as much as possible, and as they're already concentrated along most of the commercial corridors. And that's where we have to do a lot of justification, even to say why we think that's okay. I don't know what the HCD is going to say, but that's another charge. Is these sites have to be distributed, and so when you have a physical site that meets the criteria with property owner interest, it's very difficult for a staff recommendation to say, we have to take it off, and especially when we don't have another site to replace it with. So right now, I don't have an answer to that. I don't have a solution for you.
Okay. I've gone over some potential properties and discussed the details about that with you, and some people have written in and suggesting properties. Would it be appropriate for a council member to form a subcommittee with another and contact property owners to see if they are more, because I believe a lot of requests went out to property owners, you just didn't get a reply back. So we don't know whether they have intentions at all to develop, and I didn't know whether that was something that two of us could work on or something like that.
There's nothing precluding that, but yeah, I mean, I would have to defer to the city attorney.
Correct, and so, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Director, city staff did reach out to these property owners.
Correct.
And so this idea that they are unaware of this or were not gave the same level of notice as the at-issue site is simply not correct. Now, what maybe, as Director Tide did mention, life does change. We're not sure if maybe that notice went to a previous property owner, or maybe things do change. I would reiterate, as Director Tide did say, the timing deadline that we are under. And so further, tonight's meeting is one of general discussion. There is no official action being done tonight, and I will leave it at that, Mr. Mayor.
So are our hands tied as far as coming up with potential sites, or is that still something that could be considered?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, again, my answer is that there's nothing precluding anybody from calling a community property owner or engaging in any kind of communication, sure. And if we had a site that had a suitable physical characteristic that met HCD criteria, which is part of state law, if we had that and property owner interest, certainly we could work to see whether that site could be included.
Okay, thank you. Is it true that there's a lot of things we can do to encourage more housing, but it doesn't really directly connect to helping out with our RENA requirements? And I think I went over one example, the draft zoning text amendment, section 24. I don't know if you're able to pull it up. Talks about the parking requirements for mixed use and encouraging residential housing on that. And there's no reduction of parking requirements on that. Is it possible that we could, for example, add that shall include bicycle storage for 50% of residential units? Could we add to that in lieu of the parking requirements and reduce parking requirements for the housing part of mixed use? And that would encourage developers to provide more housing in mixed use. And I went over this with you earlier, but
Sure, yeah,
Yeah.
sure, absolutely. No, I understand. So just for context, for the benefit of the public and the council members, the section referred to is on the redlined zoning text, and it has to do with the proposed language for 17.40.180 subsection H, which allows for some level of reduced parking for mixed uses, because mixed use development has commercial during the daytime, residential at night, and so you can share the parking supply, but also a requirement that the applicant shall include bicycle storage for 50% of the residential units. And so in terms of the section, yes, the city is always able to incentivize residential development by relaxing parking standards, and that can be in a myriad of configurations, whether bicycle parking is used in lieu of vehicle parking or a parking waiver or parking reduction, any of that. However, the relationship to meeting the site's inventory criteria for low income, though, there isn't a relationship necessarily. Because the site, at the end of the day, if it doesn't qualify to count toward the low-income RENA site, it doesn't qualify. And the mixed-use parking reduction would apply to anybody constructing mixed use, right? So
Yeah.
they don't necessarily correlate, but the answer to the first part of the question is, yes, the city can always reduce parking to incentivize more housing.
okay. You're showing that that's the one on page 14, is that right? Or what's your page
Page
number on that?
13.
13 and 14, okay. Yeah, I have a lot of other questions, but those are the main. Oh, you mentioned about lot consolidation. Is lot consolidation required as part of the housing element?
The program lot consolidation was included as part of a previous housing element, and it was a required program to incentivize property owners to combine lots if they were adjacent to one another to ensure that development was more efficient from a land use standpoint. So in the current housing element, lot consolidation is not only proposed to continue, but it would be broadened to apply to all of the housing element sites, inventory sites, because it's a way to facilitate housing.
If we were to reduce the amount of lot consolidation that would be available, for example, in residential zones, would that hinder our RENA requirements? Or is there no direct correlation between that and?
Correct. There's no direct correlation between lot consolidation and the RENA number. However, doing away with a lot consolidation is the city taking one step away from facilitating housing. And that would be the opposite direction of the direction we're being asked to proceed in.
Okay, but considering the fact that, for example, if we're required to keep this, what some people are labeling spot zoning in a residential area, we could remove the lot consolidation in those residential areas and not be zinged on our RENA requirements. Is that correct?
Well, the two wouldn't correlate, but I think the review of the documents, policies, and programs would lead one to conclude that the city's moving one step away from facilitating housing.
Well, yeah,
and-
okay, but on the other
that
hand,
would
it could be, well,
so unless-
we're spot zoning here, so let's at least do this for the areas we're
Right.
spot
So
zoning.
I think unless the city came up with an alternative program that improved upon facilitating housing, at this point, staff would not recommend moving away from lot consolidation, since it's a specific program that was previously adopted, certified, and is simply being carried forward in this housing element.
But would it cause our housing element to be rejected?
I can't conclude that, but my
Okay.
sense is yes.
Okay, thank you.
And
That's all I have.
Councilmember,
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Francois, I just wanted to clarify, spot zoning only refers to circumstances where there is a development project in play. So there is no spot zoning because there is no development here.
Oh, thank you very much. That reminds me of one more question then. I'm sorry if I'm taking too much time, but I just thought I'd get it out. You mentioned that we're coming up with potential properties and there has to be a likelihood of development. And when it comes to this area on Monterey, and even planning commissioner made the comment, they're not here, the developer isn't here, the owners of the property, St. Croix, they're not around. They haven't shown any willingness of what they plan on doing. So could it be interpreted that there isn't really a likelihood of anything happening because they have just been missing from the picture after they've been invited, or they haven't even interacted, I guess, with the neighbors, from what I'm hearing. So I was just wondering.
Right, thank you. Yes, so no, the city received in writing indication of property owner interest. And the HCD criteria is that if you have property owner interest, that's enough, that plus the physical characteristics of satisfying the size and everything, that is enough to qualify you to be on the site's inventory. It's vacant lots that otherwise perhaps do not have any current property owner interest that show physical characteristics that redevelopment might be likely. An example might be a property that is larger than a half acre, that has had a vacant building on it for 6 months, a year, and absolutely nothing has happened with it. Because it's vacant, it qualifies along with the half acre to be on the list. So for that, you don't necessarily need property owner interest. But if you have property owner interest on a fully developed property, that plus the half acre will qualify you to be on the site's inventory list.
Okay, thank you very much. I look forward to hearing from the public on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, Saman, you look like you're ready to go next. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Tai, thank you so much for that. I know you've given that report a couple of times now, and it never gets easy, I'm sure. This issue is very complicated. I appreciate your doing a great job of explaining things. I wanted to just clarify a couple of things. Our arena numbers of 558, I think the point in regards to, and please confirm this for me, the idea that we need to meet 233 low-income housing units is part of that 558, and that the St. Croix property is about the only property that actually helps us with that number. Is that correct?
Well, there's a series of properties that are all, that put together contribute to that number. It's not all on the St.
All
Croix
on the
site.
one, okay,
Right.
good, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Could you expound a little bit on the Housing Trust Fund? Explain that a little bit, please.
Sure. So the Housing Trust Fund isn't necessarily a part of the city's housing element. It's not something that would be up for the city council to adopt or anything, but it was something that was approved through legislation. It was modeled after, I think it was in the Bay Area. It's modeled after a housing trust fund in the Bay Area, but basically it's a body of funding from all the participating cities, and then it's used in order to fund affordable housing projects in those cities. And like any kind of funding resource that goes toward a specific project, there would be a board of directors, an administrator. Every year they might put out a notice of funding availability and then review the projects that are looking for that funding assistance to determine which is the best return on investment in terms of providing housing in probably the most needed area or in the greatest quantity or something. They'd have some set criteria that the board would form. And so Hermosa Beach is part of the South Bay and would be part of that South Bay Housing Trust Fund. That hasn't been kicked off yet. The South Bay COG, I believe, is applying for grant funds in order to fund the costs of administering that, and and that would be putting together the board, putting together staff in order to start developing the program.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sure.
I think that's all my questions from staff are right at the moment, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember DeToy.
Thank you. And just to echo my colleagues' remarks, thank you for that wonderful report, Director Tai. This was early on in the presentation, and you talked about it, but the ramifications for not adopting the housing element, so specifically builders' remedy lawsuits and the Attorney General. So if you just reiterate that one more time.
Oh, you want?
Yeah, could you just explain it one more time?
I'm so sorry. I
No worries.
Yes. So the Housing Accountability Unit up at State HCD is the newly minted department that now carries out enforcement. And so not only are they monitoring cities for housing element compliance, so I don't know if those of us that are fans of the housing element tracking process, there's a dashboard that the state has that you can at any given point filter by county and look at who still hasn't certified their housing element yet. So they track all that. They also track housing projects, by the way. If there's a housing project that's encountering a lot of controversy or roadblocks, they do get involved in that as well. But on the side that's relevant to us, which is the certification of the housing element, we have already received a notice of, I would say it's a notice. I mean, I think it threatens violation, but it says you are out of compliance with state law. You've missed the statutory deadline. You do not have a certified housing element. In my conversations with HCD, they've indicated that formal violation letters are going out this week, and because we've shown progress, I haven't gotten one yet, and I hope they hold off on us. But what happens is they'll give us a formal violation letter, probably a set timeline to comply, but the next step is referral to the Attorney General's office for follow-up. And then what happens after that, is I mean, you're in the legal system, so it's hard for me to predict, but some of the known penalties are fines. They could fine the city every day for being out of compliance. And after a certain amount of time, they might refer us to court, and a court has the ability to suspend a city's permitting authority. And they could suspend permitting authority not just on residential, but on commercial, on anything. And there have been a lot of questions that have come across my counter, actually, because we run the development services counter, about what happens. And the answer is we don't know. We don't know if it's that all of a sudden plans and permits have to go to the state, or whether it's a complete stop. And so that all leaves to be, we can't determine that. We've also heard about ineligibility for state funds. We have some grants that we seek reimbursements on because we've expended the funds, and that goes through a more a scrutinized process because we also still don't have a certified housing element. So there's and then the risk of litigation. Early on, I understand that housing advocacy group, did contact the city and indicate that exposure to litigation is possible also. When you're out of compliance with state law, the city is exposed to a lot of different things. And then, like I mentioned, lastly, not only builder's remedy, but Senate Bill 35, for example, there are many housing streamlining tools that relate whether or not a city has a certified housing element and has met its RENA numbers. It relates that to the city's ability to not approve projects. In other words, they tie your hands and say that there are certain specific there's situations where you have to approve projects. And so all of that limits the city's ability to carry out its own development functions, namely development review, permitting, and then having to possibly spend money on fines.
Thank you. We had a public commenter mention builder's remedy. You mentioned a few times. I don't think most of the people in the room watch the housing dashboard. So could you just expand on that and what that would open us up to possibly?
Sure. So the builder's remedy is not new. It came out of the 1990 Housing Accountability Act. But basically, it means if the city doesn't have a certified housing element and somebody comes along, now, I mean, the property owner has to acquiesce. You've got to have property owner cooperation. But if a property owner says, you know, I've waited too long, for example, and I've got a development partner, we're going to propose something. If they do 20% affordable, and that means if they do 20% affordable, they can use density bonus. They can, you know, they can put together a project that the city may or may not really like. And the city's hands are somewhat tied in what the decision can be. I mean, you essentially can't deny it.
And just to add to that,
Yes.
if I may, so the key phrase there is that even if that project is inconsistent with the city's existing zoning code and existing general plan designation, provided those factors that Director Tai articulated, we are prohibited from denying it because it is not consistent with the zoning or general plan amendment.
And then just to expand on that a little bit more, we had a voter-approved height limit of 30 feet. If there was a builder's remedy that went beyond that, could we deny that based on what the voters approved?
I don't believe so.
Correct. That their language in that builder's remedy and the government codes that Director Tai mentioned do not carve out anything special for voter-approved height limits.
Do you have the overall trend of housing units or doors over the last 10 or 15 years in Hermosa Beach? Have we been adding housing stock, or
Sure.
how's
yes.
that look?
I can give you a general idea. I can say that there are many different sources of that information, and you know, my staff has been working on reconciling that. So in 2010, the city had 10,162 units. And as of 2020, it looks like the city had 10,092. So that's a decrease of 70. And then by 2021, I have to do math here. 2021, that decreased to 10,036, it looks like. So that decreased by, hold on. I can't do math.
56.
92 minus 36, sorry.
56.
Yeah, minus 56. And then the number stayed level between 2021 and 2022, and I think that's because the number of demolitions was the same as the numbers added, and that's possibly also because of new legislation with accessory dwelling units that made it easier to create those units. And then from 2022 to 2023, we went up 10 units, so we're at 10,046. And just by way of comparison, the population numbers, though, took a steady decline. So 2020, we were at 19,716. 2021, we were at 19,487. 2022, we were at 19,206. And then 2023, we were at 19,018. And so between 2022 and 2023, it looks like the city gained 10 units, but lost nearly 200 people in population.
Thank you for that. I know that the framework isn't built for the Housing Trust Fund, and it's not part of this housing element, but would we get credit for any funds we use for affordable housing units in other cities, or only if they're built in the city, or that's TBD?
Yes. No, that's a great question. So far, there has not been a path forward for the use for housing units produced in another city to satisfy our or a local jurisdiction's RENA.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions, Mr. Mayor.
Right. I've got a couple Director Ty. So my reading of the dashboard tells me that there are 539 jurisdictions in our state and 213 are out of compliance, if I'm reading this correctly. And looking at our historical cycles and our RENA numbers, it's safe to say that we haven't come close to building any of those units that were proposed during those previous cycles. Is that correct? Safe assessment?
Yes, the city has made some headways during previous cycles, but has never met the number, except the 5th cycle, we only needed 2
Two,
units.
right.
And
Okay.
we may have, well, I don't know. We may not have, because we're less than what we were in 2010. So, yeah, we may not have.
So in your opinion, what has changed between previous RENA submissions and what we are dealing with today? Why is it increasingly harder for these jurisdictions to have their housing elements approved?
Just to clarify the question, is it the RENA allocation numbers, or is it the sites criteria that we are asking about?
It's the jurisdiction housing elements, because we are not the only city dealing with this, the challenge of getting an element approved.
Sure, okay, now I think I understand. So in previous cycles, the RENA allocations were much more straightforward. They would take a regular growth rate, be it 2%, just for argument's sake, and they would multiply your 2% year over year, you know, sort of like the way you compound interest. They would do it very similar to that, and so if a city was showing not a lot of growth, their RENA number was low, but cities that were new cities or were in greenfield areas and outlying areas, they would show very high numbers because they just took the growth rates and the trajectory. You know, as part of the last 10 to 15 years, as the focus has become more on sustainable communities, the RENA formulas have changed, where now they take into account many different things. One is because cities across California generally have not kept up with the housing needed to accommodate growth, the RENA formula factors in making up for lost time. So you're satisfying numbers that perhaps you didn't satisfy in the past. You are satisfying for existing needs. So they take a look at what you know, whether people are overcrowding in households, whether they're paying too much rent, and those two things signify that there is simply not enough housing supply for the population that is out there. So that's existing need. There's another factor from the sustainability angle, which multiplies areas that are close to, they're called amenity-rich areas, areas near jobs, near transportation, near amenities like beaches, parks, airports, job centers. And those areas get a higher number, it's a multiplier, because the Sustainable Communities Plan is trying to encourage infill development and not sprawl development, because sprawl development factors into traffic. And so you have all these new factors that now, even though communities have grown over the last 100 years, there's still a number to satisfy because there's all these existing needs and there's all these efforts to try to group new housing units where amenities are. And that's what older cities, especially ones that are near the coast, that's what they're all seeing right now.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
Help me understand. So I'm assuming HCD has never visited our city.
The folks I have worked with have not visited our city.
Okay. And we are the densest city on the coast of California, the 21st densest city in the state itself. And how is it that our RENA numbers are higher than, say, a city like El Segundo that has a lot more space than the 1.4 square miles that we have?
Right. No, thank you. Yeah. So housing is in part a regional problem. And so there is every city in a region, no matter what their characteristics, has to satisfy a certain number. But the the RENA formula does take into account community profiles, how much land is available, whether it's a job center, and ultimately through the formulation, each city is given their number. With a city like El Segundo, I think one of the things that El Segundo has is a much higher buildable floor area with regard to office space. They are a job center. They're a corporate job center near the airport. And those spaces aren't deemed suitable or eligible for housing, because one of the things you don't want to do is displace a regional job center in order to create more housing. But then you have other cities that perhaps have commercial corridors that are evolving. There's a decline in brick and mortar buildings now. There's a recycling of older commercial properties. And those have been deemed acceptable, for example. And so these considerations all factor into the formulas that SCAG has in creating the RENA allocation for each individual city.
Oh, we certainly got the short end of that one. It's perplexing, and if you could please explain the bonus density one more time so that people understand. What does that really mean? Because we understand that there are some projects that have been built in the state with developers using the bonus density provisions of the law.
Sure. So the state density bonus law is not new. It's been around for, at least 20 years now, but I'm sure it goes back further. But it's, again, a way to incentivize types of housing that aren't traditional market rate housing. So density bonus is not a set percentage, and it's not a set type of unit. The state has a very complex tiered system. For example, you start off with your base density, whatever that happens to be in the city you live in. Let's say it's 30 dwelling units per acre. And if you build a certain amount of affordable housing, under state law, you qualify for a density bonus. So you might be able to go up to 32 dwelling units per acre. You have extra units that you can add on simply because you've added affordable. And it's correlated to what you're proposing. And so I've seen density bonus projects that are all market rate and senior housing, and they qualify for a certain percentage. The highest percentage density bonuses come from when people propose very low income units as part of their development. And you can go as high as an 80% density bonus, but at that point you're doing like 100% very low income affordable units. And it's a whole complex table, but it's a program that the state has. And then in conjunction with that, anytime you do affordable housing, the state also has maximum parking caps, for example, and that's also to incentivize those types of developments that you don't see as often. And because it's state law, cities are required to implement the density bonus programs in accordance with state law.
Thank you. So the bonus density really functions outside of this housing element because it's been around, and we could have a developer tomorrow propose a project and
Correct.
using the bonus density program.
Correct. It's an existing program under state law, and even though the density bonus program in our municipal code is out of date and no longer reflects state law, we are required to use state law.
And there's nothing we could do to push back on that.
That is state law, correct.
Okay. And we know that our neighbors had a development that was approved in Manhattan Beach, the High Rose. How was that done? Was that a density bonus? Was that builder's remedy? Are you familiar with that at all? Understanding it's outside of our jurisdiction, but
a little bit. Yes, that was a density bonus project. It was not a builder's remedy project. And that was an application received by the city on a lot that allowed residential development. It was a commercially zoned lot, but did allow, in the very same way that Hermosa Beach's C1 allows mixed use, That property was in a commercial zone that allowed mixed use, and it also allowed all residential. And that was done through a density bonus application.
And do you know how many of those units are affordable or
6 out of 79 are affordable, and they were very low income.
6 out of 79?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Do we have any other further questions before we open it up to public comment? Councilmember Francois.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up, because I really enjoyed the great questions that everybody asked here. And I have a follow-up on the builder's remedy, bonus density issues. As I understand your answers to Councilmember DeToy's question, if our housing element is outdated and not been approved, a developer can come in with a proposal, and if we denied it, they would have the ability to take legal action to get it approved along those terms, even if it exceeds the 30-foot height limit that we have. Is that what you stated?
In a roundabout way, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the end result's the same, yes.
Sure.
We wouldn't be able to deny it, correct.
And since our housing element has not been approved now, does that mean that tomorrow a developer could come in with a project
Yes,
above our height limit,
yes.
and we'd be forced to approve it because our housing element has not been approved?
If it met the qualifying criteria, but yes.
What qualifying criteria for?
Under the Builder's Remedy, under the Housing Accountability Act.
Right, okay.
Right.
Gotcha. Thank you. Did you want to add anything, Mr. City Attorney, or? I saw you grabbing the microphone.
I would just say everything Director Tai said is accurate for the sake, and this is too pedantic. There may be some murky area between when we adopt our housing element and when HCD certifies it. So the key would be for us to adopt it. And so the answer to your question, provided it's not adopted, all of Director Tai's answers are accurate.
Right. Thank you.
All right. And now the time many of you have been waiting for. Again, appreciate your patience, appreciate you all being here. Thank you for all your comments, emails, phone calls, and we will now open this up to public participation.
Our first speaker is Josh P.
Good evening. Thanks for your time and dedication to this, to the mayor, council members, city staff, and fellow citizens. My name is Josh Padgett. My address is 1730 Loma Drive, and I am one of the clergy at St. Cross Episcopal Church, the site of much discussion. St. Cross Episcopal Church has been a member of this community since Hermosa Beach, since before Hermosa Beach was a city. We've been here as a part of this community. And from that day to this one, the church has existed to serve this community and to serve alongside of this community. For all that time, we have cared about our neighbors and our neighborhood and about the Hermosa Beach and the Bay Cities community. And St. Cross is an active member of this community. We participate in the St. Patrick's Day Parade. We provide parking on Fiesta weekends. We've participated in Fiesta. We're glad to be a member of the chamber. We have had booths there. We're a proud supporter of the Pride weekend the past 2 years, and we're proud to be the venue for the Hermosa Beach Historical Society annual fundraising event. During the holidays, we're one of the sponsors of the tree lighting and have participated in that, hosting arts and crafts booths. And for years, we've hosted a big community event during the holidays, free to the community, of a production of the Messiah, Handel's Messiah. Our clergy serve as police chaplains and have been members of the Rotary and Kiwanis, and St. Cross is an instrumental partner in starting the Hermosa Beach Community Garden. We continue to harvest and donate fresh fruits and vegetables to local food pantries. On our site, we care about the safety of kids and parents who walk and bike through our parking lot every day, and we enjoy seeing all of the dogs that come as well. And in fact, we created a miniature dog park that we call the Divine Canine Retreat Center. If you are walking by, there is a doggy level water fountain and also, hey, free poop bags, because with all those dog walkers, community output came that we're upset about the dog walking and all the poop. So we sought to respond to that community input. We love our city. Our members live here. We work, shop, play, and learn here. Anything that we do to redevelop our residential properties will be something that we believe will integrate into the neighborhood, and we would never do any development without input from our neighbors. We, as a St. Cross, have had these properties. It's a blessing from generations past who sought to support the mission of the church to serve the community. And they scrimped and saved to buy those properties to use for the mission to serve the community. And as we continue to discern how to use those properties and the best practices, we seek to initiate a separate community engagement process when there are plans to be revealed, when there are design concepts to be shown. When we get to that point in our process, we'll be more than happy to invite neighbors to provide accurate information and invite their input, because we believe that whatever project we eventually develop on our site will only become better and a better project through community involvement. Thank you.
Who's our next speaker, please, Madam City Clerk?
Monique P. Monique?
So what I was going to say changed throughout the night as I learned more about this. What I want to address, first of all, is that I didn't even know about this until 2 days ago. Total lack of communication. Email blast does not work. For something as important as this, you should be sending a flyer to every resident. Every time I get something in the mail that has Hermosa Beach on it, I always open it and I read it. So I think that was the most important thing. The other one is I saw that you were planning to replace the community center with senior housing. I beg you to reconsider. I and my children have spent many, many evenings there. It's an important part of our community. Please don't take that away. That's all.
Jack Tedford.
Good evening. I'm Jack Tedford. I'm the senior warden at St. Cross. I'd like to begin by talking about what St. Cross actually owns in the Monterey area. Our main parcel, our central parcel, which we have our sanctuary, our parish hall, our education building, our church offices, is about 1.2 acres. It's located at 1818 Monterey, and it has been designated, designating this parcel allows the city to satisfy 30 of the 558 RENA units that it needs to show that the state is available for development. We also have some residential properties to the south that are adjacent to the main parcel. There's some on Monterey, a couple of parcels. There's some on Loma in the southeast section. To the north, we have some 4 parcels to the northwest. And then we also have 4 parcels that are zoned residential in the northeast, which we use for parking. In all, it appears that the St. Cross sites that have been designated constitute 66 of the 558 RENA units allocated to the city. That's 11.8% of the amounts that the city needs to designate. Some of our residential properties are in need of replacement and refurbishment. And as a result, a couple of years ago, we formed a committee that we call Art of the Possible in order to try to take a look at what we may do in order to improve our properties. Around the same time as when the city was having to figure out how to satisfy the state law. And through a conversation and a series of conversations, we agreed and we requested that we be included in the housing element. We believe that it provides St. Cross additional flexibility in terms of what it may be able to develop on parcels that are already residential and need to be redeveloped, and in some cases, the property is rebuilt. And at the same time, it also helps the city satisfy its obligation under RENA. I want to be clear about some things, though, particularly because of some of the rumors and other statements that have been made in the community over the last couple of weeks. We are not going to tear down the church. We have not sold any of the properties. We are not planning to sell any of the properties. We are not in escrow as to any of the properties. That was the rumor du jour yesterday. We have not entered into any contract with the developer to work on the residential properties, and we are not even talking with any developers at this time. The church is not going anywhere. We are not going to tear down the church and build a 50-unit low-income housing development. And I'm really sorry that the public has been misled by emails and texts that have been sent out about that. I realize I've hit my time. I would ask an indulgence of one more minute. I want to publicly acknowledge that while the opposition, I believe, is fueled by false and misleading statements that have been made to the public, there are real, valid concerns that we recognize and that we even, to some extent, share. Parking, traffic, safety, corridors for pedestrians, for the people who walk the dogs through our neighborhood and visit our property every day. We cherish our neighbors and have no intention of ignoring their concerns. And in fact, we agree with many of those concerns. Finally, I want to make a statement that I hope everybody in the room can agree to some extent or not. I want to acknowledge and thank the City Council, the Planning Department, Director Ty, and the city staff for the hard work that you all are doing and have done over the past few years on this housing element. It is a difficult thing, as you've observed, to satisfy the state law requirements. And I believe that everybody who's been involved in this project from the beginning to now and in the future deserves major credit and kudos. Thank you very much.
Who's our next speaker?
Elizabeth Thompson.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Thompson. I am a longstanding member of St. Cross Episcopal Church, and I am also the junior warden. I am here this evening to voice my support in the housing element plan. Thank you.
Stephen Smith. Bill Nunley.
Hello, I'm Bill Nunley, and I'm against lot consolidation and rezoning of the St. Cross Church's property because building high density would, on that site, will ruin the character of the neighborhood. And I think absolutely that the property values would go down. I don't think anybody wants to live in an even more dense with high-rise situation. And then there's the safety. There's the safety factors. What is to stop them from having gang members in there? What is to stop that? Or illegal aliens who are in the country that have been pouring in through our porous borders, open borders, I should say, and we don't know who they are. We don't know who they are or what their intentions are, whether they have a crime record or what their health status is. And I have lived in this city going back to 1980, and it has always been very unique, very special, And I've always felt safe walking the streets and the boardwalk. So I don't ever want it to be something where, I'm looking behind me or fearful of doing that. I want it to always be open and remain very special. A lot of good, just, friendly people who are down to earth. And so I think that we need to consider that in this whole equation. Thank you very much.
Lynn Pope.
Hello, everyone. This has been a really informative evening. I know this is a listening time and a hearing time. And the one thing I want you guys to really hear is that notification in Hermosa has been broken for some time. I've been here before. It's like my soapbox. Notification. I'm a Sunday school teacher. And one of the things that shows me right now is you guys are in trouble. The people before you, during you, part of you have really messed up. 2 years behind, you're in big trouble. I can tell. Tonight has shown our community you're in trouble, and I think you're scared. And so are we, scared for you. But the thing I see right now is the Philistines are approaching, and the state and the world is going to tell Hermosa what it has to do, just like with the cell towers. This is what California's got to do. You guys don't have a choice, and we don't have a voice. But there is potential to work together, and the thing that I feel you're missing is how smart these people are in Hermosa Beach. Yes, you're going to hear NIMBYism, you're going to hear a lot of stuff, but you've got some intelligent people who could help you and want to work with you. The old-time kind of community that had seating for everyone, where you went to a town hall and everyone knew the same problem. We didn't know how bad it was for you. We're just finding out. But you know what? We're not going to roll over right now and go, oh, too bad, they screwed up. Now we're holding the bag. That's how we feel about a couple of other things you're well aware of, the cell towers, the box that has 12 instead of 9. What is it? The trouble is you're not including us, and we can do something. I know so many people in this room are really smart. And remember, when the school was being discussed, you all brought us in this room. We had tables everywhere. We had posters up on the wall. We were working as a community together. And yes, we won some and lost some, but don't leave us out anymore. You need help, and you need us. And I'm telling you, there is hope if you include us. And for everyone who's over 50 or maybe 35, if you can't figure out how to get on Hermosa Beach's email, go into the building, go upstairs, ask for help. I did, and now I'm getting notified. I have to say, God bless us all. I wish the most for you, but there are smart people in Hermosa. So don't run scared. Figure out a way. Let us help you. Because we know. I was going to tell you, guys, there's a big bottleneck at 27th Gould. You know there is. You know that we have only 2 streets to get out of in North Hermosa. It's Pier or 27th. And you know, with the schools and people working, we are in serious trouble, but not as much as our whole town is. So let's just figure something out together. I don't want you guys to be hung out to dry, but let us help you. We've got some smart people. I know I've repeated myself, but neighbors, get on the email list and let the adults in Hermosa help you figure this out. I know I learned a lot tonight. We need to know this stuff with you. God bless.
Rob?
Who's our next speaker?
I have Rob.
Was that Rob?
Yes, Rob. Rob S.
Some familiar faces. You know, I've been to a lot of meetings over the years.
I'm sorry, Rob. Could you mind stating your full name for us, for the record?
Oh, name Rob Strokey.
Thank you.
2420 Hermosa Avenue, Hermosa Beach. Long-time resident. So, you know, I hear Ms. Ty state that and Mr. Donegan state that they've searched everything out, but I, you know, heard about this about a week ago, and we had a meeting on Thursday, and I found some lots, and I found some folks who have an interest in doing something to try to alleviate some of the impact that might happen from what you're considering. And the 2 lots are, the 2 locations are, give me a moment. I talked to the owner, and the owner's interested in getting R3 high-density zoning. And he owns 22 11th Street, which is a Brothers Burritos, and he owns 2 vacant lots next to it, which are a grubby dirt lot right out of Calexico, and he owns 46 11th and 58 11th Street. That's a total of 14,203 square feet. So it's not a half acre, but tell me if I'm wrong, but does a half acre is the minimum requirement for low-income housing. Is that correct?
This is not a Q&A right now, Rob, so just please make your statement and we'll answer the questions later.
Okay, so he hasn't been contacted by the city. He's got 14,000 square feet and five lots in a commercial zone downtown, right next door to the B of A and all of South Pier Avenue's parking lot that can be utilized by the city to create parking and do a lot of good things in development downtown. So that's numero uno. The second one is the Mitsubishi auto dealership on 190th and PCH. And he owns all of that. And then he owns a piece behind it, 301 Anita, but that's in Redondo. But the front part isn't, and it's a big property. And he has an interest in upzoning it and maybe considering a mixed use or something that would help out with regard to adding units to the complicated mess that the state imposes on us. And so, you know, he hasn't been contacted. And there are other locations on the 1700 block to the 1800 block of PCH on the east side. I know one person, Mr. Egger, who owns a couple of lots, and also a couple old realtors who own a lot or two, and they haven't been contacted. And, you know, these are little bite-sized pieces, but, you know, you can add them together and hopefully get something done. I don't really know how El Segundo can end up being, almost 5 point something square miles of 5.46 square miles of land and have, less units required than us. And I don't know how you push back on that, but one size doesn't fit all, and it's completely friggin' unfair to force Little Hermosa Beach to try to do 558 units. It's absolutely unfair, and I think we should band together with Lakewood and with Palos Verdes, which are other cities that are fighting these guys, and push back. Because if you don't push back on bullies, you'll get railroaded. And if we have a little bit more time, we'll find more lots. We'll dig them up, and we'll find them, and we'll talk to the people, and we'll get you guys some options. But to say that you've tried everything when you haven't, because I know these owners, it's not truthful. Thank you.
Who's next, Madam City Clerk?
Ray Joseph. Ray Joseph.
Hi, my name is Ray Joseph, and I think that we should relook at where we're placing, these high-density units. I think over by the church is a bad location. It destroys the neighborhood. It'll cast shadows all across that neighborhood and down below to the valley. It's not a good location for it. And then you've got locations going up Pier Avenue, which will completely change the character of the city. And as you can tell by the people that are here, how many people care about this? And most of these people just heard of this going on. I've got 3 weeks left with my son in the house before he leaves to college. And I spent my entire night here. I spent several meetings with other residents talking about these issues. People have things to do with their lives, but they're concerned about their community, of what's going on here. We have to have better options for people. There has to be better solutions. There's lots of apartment buildings along PCH. Why can't we put more of them there instead of putting them in the west areas? I mean, most of this is a power grab by Wall Street corporations who want to come in here and build high-density units. Why aren't they building them inland? They're not. Why should they? They want to do it here where it's highly profitable. So we need to think about our community. We need to think about our residents. Because if this is the people that found out about it in the last week and a half, 2 weeks, think of what all the other residents throughout Hermosa Beach are going to think when they start seeing 50 and 60-foot buildings by their houses. They're going to be very, very upset. And they're going to demand changes. And I think we need to really work on that and really look at what people are looking at, because it's a huge impact to people's lives. We don't have any vacant lots here. I don't know how we're going to, achieve these numbers. They're forcing these numbers on there because the big builders and apartment corporations, it's a free land grab to them. And we can't kowtow to them. We need to stand up and fight. Thank you.
The next speaker, Madam City Clerk.
David Mercer.
David Mercer from, I'm on 1710 Loma Drive. Don't want to go over what a lot of other people have said, people can get out of here, but just a couple of points. One is that they were in talking about spots that are appropriate. There are 4 lots that are part of this parcel. They're on Loma Drive. Loma Drive is an alley. If you're going to put 20, 30 units on a little tiny alley like Loma Drive, it ain't going to work. The other point I want to make, as far as other alternatives, my company owns 200 Pier in Hermosa Beach. We were never contacted. 200 Pier is 52 condominium offices. We are restricted by our conditional use permit from allowing residential. So I would offer that up if you want to take that condition off of me. Maybe you can count it towards your 500 units. Thank you very much.
Who's our next speaker, Madam City Clerk?
Betsy Nicasio.
Sorry, who's our next speaker?
Betsy Nicasio.
After being at the Planning Commission meeting a couple weeks ago, I thought I was going to have to come in here and talk about the reasons why this is a bad idea, but clearly there is a consensus that this is absolutely a problem. So I won't go into some of the reasons, environmental and we should embrace change, that were said by the Planning Commission. I really think you need to send them back to the drawing board. We've heard here tonight about some places that are available, but I think that the Hermosa Beach needs to be aware of the problems with notice. You may have done them legally, but if you seem to be defending how you notified residents about this, and if that's how you went about trying to find the lots and the places for this, with that amount of energy, then no wonder you didn't find better properties. You do need to use us. You've heard some fabulous ideas here today. I live on Loma. I'm Betsy Nicasio at 1704 Loma. And Loma simply just cannot take this. I don't know if you on the council are familiar with Loma, but it is an alley. You have to see all the walkers and dog walkers and the children. There's an exit there where the children come out onto Loma and walk down our street. To have more traffic on that street would be ridiculous and dangerous. Already the trash trucks have to back out. I don't know if you put something down at the end of the block there by St. Cross, where are the people going to turn around, these delivery trucks and so forth? I mean, already it can be a problem. I've been out there and the trash truck has to honk, honk, honk to get people, to move out of there. You get people moving in, moving out, all kinds of reasons you have. There is no parking on Loma already. To think that you can put more on Loma in particular is just ridiculous. It sounds to me like there's a time problem with this. That's not because of us. We just all found out about this. We're willing to help. We're willing to work. The other thing I would say is if St. Cross, if that simply has to be, it really has to be the parking. They cannot have a reduction from the 2 parking. I don't think you have 100 units of parking there. But they should provide 2 units of parking. People oftentimes in low incomes, and I've taught it in low income areas, lots of people live in them. You think it's going to be 2 people or 1 person, and it can wind up being 2 families. And it is just unsustainable to have that kind of traffic around there. And they should also be the ones to have to deal with the ingress and the egress. So hopefully you won't have to use St. Cross, but certainly they should, if they want to be the beneficiaries of the money coming into them from different sources, rent and from the state, they need to bear the burden. And I hope you don't rezone the parking in that area.
Jessica Accomando.
All right. So I don't typically comment for my personal opinion. I'm usually here representing the chamber, which St. Cross is a very active member, and we're very proud to have them as part of our community. I'm speaking here for my own self. There is not consensus to this. If you're watching online and you're listening to the conversations, if you engage with the more than 50% of this community that are renters, I know 2 of you up there are renters, this is a struggle for my generation. I understand that everybody's worried about property values, but let me tell everybody a little bit about my story. I'm almost 43 years old. I'm a college graduate. I've always had a career. I own a business. I'm also the CEO of our local Hermosa Chamber of Commerce, which I think I am paid fairly for. We do a lot of work in this community. I'm a member of the Women's Club. I'm a member of the Sister Cities organization. I'm a graduate of Leadership Hermosa Beach. I think that I was a member of the Economic Development Strategy session that happened during COVID. I was a part of the original conversation of this housing element in 2021 and paid attention when I was noticed during that time. I receive emails from the city, I engage in activities. I believe I am the person that you want living in the next generation in this community. And while I believe everybody has an opinion to say what they want developing next to their land, you're not entitled to that next to your land. And we're a community and a state that is constantly developing. And my generation is going to run out of opportunities to buy and even opportunities to rent. I have been renting the same place, a shoebox, here on Monterey Boulevard on the 1100 block for 12 years. I would love to buy in Hermosa Beach. But even with owning a business and being the CEO of our Chamber of Commerce and only having one car and my wife, we can't afford to buy here. Now, I'm not complaining that there's not enough affordable housing. We're a beach community. I totally get it. But when you start to develop a community that talks about the value of your property, but realize that most of the city's staff can't afford to live here, the people like me who are engaged in this community can't afford to buy here, and the people who work at the businesses that are struggling in our winter time here can't afford to live here, it's a problem that everybody needs to humble themselves a little bit about what they want for the future of Hermosa. I agree. If I owned here, I would want to protect my property values, but I would also demonstrate my interest in investment in this community and join the clubs that I'm in. A lot of these faces I've never seen. I would participate and volunteer, join the chamber, get involved in your local nonprofits, and help to make sure that you become a fabric of this, piece of the fabric of this community, and pay attention when these items come up on the agenda item and be a part of the discussion. I agree a discussion needs to happen. I agree that those parts are part of this process, but I've been here, I've been paying attention, and it sucks to sit over here, forgive my language, but it sucks to sit over here knowing that I wish I owned the property in the apartment building I live on Monterey Boulevard. So while I understand you're in a very difficult position and a lot of people are very disappointed, we have to look at the big picture. Do you want people like me living here?
Madam City Clerk, who's the next speaker?
Michelle Hampton.
Good evening. Michelle Hampton, 1721 Loma Drive. Why was there no diligent effort to inform the city residents about the housing elements starting back on February 3rd, 2021, when the first city council meeting took place? California Department of Housing and Community Development sent a letter to the Hermosa Beach Community Development Department back in October of 2021 to remind about engaging the community about the housing element. That didn't happen. But then tonight I found out that there was a grace period. If you knew there was a grace period, why didn't you engage the community to help you then? That was back in February of 2022. Also, that department that also gave you this letter gave you building block guides. And in there, it stated that you were supposed to make diligent effort to engage the community and have broad participation and engagement from the community. That didn't happen. Since that didn't happen, we're here tonight, packed in here. I know there were a lot more people, but some people just had to get home. This is a huge lapse in communication on a state-mandated law that has a massive impact on our tiny city. Also, Hermosa Beach has many community groups that could have been engaged with about the housing element and help inform the community, but that didn't happen. Also, why is our city 2 years behind on the housing element? If the residents of the city of Hermosa Beach were informed from the beginning about the housing element and what was needed from us as a city, the community might have been able to help, thus not making us 2 years behind in submitting our housing element to the state. Transparency? No. But because we are past the deadline for the compliance housing element, state law requires that the city rezone properties up to R3s now. It just doesn't sit right with me. Seems lazy and effortless way out. There are other locations that should be looked at and better suited for our community to meet the state mandate. This is the time for the city leaders to step back and ask yourselves, did we do our community justly, or did we just let our community down? Your decisions will affect Hermosa Beach forever. Think about it. This is not just your decision, but our decision. Our community, our voice. Listen to who you are supposed to be representing. Revise the plan to include alternative properties. Do not adopt the housing element as proposed. And my Hermosa Beach community, take a moment tonight to say hi to someone next to you. When you're out in the community, also take time to say hi, even to someone you don't know. Lead by example. We all know Hermosa means beautiful, so let's keep Hermosa beautiful and our California beach vibe. Thank you very much.
Sarah Rhea. Sarah?
Sarah Ray, I am on 16th Street. I will not beat a dead horse. I do not think any of this makes sense. I think a lot of you agree, and I'm empathetic to the situation you're in. I know this is not a Q&A, but I do want to acknowledge I was at the city planning meeting, and someone can disagree with me, or you can do it later, but I was told we were 22% above the state mandate, which I don't philosophically understand at all. If we don't think this is a good idea in general, I don't know why we're going above and beyond by 22%. If I'm wrong, let me know, or whenever someone can address that. So there are two issues, right? There's one, or at least from my perspective and a lot of ours, one, the overall number of units that we need to add, and the fact that, yeah, we're behind, but we can't look at the past, let's look at now. What can we do now to protect our city? Are we just going to accept it? I don't think that's what the community wants. As you said, Mayor, you know, short end of the stick. Well, let's just don't take the short end of the stick and swallow it. Let's try to do something to protect ourselves. Two, I want to address the Monterey site, which is a point of big discussion here. I have daughters that walk to school, over the hill to Valley, down Monterey to Hermosa Vista. The idea of them walking to school with the potential of 100 more cars trying to get out of the two ways, as mentioned before, is devastating. Like, this is devastating to that block. I cannot even believe we're having this discussion. There's been zero, as far as I understand, environmental impact reports to any of this, which is mind-blowing. So I don't think just reacting is the right way to go. And when I was at the city planning meeting, I heard a lot of, and I stood up and I spoke then, and I'll say it again, we just got to comply with the state and figure it out later. This is our community. These are our children. These are our families. We don't figure it out later. I think we've got to stand up for what we believe in, and I think with all due respect to the church, if you don't want to, why rezone if you're not planning on building something that doesn't make sense? There's residential space, there's housing there. You can, without consolidating, you can still have housing there. I don't understand the rezoning request or compliance. I also have to acknowledge that I've been an Episcopalian my entire life. I've gone to St. Cross. The transparency didn't happen until very recently, and there's no, I don't think anyone is trying to falsely, explain what's going on at the church. I just don't think anyone had any information from the church. So with all due respect, there wasn't a lot of transparency until we knocked on the door and asked. So I just hope that we can be smarter and not just move fast, even though we're behind. If we stick together, I hope that we can find a solution.
David Belasco.
Good evening. Great presentation by staff, by the way. My name is David Velasco. I've lived in Hermosa Beach for 32 years on Manhattan Avenue, the 1700 block, a couple blocks away from St. Cross. They've been a wonderful neighbor for those 32 years. I also wasn't noticed about the rezoning or the meeting. As background, I guess I still am, a land use attorney representing developers on large-scale projects in Southern California. So my former firm, the developers, the Staples Center, the Getty Center, golf courses. So I consider myself a pretty reasonable person and neighbor and lean towards supporting development and expanding housing, including affordable housing. So with that as my perspective, the proposed rezoning of the St. Cross property is drastic. If a private applicant proposed it, it would be rejected out of hand. Amending the general plan and upzoning portions of the property from R1 to R3 is a substantial departure from current zoning. This is not a high-density area, it is one of the most valuable and quiet areas in Hermosa Beach. St. Cross is in the sand section, 3 blocks from the beach. Would you approve this zoning for the Strand? I don't think so. While there's no project currently proposed, you can bet on one thing. If all or a portion of the property is sold, the developer will build it to the maximum heights, the maximum densities, and the maximum square footage. That's just the way the market works. This is inconsistent land use planning and will create an island of R3 zoning not attached to other high-density areas. Densities of this nature belong on busier corridors like PCH, Pier, Aviation, even Ardmore. You can upzone these commercial areas and increase height limits responsibly. Maybe reward the commercial property owners as a group. They have invested and been patient on Pier Avenue's renewal, which has yet to really happen. That will bring more commercial opportunities, restaurants, apartments, and wins in which the community shares, as opposed to benefiting one single property owner. Approving the upzoning of St. Cross properties will change the character of our neighborhood for the worse and be a windfall for a property owner, albeit an altruistic one. But zoning isn't personal to St. Cross. It goes with the property. This is a timing issue, unfortunately, driving a bad land use decision. There are more sensible solutions and compromises. Please find them. You'll be heroes. Be creative, negotiate the property criteria to meet the end goals, density bonuses and incentives for commercial properties, surface parking lots, consider eminent domain. Put Rob Strokey and the local brokers on it and they will find properties. He found me mine. Please don't give up, and thank you all for your service, and if I can be useful, I'm happy to help. Thank you.
Greg M.
Sorry, who's it?
Greg M.
Thank you. Greg Maffei, 6th Street. I'm a local realtor, but more importantly, a 33-year resident of Hermosa Beach. I've paid close attention to city politics since moving here, and I've seen a number of different city councils in this time. My concern for the past 10 years of governance has ushered in by the bipartisan "Keep Hermosa, Hermosa" mantra to keep oil out of Hermosa, which I and many other people here were involved with, has strangely been now created a council of national party-centric ideas rather than town-centric ideas. Important decisions like this were based on what was best interest of our charming town and its residents, not appeasing state leaders in Sacramento. We need to fight. It's now a bad word talking point or acronym to be a NIMBY. I say if we aren't discriminating or breaking law, we should be proud to say, I don't want a 5-story and above residential building in my backyard or by the ocean, even worse. We have the right to say not in my backyard in this case, and it is vital to keep Hermosa, Hermosa. I plead with all of you to begin to govern for our residents, not Sacramento. Where's Ted Lieu? Where's Al Martucci? The numbers don't make sense. What are we doing to fight them? The issue of conforming to a Sacramento power ideology is unprecedented, where our state government is forcing its will in shaping the landscape of individual municipalities. How are you not more angry? There are lawsuits about these issues all over the state, but Hermosa Beach has been silent. This is a dangerous precedent that you as leaders of our city should be greatly offended by for the sake of your own political power in our city, as well as that for our citizens. What's more, the talking points on the issue
think adding units will lower rent and prices to buy homes here. It will not. I'm sorry. I'm a realtor. It will not lower costs to buy homes or to rent homes unless it ruins our community. And we don't want that. There's plenty of data around the country to support this, and we realtors, as it's been mentioned, are happy to form a committee to help you get through this. As a related aside, our realtor board told Sacramento when they bypassed a defeated proposition to allow rent control a few years back, controlled by each municipality, and instead made rent control a mandate through the state. We told them that this would have no effect in bringing down rents. And 3 years later, it has not. And in many cases, it has raised rents. The simple truth is, Hermosa Beach, we don't have enough open land to add, as we've discussed, to add these mandated units. And if we make bad choices like this, especially on Monterey, to try and meet this arbitrary algorithmic demand by our state to add this many units in one of the most densely populated little cities, it still won't swing the pendulum to affect less expensive rents for enough renters. I'm sorry. I'll close by appealing to your logic. Decreasing density in an already densely populated area has been a priority in this town, in fact. It fell in line with an important environmental objective of current and past councils, where a duplex or a triplex by the beach would be torn down and a single-family residence would go up. The city was happy to have fewer cars on already crowded roads, trash, waste, and lighter usage of aging infrastructure. And our residents saw property values increase with these developments. This might not be a popular talking point, but more than 50% of the people in this city and voters in this city actually own their homes. You can't ignore them. Property appreciation is good. Say it with me. It is good. More than half of the residents own homes. If you don't think it's good, we'd like to know now, and we'll know that through your actions. Please be strong, be creative. Don't cave to Sacramento to ruin our city. Thank you.
Who's next, Madam City Clerk?
Dunham Stewart.
Dunham Stewart. Really don't have much more to add. My friends and neighbors have said all of the things I had listed. Net, of course, I do not want upzoning throughout the town. It's setting a dangerous precedent. That's been said. It's the significant properties that Rob mentioned, that they weren't even discussed, is kind of unfathomable, actually, because that property owner's owned that property for quite a while and is a Hermosa resident. I understand it that if this plan passes as it's written, it provides more control for Hermosa. And if it doesn't pass, we've heard the consequences of that. So I'd like that explained, please. I was also mentioned about the cities that are fighting back and trying to get a ballot measure on the statewide to bring local zoning back to the locales. I would like to understand how Hermosa Beach is getting involved in that as a city, if they're allowed to. There is a group that is doing that. Mayor Brand next door, and Redondo is part of leading that group initiative. I believe it's called ourneighborhoodvoices.com. And then a question might be, first of all, I appreciate the church being here. There's been many unanswered questions about your intentions, so your comments are welcome, although they certainly aren't contractual, and that's what scares a lot of people in this room. If they were not included on the plan, and the plan was certified, could they still, I'm saying they, could that property still be upzoned and all the steps that could be taken to raise the height limit? So that's really all I have to say. One more thing, this isn't about affordable housing. I understand it is from the charts and the things that you need to accomplish. If something got developed there, affordable housing would not be economically viable. From the cost to build to the cost of the land, it would have to be a donation by somebody to make it happen. So to think that there's going to be this hallelujah of 50 affordable housing units
It just isn't going to happen. A developer is going to put the 10 or 20% required, and the rest are going to be market rate. They're going to be sold, they're going to be rented at market rates. So the net of gaining a handful of low-income housing in that location is, while it might meet some goals, it's not going to make the significant difference that I guess we as a city need to figure out. Thank you.
Kevin Sutton.
Thanks for letting me speak tonight. I think there was a lot of good comments, a lot of different twists.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you please state your name for the record, please?
Kevin Sutton.
Thank you.
So I got here a little late. I work in San Bernardino. I heard there were some comments about a super PAC or money spent outside this area. I just wanted to say I'm the one who took that on. I didn't know about this project till like Thursday, and I felt it was important to get it out to the community. So I really wanted to make that clear. I am not against affordable housing. My experience in life, my dad grew up in Inglewood, my mom from a Chicago ghetto, my father-in-law is from Africa, and my mother-in-law is from India. And I'm obviously from a mixed marriage. I was taught by each of them to work hard. I paid for my own college, my own grad school, never bought new cars, new $300 shoes. I sacrificed everything to live in unaffordable housing with my 3 children and wife, because I love this idyllic community and I don't want it to change. And I don't want to San Francisco HB. Thank you very much.
Chris Butler.
Hi, my name's Chris Butler. There's nothing that I can add as far as the knowledge that a lot of the neighbors here have. The one thing that I do have, though, is that I live at 1825 Monterey. I live directly across the street from the church. So this has a huge impact on myself and my family. Not being informed is just egregious. I don't understand how something like this could be going on. In just 2 weeks, the community's already rallied together, and we've heard great ideas today. So it's so unfortunate that we're at the 11th hour now, and this is just happening. Just terrible, and it's another example of big government trying to force agendas down the community's throats. We should fight back. I don't understand why we're taking it like this, and I'm sure everybody would rally around that. Thank you.
Canyon Tim or them.
Hi, Corinne Tim. My husband and I live at 17th and the Strand. 28-year resident, 30-year realtor. I'm here to ask you to show leadership and to stand up for our town today and not to roll out the red carpet for developers to come in and build overheight buildings by using density bonus laws. The current draft of the housing element plan with lot consolidation would be a devastating reversal of decades-long planning that our city has invested. It would be a 180 from we haven't allowed lot mergers in years, and this would be a complete reversal of that. As I understand it, the density bonus laws allow buildings to be 2 stories over height, and that would obviously have a dramatic impact on surrounding properties. So I would like to ask you for 4 things tonight: to not adopt the housing element plan as it's currently drafted. We've heard about ways to revise the site's inventory. Will help. We would like to have collaboration and work with you. A lot of people have been trying to engage, and we feel stonewalled. So that definitely needs some work. And in terms of the potential penalties, I hear that 40% of California cities are not in compliance. So it seems that it's a communication issue for staff to reach out to HCD and say, you told us we're needing to engage the community, we're doing that, we're working on the plan. So, we're working in good faith towards compliance. Number 2 is to not upzone the church parcels. The combined lot size of the church's parcels are 109,000 square feet. It's 2.5 acres. Even if the church remains, they could section off 20% of their property and still get 50 units over height using density bonus laws. So I respect that they want to stay in the community, but they can still build a significant project. And there is precedent for this in San Diego. I sent an email about it earlier where St. Peter's Church sold off a part of their property and to a developer and built a large 200-unit apartment building right next door. Lot consolidation, obviously, want to see that removed, and remove the St. Cross sites from the inventory because, as was stated earlier by the director, if they remain, they will get rezoned, and then all bets are off on what can happen. So I just ask that you don't let this happen on your watch.
Krista Lyons.
Hi, I'm Krista Lyons. I've owned a property on Loma and 16th for 25 years. Everything I wanted to say has been said. I really want to speak about the notification like everyone else did. I thank God for Corinne. If it wasn't Corinne making me aware that the church was a site, I never would have known. We started that petition when we learned about that, and within, gosh, I think it's been 2 weeks, we have almost 2,000 signatures of people opposing the church site. With all due respect to the church, I believe that they contacted the city in 2021 and offered their site, and I wonder if the fact that that site was offered is why there wasn't more outreach to the community to look for other sites. The church has a forum every Sunday. They could have asked the community how they felt about that, and then we wouldn't have been here today and arguing about the church, and maybe would have helped more to find more sites. We're all realtors, and I don't know why a realtor was never asked to help. So I'm willing to help. I'm so happy that all my colleagues are here helping too. I want to thank the councilman who came to the meeting, and I appreciate all your hard work. Thank you for answering my email. Please don't allow the zoning to be up, don't allow the church to be upzoned, and let us help you to find a different site. Thanks.
Patrick Breen.
Good evening. My name is Pat Breen. I live at 1940 Bayview Drive. I'm here to talk about some of the issues associated with the builder's remedy. There seems to be a fear that the city must act or be subject to the builder's remedy. And I find it ironic that the city is voluntarily thinking about giving away its control over these properties by zoning them R3 because they're afraid that somebody might come in and take away their ability to control the properties. So the city is voluntarily considering giving up its right to control these properties so that it isn't told that it has to give up those properties. As numerous speakers, including the Housing Development Director, has said, the builder's remedy has been on the books for some 30 years, and it is rarely, if ever, used. And the reason for that is that it is not a panacea to the development. The one thing that the builder's remedy does that has not been mentioned tonight is that CEQA still applies. And so if you have somebody who comes in and makes a project application, the city will still then not only have the right to conduct CEQA, but it will have the obligation to conduct CEQA and to make sure that the project does not create significant adverse impacts. So the builder's remedy is not this boogeyman who's going to come in and change things. The other remedies that have been expressed do not have feasible effect on the city. Yes, the Attorney General can come in. Yes, they can take away your permitting ability. But HCD has taken the position that if a city is reasonably trying to accommodate their requirements, then it is not going to exercise any of those remedies. Period, end of story. And you need to look no further than to Huntington Beach, which has defiantly said, we are not going to do anything that HCD or the state requires us to do. The state has filed 2 lawsuits against them. Huntington Beach has filed lawsuits against them, and none of these supposed remedies have been implemented against Huntington Beach. And I think it's important to segment out what exactly is happening here in the city. You have these various properties that the church owns, and it's trying to accumulate them in one big area and saying we want to develop all those because there's a need in order to meet your housing need. But let's take a look at the 3 properties that are north of 19th Street. You've got 1900, 1908, and 1914. And according to the revised housing plan filed by the city or proposed by the city, those 3 properties are going to generate a total of 2 net new units. And to do that, you're going to destroy a neighborhood in order to get 2 new units. In addition, the construction and development of the parking lot is going to be built on a slope that has never been tested for development, a slope that is extremely steep, and we only have to look about 5 miles to the south here to see what happened in Rolling Hills Estates over the weekend and those houses there. If you give them R3 zoning, though, they don't have to come back and ask you for permission. They get development as a matter of right. One further thing, and I'll agree with the people who've said that the church is a good neighbor, but contrary to what Elder Tedford said, this is not things that people in the neighborhood are making up. And I'd like to read some quotes from the Easy Reader that Elder Tedford gave to them. He said, quote, "The church has interest in being able to generate income from those properties to help with the finances of the church," close quote. It's not my quote, that's a quote given to the Easy Reader. He also said they had been in contact with several developers, quote, "to see what they have to offer," close quote, and that St. Cross had hired a property consultant, quote, "to tell us what can be done," close quote. And finally, he said that the rezoning, quote, "opens up opportunities in terms of what we can do with our rental properties," close quote. If you rezone the property, they're very clear, they're not going to knock down the church right now, but they are going to develop north of 19th Street, they are going to develop the parking lot, and they're going to develop on Loma. And you should not allow that to happen. And if they want to commit to not putting in 30, 40, 50-foot high units there, you can give them their zoning change and accompany that with a deed restriction that says they're voluntarily not going to go over 30 feet, that they're not going to build more than 2 units on the property, and they can sign that and record it, and it'll run with the land, and then a lot of these problems will have been solved. Thank you very much.
Ronnie Cabrera. Ronnie Cabrera. Oh, I'm sorry, I believe it's for item K. I do not have any other speaker cards for this item.
Anyone else in chambers wishing to be heard? Please approach, state your name for the record.
Good evening, Council. My name is David Graith, and I live on the southeast side of town. And I have a different perspective based on living over there, and I think I can speak for probably a lot of people in a similar situation to my own who are not here to speak for themselves. And it has to do a lot with the geographic nature of these various sites that have been identified so far. Most of them you can see are along the major commercial corridors on South PCH, Aviation, and Upper Pier for the most part, and then plus some other exceptions like St. Cross and over in the Cypress area. And there are a lot of people, even though those are in commercial or mixed-use areas, there are a lot of residents that will be impacted potentially by an increase in density and or including affordable housing in those areas as well. If you look at the parcel map that's as part of your attachment, I counted about 100 parcels to be rezoned or part of the HE overlay. And all but about 15 of those, so maybe 85% of those properties are all adjacent to residentially zoned areas. So you've got a lot of people that are adjacent to places where you are planning on zoning to have these sited there. And then you've got a lot of people that are still, maybe within a quarter mile of there. So that's a lot of people. Since I'm over on the southeast part of town, I've got several over on South PCH as well as on up on Aviation, and including a potentially major development candidate, which is over there by the big lots across from Jack in the Box there at Prospect and Aviation. Those people aren't here, but they are potentially impacted as well. Unfortunately, sometimes people will say, well, it's not a zero-sum game. Well, in this case, I think this is kind of a zero-sum game. So if we do have to shift some things around to alleviate the concerns of some folks, we're going to be having to, move the numbers around and then find some other locations, and then that's going to be more people that are impacted. So, and sometimes we talk about community, and I think part of that is our willingness to share this tremendous burden that the state may be putting on us to accommodate all these extra units when we're already very dense. Maybe a lot of people don't realize that they're contributing, but I know that, and I would have liked to have seen more geographic diversity. One of the first maps that was shown, it was the one with all the green parcels, and there had the site over on centrally located, the Verizon site over there, the old cable place. And there was the one on 2701 North PCH. I like that because it gave us a lot of geographic diversity, and I was disappointed when those fell off. And maybe I was naive early on. I really thought we could strive for geographic diversity in the spirit of everybody pitching in and maybe making a little bit of a contribution to solve this enormous problem. What it seems like is staff has been really up against a tremendous challenge just to even identify any sites, even though it would be nice to get diversity. Anyway, the point is everyone is sharing the burden here, and I hope we continue to make sure that they are able to do so. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else in chambers wishing to be heard? Yes, sir.
Hi, guys. My name is Jared Stoll. I'm on Monterey Boulevard as well on 20th Street. I came here in 2008, and I'm from a small town in Canada, in Saskatchewan. We call it the Prairies, and there's not much going on. There's a lot of land, and I played hockey, and I got traded here in 2008. And when I stepped foot in Hermosa Beach, I absolutely loved it. And there's a reason why all of the hockey players live in either Manhattan Beach or Hermosa Beach. How small, how quaint, how comfortable it is, how nice it is. Everybody is so down to earth. And I couldn't believe when I came here, and Dunham spoke earlier. I don't know if Dunham's still here. I actually bought his house in 2008. But I couldn't believe how close everybody lived together. It was unbelievable to me that how dense it was here and how crammed in everything was here. And yesterday morning, actually, a player just signed with the Kings. He's from Canada as well, and he said the exact same thing to me. He goes, I can't believe everybody lives on top of each other. And I can't believe what, the size of the lot of the church would do to that street. And every time we walk our dog down Monterey, it just wouldn't even look right to see a big apartment complex sitting there, whether it's 30 units, 40 units, 50 units, whatever it is, and let alone all the neighbors that live right around there, what it would do to Loma. We've already heard a woman talk about how tight Loma is with the garbage truck, with all the kids walking to school. It's just, there's so many reasons why that property doesn't work in that location. And it's common sense, a lot of it too. A lot of what we've heard tonight, I'm going to be real quick here because it's late already, but a lot of the reasons why it won't work at that site, it's just common sense. It's safety and it's common sense. So that's all I got to say. Thank you guys for listening, and have a good night.
Do we have anyone else in chambers? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Todd Mackey, and I've been a Hermosa Beach resident, owner, and voter for the last 25 of the last 33 years. Love every moment I'm in this city. It's a quaint, chill, comfortable place to live. And I would really hate to see this neighborhood, the neighborhood that I live in, become or slide a little bit towards a Venice Beach vibe and be so overrun with traffic that we already deal with on an ongoing basis. I also, like many people here, just heard about this 2 weeks ago, just 2 weeks ago. And I know that petition that went around was signed by about 2,000 people. That's 11% of the population of Hermosa in 2 weeks. So as this word gets out and more people hear about it, I think you can bet on a lot more people being engaged and being very forward about their ideas about keeping their community in this neighborhood the way that it is now. I respect that this is a very challenging task, and unfortunately we got there because we didn't meet deadlines in the past. So what I would ask of you guys, as Karen said, go in there and provide the leadership, get engaged with the community, do the heroic efforts that weren't done before, and find other properties. And you have a lot of people stepping up here that'll say, hey, we can go to bat, we know the community, we know properties, and we can find other properties that are more appropriate for what we're trying to do in zoning and density than our little community right here. And I'd like the commitment of the council to say whatever units people come up with, that this community out of this meeting come up with, that those go directly against the ones that are allocated or potentially allocated towards the St. Cross location. Thank you and good luck. We're all here for you.
My name is Patsy Brierly. I am a longtime resident of Hermosa Beach and a member of St. Cross Church. One question or one comment that hasn't been made tonight is St. Cross is on Monterey Boulevard. Don't we, as a church, belong in the Coastal Commission area? And nothing has been said about the Coastal Commission. Do they not play anything in this whole picture? All of the rules under the Coastal Commission in terms of height and density are thrown out? That's a question. Because we cannot build, and I'm sorry, it's not St. Peter's, it's St. Paul's Cathedral in San Diego. It's in downtown San Diego. It's not against the coast, and we are. Are we not going to be committed to what the Coastal Commission says, or does the state say that's out of the picture?
Anyone else in chambers wishing to be heard?
Hi, my name is Rosemary Warner, and I'm a resident for 52 years in Hermosa Beach, and I oppose that the church comes and wants to put in our neighborhood a 3 or more story building. Here is the layout. You can get it from the Planning Commission where I got it. All the units, all the parcels are developed. They all have houses. None is empty. They don't have an empty lot. And by the way, they have maybe 2 units which could be developed. That's an R1 where a small building is on there. And by the way, they have 1 R2 unit with 5 tenants in there, 5 in 1 R2, and 2 garages. So they have to use the 1 unit as a driveway and parking for the tenants there. And the other unit, they have, it's an let's say it's an R2, they have also 3 units in there, no garages. So the church, if they don't tear it down, they don't have the square footage you would require to build new. Thank you.
Any other speakers wishing to be heard? Come on down, sir.
Hello, John David. I guess I want to use a little bit of time to address the audience here and speak to you. Peter Nolan, the property is Peter Nolan's property. He's been involved in the conversations. He actually has expressed interest in being on the housing element, or at least developing housing. I don't know if he'd want to do low income. It's also, I don't think it would apply because his property is too little, but just want to state that. I also want to state David Gretham's right. You know, it's got to be next to somebody. So if it wasn't St. Cross, it's someplace else, and you'd have a different group here. So it's a challenging situation. There's something else. There's a state bill that probably will allow St. Cross to build anyhow. So there's a bunch of state bills that are trying to promote affordable housing. So, you know, my personal viewpoint is we need more housing. That's just the way it is. I know nobody wants it in their neighborhood, but the reality is we have a real affordability issue. It's caused by lack of supply, and it's caused by us, all of us. We don't mean to do it. We want to protect our neighborhoods. We want to protect our quality of life. I totally get that. But on the other side of that is somebody like Jessica, you know, and a lot of people like who just can't afford things. And if we do our job, add housing here, next city does it, the next city does it, it'll drastically increase supply and prices will come down. It's mathematics. Pricing is supply and demand curve meet. Bring up supply, prices come down. Yeah, I guess it's kind of all I really want to say at this point. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else in chambers?
George Schmelzer, Valley Drive. What goes around comes around. Moved here in Hermosa Beach in 1962. Served on the city council from 76 to 84 and have been involved one way or the other for those 50-some years. One thing I want to stress to you guys as you deal with this problem, and I'm glad I don't have to deal with it, and it's you guys that do, but you didn't think you would, is that the city is part of the problem. We created the problem. When you ran for city council in the 70s and 80s, if you said anything about building more, you were run out of town on a rail. It was low density, no density. The numbers that the planning director gave us were proved the point. When I was here, and I think the population in 1960, I think, was around 18,500 people, maybe close to 19. But the general plan at the time would have allowed for a build out of 30,000, that would have accommodated 30,000 people. Right now, we can hardly accommodate the 20,000 or 19,000 with the housing that we have. That was the general plan back then. So you guys are going to have to deal with it. I don't buy this idea of fighting Sacramento. There are plenty of people to do that. What we've got to be spending our time on are creative ways to meet what is not a terribly large task of finding a space where 500 and some units can be fixed in. As I said, in the 60s, there was a general plan that would have taken it out to 30,000. And I think people would still say the same kinds of positive things about Hermosa Beach that they do as it is now, because a lot of it just has to do with the people that are here. There was a lot of similarities between the meetings we held in the 70s and the meeting you had here tonight, only we were down zoning, and here you're talking about up zoning, but the same arguments are being used at the same time. So there are arguments that don't hold a lot of fact. And certainly nothing near what the director pointed out earlier. So if you have to put a committee together, by all means do so. But I think about 4 years ago, I served on a committee that was dealing with exactly this problem, well attended, lots of folks there. Even had one of those situations where you write what you want on the wall and pin it up there, had all of that stuff. But unfortunately in Hermosa Beach, about every 4 years, every 5 years, we turn over the population. About half the population turns over, so we don't have the same people here now that we had 4 years ago when a project like this started. So I don't envy you. I'm glad you upgraded your hearing aids. I can hear everything that went on tonight. That's a real change. Sorry to see that you're still dealing with sewer taxes and things like that. We sure didn't get it right. In any event, you're part of the problem. So the solution has to fall on your shoulders. Thanks for giving me 5 minutes.
Jim Rosenberger, Hermosa Beach. I've been here 52 plus years, going on 53. 50 years ago this past March, I was appointed to the Planning Commission. And to back up what George is saying here, yes, we started to lower the height, increase the square footage per unit. We increased the parking requirements. All these things which have made Hermosa such a great place to live. And we never discussed at that time the problems of, well, the problem that came up that was discussed was from the developers saying, you're taking away our potential for extra units and all here. And what we didn't discuss was how that was going to increase the value of properties, and it has, obviously, because I bought a place for $150,000 in the early 80s. And yes, I tore it down and put up a supposed $1 million house. It's now worth $4 million. So I know exactly what's going on, but part of the reason for that is because we've done such a good job of making this town livable. And by making it livable, to do that, we had to minimize the congestion that we had here. Now, of course, the state, in fact, this month's issue of Atlantic Magazine, I recommend to you. It's the huge discussion inside on the conflict between state and municipal governments. And if you read it, you'll have a good idea of what you're facing because, of course, the state's telling you what to do. They're not looking at Hermosa as an unique individual city. They're looking at it as one of whatever quantity cities we have in the state. But it is amazing. I was a history major. It's amazing how history in the 50 years that I've been involved in government has gone from one extreme to the other and back. As we now, everybody loves what we've done, but now the state's telling us to go back. And they're trying to get rid of, I guess, of the requirements for parking that we've installed. And that will lead to the congestion that we did our best to eliminate. So I don't know what to say other than I'm seeing history repeat itself here, and I'm not sure it's good or bad, but it is what it is. Bye.
Do we have any other speakers?
Yes, Ed Hart, 419, 421 Pier Avenue. There's so much to say. One, for beginners, I know nothing about the St. Cross property, is it good or not. I'm not talking about that because I don't live anywhere near it. I think one mistake that is being presented is that this is all about the state of California pushing local government, which that's a cute narrative and we all bought into it. But reality is, from my perspective, this is about young people. This is about the future. This is about people who work for the city, that want to live in the city. This is about people who support the community, that want to live in the city. This is about affordability. This is about if people that would live here, work here, play here, they wouldn't need to drive, they wouldn't need to have a car, we wouldn't need to have parking, we wouldn't need all of that. But this is also about haves and have-nots, right? Everyone who's talking about keeping everything the way it is, they have a house, and all the renters not here to say, hey, we can't afford it. We need to get out of here. All the young people are not here. I don't see too many. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any other speakers? In the front, in the back, outside? Seeing none, hearing none, we will look to see if there's anybody online, Madam City Clerk.
Yes, Matt McCool, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello again, Mayor Jackson, City Council and staff, Matt McCool. One great thing about going this late, everything that has had to be said has already been said. I just want to go ahead and make 2 quick points. Number one, there is plenty, and I mean plenty, of affordable housing for the young people here in Hermosa Beach. It's called Get a Roommate. It's been going on for years for the renters. It's good to go. People can live here. I know that because I was one of them when I was younger in my 20s. So to say there's not any affordable housing here in Hermosa Beach is absolutely ridiculous. The last and most important point, because everything has been said here tonight, you people that serve on this dais, that serve our city council, you serve the people of Hermosa Beach. We are a government of the people, for the people, by the people. You need to go ahead and take the fight to Sacramento. Sacramento has no right to tell us how we're going to live our lives. One of the great quotes, all politics is local. All politics is local. So when this comes back, July 25th, those of you on this dais that support this, either you're too weak and too cowardly to fight Sacramento, or you support this increase in density. That's my time. That's my piece. Good night. God bless.
Do we have anyone else online, Madam City Clerk?
I do not see any other virtual hands raised at this time. Laura Pena, Laura, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, great. Laura Pena, I want to thank everybody, council, staff. Carrie, you did an outstanding presentation. I want to thank all the residents for showing up tonight. I can't remember seeing this many people, except when the police came and the fire department came. See, I've been following every single meeting for the past 2 years on this housing element thing. And I just have a general recommendation regarding this communication and notification, because I hear it from my fellow community members at too many meetings. They bring this up. I know we can do better. Now, how? It is my understanding if you sign up on the city website, Stay Connected icon, that does not give you the notifications to the housing element updates or the zone in. So we should be able to go to one spot. So that's just general housekeeping. But the reason why I wanted to call in today is I really need our city leadership to have a more robust discussion on the value of challenging our assumptions around housing. I've been listening to every single person tonight. And I'm putting it in context with the meetings that I've been to. So many times I've heard, well, don't worry, this is an exercise. It's not going to help. No one's going to build. It's just, we need to satisfy the state requirement. That's an assumption that's been made. In the beginning of the meetings, no one wanted mixed use in our commercial zones. I couldn't get people to talk about this. And now the assumption that we need parking requirements in our downtown commercial pedestrian corridors where our commercial businesses are desperately needing feet on the street. I want to thank Councilmember Francois for just asking the question in our zoning text amendment, how can we have parking storage for 50% of our residential units in our downtown, plus require them 1.5 parking spaces for studios? It won't pencil out. It's just a barrier. But here's the question that I keep coming back to. How can we incentivize affordable housing if we remove these parking requirements? And for some reason, I keep on going back to, if we did what we did to housing with any other commodity, food, cars, and we would restrict and overregulate how many we can build, we would artificially raise the price on those products. If we did it with food, we'd probably start a famine. If we restricted it with cars, used cars would go through the roof. But that's what happened when the chip debacle happened from the pandemic. We didn't have enough chips, so the price of used cars went through the market. I don't understand why people think that we can restrict and regulate housing in the same way and have it not affect affordability. People don't seem to make that connection with housing. In the recent Journal of Urban Economics, there is a new effect of new market rate housing construction on the low income housing market. I recommend that our council, our staff read it. The supply of new market rate units triggers moving chains that quickly reach middle and low income neighborhoods and individuals. This new market rate construction loosens the grip that we have. Because here's my final thought on this. The people that work in our city, Jess, our staff, our firemen, our council members who rent, they deserve to be able to afford. But if we don't stop restricting, I don't know how we can get around it. And if we don't look at the decisions that we're making and how it affects the next generation, well, then we're just very self-serving. And I can't be a part of that. I support us looking at creative ways of doing it in our commercial corridors that don't just do it as an exercise, but how can we make it pencil out? Thank you for your time.
Do we have anyone else online wishing to be heard? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll return to chambers. Look around, anybody else? Last call, last call. It's 11 o'clock, last call. All right, we will close public participation. Return it to my colleagues. I would like to, we've been sitting for 5 hours. I've got an old man bladder. Would you guys be okay with a quick break? All right.
And Mr. Mayor, just encourage the council not to speak to each other or any residents.
Right. Okay, so we will.
And then recess for how long, Mr. Mayor?
It is 11:02. We will recess till 11:07. 5
Understood.
minutes. Thank you.
Okay, Pat.
Are we at time on target? Oh, yes. And we're back. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Detoy?
Here.
Councilmember Seaman?
Here.
Councilmember Francois?
I'm sorry, if you don't mind, please. Thank you. First time I got to use this. Wow. I feel empowered.
Councilmember Detoy?
Here.
Councilmember Seaman?
Here.
Councilmember Francois?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Here.
Mayor Jackson?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. So, we just had a great, robust public participation. Thank you again to everybody for being here. I'm going to look to my colleagues for follow-up questions, and I will bring up the rear. All right. Councilmember Francois, we'll start with you.
Oh.
Work left to right.
Okay, thank you. I probably have a lot here, but let's see if I can consolidate this into. Based on some of the comments that were made regarding the total development that could be built on the St. Cross sites, and the fact that could deed restrictions or other types of things be put in it in cooperation with the property owner, or does it have to be just clean as far as upzoning goes? If I've worded that properly, I wasn't really thinking off the top of my head, but a few speakers spoke about that issue of whether something like that could be done to ease the concerns of residents in that area.
Correct. So a private property owner can.
Excuse me?
I said a private property owner, like anyone, can deed restrict their property as they deem fit. No, to my understanding, the state housing element process does not provide a mechanism for the city to mandate that a specific property deed restrict based off of whatever criteria the local jurisdiction deems important. Rather, what the likely answer would be is, well, then just make that the appropriate development standards, as compared to, it really kind of vitiates the point of the higher density by then the city turning around and saying, we're going to zone at higher density, but you have to deed restrict your property to not fully be, available for that.
Okay. So it's always up to the private property owner to do that on their own, but that is their prerogative, and that's how that gets resolved. Another speaker mentioned the OurNeighborhoodVoices.com initiative, which, if it gets on the ballot, could overturn some of these restrictions. Has this city council previously endorsed that initiative, or is that something we could put on the agenda for future consideration, or what?
Yes, you're referring to the initiative initiated by Mayor from Redondo Beach?
Yes.
Yes, this council has taken a support position last year.
Yeah, okay, I thought so. Does it help to do it again since there's new council members, or is that pretty much?
Only if you wish to change the position.
Okay.
I think it's actually on our other matters item too, tonight.
Excuse me?
Future agenda items.
Yep. There was a speaker that was knowledgeable in the real estate business who mentioned that CEQA still applies for projects that would be done under the builder's remedy. So is that, in other words, CEQA doesn't apply, and Coastal Act requirements are out the window when it's part of the housing element, but as far as CEQA process goes, if they build under the builder's remedy or the bonus density, that CEQA does apply. Could you clarify that?
Yes, so in the typical development review process, if it's a discretionary process, CEQA would apply. CEQA is a documentation of any environmental impacts that a project could bring, and it's a disclosure process. But CEQA is not a automatic approval or denial. It's just a disclosure document. And yes, it is very much part of the process. So yes, it would apply.
But it doesn't apply when it comes to housing element or affordable housing, or what? I'm a little confused about that. When does CEQA not? In other words, is CEQA still a protection all the way through this, or are some things exempt from CEQA?
Sure, there are lots of projects that are exempt from CEQA. CEQA actually in and of itself has a process to determine that most infill projects, to be quite honest, are exempt from CEQA. There's 33 categorical exemptions, for example. So although you are subject to CEQA, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to prepare an environmental impact report, for example. You could meet an exemption, but you still would have been subject to CEQA. You would have qualified for an exemption, and therefore your project, it has been documented as not having any environmental impacts and could proceed. So yes, CEQA is a review process, if you will, and yes, it does apply in any case where there is a discretionary project. So whenever a project has findings, for example, CEQA applies on conditional use permits. CEQA applies on subdivision maps. CEQA applies on, thinking of another one, coastal development permits that the Coastal Commission processes, for example. But CEQA does not apply on ministerial projects, and those are projects that are, quote, they're called by right. And so there are certain categories of projects that are required to be by right now, and any project like that would not be subject to CEQA. For example, a construction of a single-family home is never subject to CEQA because it is a ministerial process. So CEQA is tied to the process, not necessarily to the project.
Ministerial approval would mean, for example, doesn't go in front of the Planning Commission.
Correct.
It's done
It would be a staff level approval, yes.
Right. So what type, is that 4 units or less? What's the cutoff where it becomes, or has not been determined? Do we still need to determine that, or what?
That's actually a great question. So currently, under the city's current regulations, 2 units have to go before the Planning Commission. However, that has been identified as a part of our review process, or that's been identified by HCD as a part of our review process that we need to work on streamlining. In other words, 2-unit projects should probably be subjected to should probably go through an objective process where there's set criteria, they're able to be reviewed in an objective manner and be approved without going to a public hearing or in front of a board. So the draft zoning text amendment does have some proposed changes to those processes, but basically today anything that's 2 units has to go to Planning Commission. What we are proposing is that anything with 5 or more units would continue to come or go to Planning Commission. However, we are required to exempt certain projects that are by right, and by right would mean 20% affordable units. So they would be exempt from a discretionary project, which means they would also be exempt from CEQA.
Okay, I think perhaps that was what some of the speakers were referring to regarding that. So the 20% affordable is a requirement that we must abide by.
Yes.
Okay. And then the Planning Commission is coming up with recommendations regarding when projects are ministerial or not.
Correct.
They're going to be going through that, I believe, next week or so.
Starting next week, correct, yes.
Okay. I think that's probably all. I guess I appreciate the comments from St. Cross Church being a part of the community, and you know, I certainly do understand their and appreciate their concerns for stepping forth and coming up with an offer for putting in more housing. I'm a little confused about how suddenly this plan has moved to a point where everything has been recommended and this meets our arena numbers, and I'm concerned that it, whether it can or it can't be adjusted, and I think I hinted at ways that maybe we could come up with revising it, changing it, stroking it a little bit, including more properties that haven't been identified yet that we could secure some confirmation of property owners to include. And I'm just wondering, is that really something that can be done between now and in 2 weeks, or is it too late in the process now to get that to happen?
Yeah, so I think turning something around in 2 weeks is not feasible.
Because in 2 weeks, we're able to actually make decisions regarding this. Am I clear on that, or?
Sure, so one of the staff sets forth a tentative schedule. Schedules sometimes change, but they're not locked down, in other words. And so the tentative schedule was to present this to the city council at a public hearing. However, if there is work to be done to turn that around, plus to produce the staff report and the materials, 2 weeks is not feasible. And so, although we have a tentative plan to come back in 2 weeks, it just depends on what the city council direction is tonight and input is, and it depends on the amount of work we have. So I'm...
Yeah, okay, it's not that clear, but maybe clearer.
And so, Councilman,
Sure.
if I may jump in. So, obviously, no, this is not, written in stone right now. However, it depends on the request being made. I'm going to go back to what you said previously about, are there any sites that we, are just hiding under a rock over there that we weren't aware of? And our response and staff response is that, trust me, we did our due diligence. All of those steps have been taken. Hang on, let me finish.
Respect your right to don't interrupt the speaker.
Criteria. I understand that the public has made, hey, there's a few other sites that we can include, but as Director Tai spoke in her initial report, certain criteria has to be met. And so it doesn't matter if we grab all of those sites. HCD is going to look at it and say, here are still our criteria. And so for those sites that meet that criteria, we have reached out to them. And the owner has not expressed interest. Nothing tonight has indicated that answer is any different, once again, for the sites that meet the specific criteria. And so, I guess doing that again, I'm not sure the utility in that, to reiterate, just for the sites that meet the specific criteria.
So the staff report we will get in 2 weeks will pretty much be the same as what we already have. If we're thinking about adjusting this, that's something that we would vote on at the next council meeting? Since the agenda has not been written for us to have the ability to vote on anything tonight. This is just a study session.
Correct. The point of tonight's meeting is to provide information and garner feedback. So you're right, there is no official vote tonight on any specific. However, if it's clear that the direction or will of at least a majority of you up here tonight is to take a different direction or go a different way, staff will likely take that into consideration and simply not come back here with the identical thing, knowing that 3, 4, 5 of you all said, hey, we think, we want some changes.
Okay, well, with that response, I'm just going to state that I'm in favor of finding a better way. As a former council member, mayor that came up and spoke, let's find new creative ways to make this work. And I'm ready and willing to do that. If there are other council members, I think that's a better way to do it than to go ahead and approve something that's similar to what we have in front of us tonight. And I'm hoping to hear from my colleagues on whether that is something that they also would be favorable to working towards. Thank you.
Did you have any thoughts on better creative ways that you want to discuss?
Coming up with other properties.
Okay, if I can.
Where there have been, excuse me.
I think.
I'm sorry. Was that a question for me?
No, it was, and I think. Well, maybe we should have a discussion then on the site selection process, because I understand what you're saying.
Sure.
We've heard this evening that this gentleman, the Brothers Burritos and all the land there, that he is willing to include his property. And we've heard the other gentleman who's got 52 office suites, that if the CUP were changed. So I think in Councilmember Francois' point is, are those properties feasible? And maybe you could talk about the site selection process, what you did as a staff to reach out. I know that some of these building owners are on the Economic Development Committee, and that they knew what was going on, but I'm not aware of any of them volunteering to throw their property in the lot for consideration. So if you can just kind of talk about that to address Councilmember Francois' point.
Thank you, Mayor Jackson. And I think we heard a couple of things tonight. One is perhaps we haven't been as clear as we could have been about how we went about doing the sites inventory and the criteria. So I think if we can have Carrie go over what steps the city took to do the sites inventory, and if there is a property that's not on the inventory, why are they not on the inventory? And we kept track of all of the properties that were mentioned tonight. I think you saw us writing them down furiously. And in a quick scan, none of them actually met all of the criteria. So if I can ask Carrie to elaborate on that.
Sure, thank you. As I mentioned in my presentation earlier, the half-acre threshold is really difficult for Hermosa Beach, and there just aren't properties, and that's not just, we just didn't look at parcel size itself. We also looked alongside if there were two properties owned by one owner that could be combined, that was more than a half acre, for example. So we went through.
I'm sorry, Director Tsai, if you can just talk about the half acre and what that requirement is.
Yes.
With regard to what component of the housing element that is required to satisfy.
Sure. The half-acre requirement is to satisfy the low-income portion of the RENA numbers. So currently, our assignment is 359 low-income, very low and low-income category. Of that, there are 39 accessory dwelling units that HCD has allowed us to count for the next 6 years, but during the 8-year planning period. And that leaves a remainder of, let's see, it's 220, it's 320. And so of that, we actually need a 15%, so we provide 355 using the sites inventory table. That's 11% over. Under state law, we're actually required to have a 15% buffer. We don't even meet that right now, but it's the closest we've come because we've exhausted all of the sites that at least show as physical criteria. There were a couple of sites mentioned that we did look at. So the ones down on 11th Street have a general plan designation of recreation commercial. That, because they're in the visitor serving coastal area, in our preliminary conversations with the Coastal Commission, converting all of that to residential is not something that's going to end up getting us certified for a local coastal plan, not the housing element. So we had to steer clear of the west side of Hermosa Avenue. So that was one restriction. The other thing is, even though those lots put together, they're not half acre, which means we could count them toward moderate or above moderate numbers. But as one of the public speakers mentioned, that 22% number, I don't know the prior speaker, but we are over by 22% because in our moderate and above moderate categories, we're 65% over in moderate and 11% over in above moderate. But we are not meeting the buffer required for low. We barely meet low. And so it's the low income category that has the half acre threshold. If you're under low income or under half acre, we can include them on the sites inventory. I just can't put them in the low income category. And if we don't have those RHNA numbers, our housing element isn't going to get certified. So that's the struggle. It's the half acre. There was another property, I think that was mentioned. Jack Surfboards came really close. But Jack Surfboards and Ocean Realty owned by two different people. Maybe if there's property owner interest, that one is possible. I want to keep options open. However, the affirmatively furthering fair housing regulations about distributing properties throughout the city, that's another challenge that we have. We have a locational challenge. And currently, there really aren't any other sites in the northwest quadrant of the city. If you divide the city by 4 using pier generally, pier to aviation, and then down PCH, that's the 4 quadrants. And so in that northwest quadrant, we're really struggling to find any other sites, because we tried not to touch any of the lower sand section that's already of higher density. So, but yeah, anyway, that was part of the struggle. But the city staff scoured every site, looked through thousands of properties, and so that's what we're really struggling with, the half acre threshold.
So if we've heard from a lot of realtors this evening, so if the realtors have somebody who's interested, then they can certainly relay that to you.
Yes, we are happy to evaluate any site that comes along. Yeah, we've kept a database of the ones that were close but didn't quite qualify for one reason. I'm sorry, there was also another one. There was one on Pier Avenue. That one got caught because it was improved after 1990. It was too new to qualify, for example. So it's a very strict set of criteria that we were just trying to do our best at to meet all that criteria.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. Did that?
Yeah, somewhat. The criteria that requires that they're dispersed throughout the city, and the St. Cross designated area isn't exactly up in the north end. It's practically close to Pier Avenue. And I talked with you offline about right across the border, Manhattan Beach has a lot of things that are very close to the north end of Hermosa, but you stated to me that we cannot include that even when it comes to the geographic disbursement in our city because it's over that border, and we just can't. Is that right?
Well, each city is responsible for distributing the housing in a way that is fair throughout its own city. And
right,
so although a city boundary may exist and there may be another city's eligible sites on the other side, the city itself, Hermosa Beach, we've got to meet our own jurisdictional responsibility to distribute housing in a fair way.
Right. So I'm not suggesting that those count towards us, but they can't even be used in the geographic issue criteria.
Correct. The cities are evaluated within their own boundaries.
Now, is that something that was guidance from the state, or is that in the law?
That is in, I think, Assembly Bill 686. It's all the fair housing requirements. The sites have to be distributed throughout the city. They're
Okay,
gonna-
and it's actually in the law then?
That's correct. Yeah, every technical aspect of our housing element has to comply with state law, and we've gone through, every detail to try to make sure that that's the case.
Okay, I was under the impression that there are some things that have been provided by the state that was guidance or requirements that were not actually in the state law. Is that correct, or?
There's multi-levels of criteria for housing elements. There's certainly legislation, and then there's the technical documents that come out from HCD that provide instructions to each jurisdiction on how their housing element must be completed. And then there are the comment letters that provide jurisdiction-specific comments that take into account the community aspect. So there's basically three levels of regulations that govern how a housing element must be completed before it is acceptable for certification by the state.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Carrie, and your team and the Planning Commission for doing extraordinarily good work on what is obviously a very complex set of requirements and a challenging environment to do it in. Thank you, everyone, for coming here, sending us emails, everything else you did to communicate, the folks from St. Cross. Thank you for being a good partner for the city and the community for so long. The fact you've predated the city's incorporation is not lost on us. I don't have any objection to a council member or a council subcommittee trying to beat the bushes one last time to see if there's any qualifying sites that an owner is willing in writing to say they're interested in upzoning. Even though we're at the 11th hour in the process, relatively speaking. But generally speaking, where I'm going to end up, just to take the suspense away for everybody, is that I think the Planning Commission and our city staff did an extraordinary job here, and as best as they could do. And so I support the housing element as proposed. I support the zoning changes as proposed. And let me explain a little bit why that is. When we look at the big picture here, California's population has increased from 30 million to 40 million since 1990. That's a 33% increase in population over 30 years. And the strain is evident in all of our infrastructure, from transportation to housing and everything else. And the increase in property values that those of us who own property have enjoyed is equally evident. The fact that demand has so vastly outstripped supply has made it so that we've all enjoyed significant appreciation in our property values over certainly the last 15 years, but going back many decades. Zoning rules that are post-war zoning rules and don't accommodate the growing population in our state and don't accommodate the city's respective shares of the housing need creates both policy and practical problems that we're trying to solve. The practical problems include sprawl and the associated traffic, air pollution, diminished quality of life, lack of affordability that we've all been talking about. It also presents us with the builder's remedy, which is essentially development outside of zoning. And there was commentary about how the housing element and zoning update as proposed upzones St. Cross so that we don't have to upzone St. Cross. And with apologies to the commenter, that is a misstatement of the purpose of the exercise. If we don't meet our RENA number, we lose the ability potentially to enforce our zoning rules throughout the city. So it's not a one-to-one equation. The policy problems are equally evident. The legislature has given us ADUs, which essentially means all your R1 zones become essentially R2, because now you can have 2 dwelling units on one R1 property. SB9, which is even worse. All R1 can be split, meaning a single-family residence, what you see as a single-family residence next to your house or in your neighborhood today, can be split into 2 units, each of which can have its own ADU. So you can now have 4 dwelling units on what was formerly a single-family property. The notion that that is the right way for us to accommodate housing need is not a notion that I subscribe to. And really it comes down to cities doing their share to accommodate the growing population and being able to continue to maintain control over zoning so we can do things like identify and plan for places where we want single-family housing and where we want multifamily housing and where we want all the other land uses that we have. The Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or the RHNA, is just a planning tool. That means the state requires us to identify an inventory of sites that can be developed to meet our city's share of the state's housing need. And the RHNA doesn't just fall out of the sky. It starts with the state, it goes to the Southern California Association of Governments, and then it goes to LA County, and then it comes to all of us. It goes through multiple layers, starting statewide, coming down to the county level, and ultimately to the city. There are lots of people who have input. It goes through lots of approvals before it gets to us. And it has a variety of different requirements that we've talked about tonight, which really limit how you put together that site inventory list in terms of how it's distributed, in terms of affordability and the size of it, and so on and so forth. And among other things that we just touched on was that the sites must be distributed throughout the city. So there's no redlining or clustering in one part of the city. Our city staff and the Planning Commission have been working through these complex requirements and evaluating all sites available to meet our RHNA. And the notice has been good in my mind. Anybody who has email or internet or otherwise knows how noticing is done in the city has been aware of it. And it was mentioned here a couple of times. It's not all that difficult to get on the city's email list, and you get every notice. And our agenda item tonight shows 10 or so meetings, including dedicated study sessions by the Planning Commission to the housing element. This goes back to Plan Hermosa, which started 10 years ago. And the housing element, as we've learned, is the one element of the general plan that has to be renewed every 8 years by state law. So this housing element renewal, the zoning update has all been the subject of many meetings. It's all been well known and connected to a whole bunch of processes. At a certain point, folks have to plug in and participate and get notices. We do what we can to push it out on social media, to post all of our agendas as we always do, to put the orange stickers on the buildings that might be affected, and so on. With respect to the zoning update in particular, I believe that that's a relatively late developing the site inventory list has been one of the more recent outcomes of the process, which is some of what folks are interested here. So it's understandable that if you haven't been following the housing element process, the zoning update part of it is relatively new to you, even whether or not you have been following the process. The city staff's and planning commission's work carefully balances the community considerations. There are a myriad of them, and we have to look at the community as a whole. As I said, if additional property owners want their parcels considered for the site inventory, and they can provide written indication of development interest to our community development department. And if we have council members who want to beat the bushes to see if somebody has a qualifying property that we haven't identified and made contact with, I have no problem with that. Let me talk briefly about the St. Cross property in particular. If you look at our zoning map as it stands, roughly 2/3 of the city from Monterey Avenue west is R3. And greater density than R3 allows exists in many locations around St. Cross. So in addition to all the zoned R3, you've got right on the block next to St. Cross, something that is 3 times as dense as our current R3 allows, right there on Monterey, on the 1700 block of Monterey. Everything south of 16th on Monterey and Loma is all R3. So that's a couple blocks away from St. Cross's property line. The bottom line is that a variety of densities, including densities beyond what the housing element provides and the zoning update provides at St. Cross, coexist happily throughout the St. Cross neighborhood and across the city, and they have for a long, long time. We had the example provided to us of St. Paul's Church in San Diego, and it's said in that communication that this type of scenario could play out right here in Hermosa. I respectfully disagree. For a variety of reasons that are apparent if one reads the appellate opinion that is referred to in the news article about St. Paul's that is linked in that email that folks have seen, or perhaps a social media post. Our governing documents are different than the governing documents that applied to St. Paul's. In the words of a San Diego planning commissioner, the governing community plan for 6th Street, adjacent to Balboa Park, where the project that's the subject of the St. Paul's example is located, it was intended to be like Central Park West. And if you've ever been to New York City and been on Central Park West, you have an idea of what they're talking about. A line of buildings demarcating the boundary with the regional park, Balboa Park. The zone capacity was already 147 units. And even the opponents of the project, who sued the city of San Diego unsuccessfully, conceded that 17 stories was an acceptable compromise. And it's discussed that it's because of the density bonus law and the upzoning that that type of scenario could play out right here in Hermosa. The state's density bonus law has been in place since 1979, almost half a century. And nothing of the kind has been built in Hermosa Beach. R3 and higher density dwellings already exist around St. Cross as a part of a combination of densities along Loma, Monterey, Hermosa Avenue, and beyond, across the city. And our experience with those dwellings is that our neighbors who live in them are integrated into our community in all the ways that concern people with respect to St. Cross. The height, traffic, parking, quality of life, pedestrian safety, and public safety. I'm not aware, and I talk to the police chief all the time, that R3 properties present any more public safety challenges from a fire or police perspective than any of the other zones in our city. And I'm also not aware that properties zoned R3 and properties around R3 or other zones in the city have appreciated at significantly different rates, if at all, than properties that are not zoned R3. We've all enjoyed significant increases in property value for quite some time. And I can attest that R3 zoned property, I live in one that was developed by Rob Strokey, has appreciated at a high rate, just like all property in Hermosa has. So I'll wrap up by just saying, meeting our arena is a complex task, and I'm glad that everybody was here, and I'm glad that everybody had an opportunity to give their input, and learned quite a bit about how difficult the task is that we find ourselves solving. It requires us to balance a whole bunch of factors with the entire community in mind. And like everything, even modest change can be scary. But our staff and the Planning Commission have put in a lot of work to balance all the considerations as carefully as they can and as equitably as they can. And I think they've done as good a job as can be done. I invite my colleagues to see if they can perfect it or make it any better, but I applaud their work and I support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Seaman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everybody that came here tonight, and I want to thank the neighborhood group that invited me to speak and communicate with you folks about the project or the situation at St. Cross. And I want to thank the people that came from St. Cross tonight. God bless you for being here, the folks that showed up tonight, because one of the major worries was, what are they going to do? What are they going to say? We heard they're going to do this. We heard they're going to do that. And because they were not at the Planning Commission meeting and they weren't answering the phone and so on and so on, there was so much speculation about they already have a deal, they already hired someone. And for them to show up tonight and dispel those rumors and explain how they felt about that development, I think that was quite nice of them, and I really appreciate that they were here. You know, it's interesting, and I'm going to echo something of what Mayor Pro Tem Massey said. It's interesting that St. Cross has certainly drawn the attention of everyone in recent weeks. But honestly, throughout the city, everyone has some impact from meeting our arena numbers and the state mandate for housing, for low-income housing. The R1s that are split, we can now split an R1 lot in half and build 2 on each. The lowered parking requirements for ADUs. Parking is always a problem in this city. We've just been struggling with permits and how many spaces there are and who should get permit. That's all a huge problem for this city. It always has been. Parking has always been a problem here. And yet the state says, well, if you have a 2-car garage, you can turn it into an ADU and you don't have to replace that parking. So these are overriding things that the state has made us do, required us to do in recent years, in the 3 years that we've been working on this. And so everyone is sharing in this. Well, I don't know if you like having residential in the commercial zone and mixed use and so on and so forth. Some people do, some people don't. But for those people who don't like that, there it is. We're doing that now. And we have to do it because we have to meet our arena numbers. Now, everyone keeps saying this, we have to meet our arena numbers, we have to meet our arena numbers. And in the St. Cross situation, I think it's been, Director Ty explained it, the Mayor explained it, it's been explained again. I really don't want to do it again, but I'm going to say this, that those numbers that we have to meet, our very low income numbers is 232, and we will never meet those without the St. Cross property being rezoned for low income housing. I don't want to debate whether or not we should have low-income housing, or is there a housing crisis or not a crisis. Everyone has their own opinion about that, and I think it's not really part of the conversation. The reality is, and the unfortunate facts are, is that our staff has looked for every single spot, every possibility that we can do to meet these numbers. And unfortunately, St. Cross is the spot that we need to have R3. Now, a lot of folks tonight have said over and over again, and emails and phone calls and discussions, please don't do this to us. Please don't allow this 30-story building to be built here in our neighborhood. So please don't pass this housing element. It seems counterintuitive, but the reality is by passing this housing element, by getting certified, we could prevent that from happening. Because right now, the builder's remedy would allow something like that to happen on that property. And if we can get our housing element certified, then we can retain some control over our own destiny. It's not a perfect world. It's not something that I think most of us don't care to have. I think if you listen to the Planning Commission meeting a couple weeks ago, I think every one of those or 4 out of 5 at least, expressed surprise and disappointment that they're going to support this, but we're doing it because we have to. We have to meet the RENA numbers to retain our control here. So I wish there was another site. I hope that some subcommittee can be formed and find some other sites. But unfortunately, I think the reality is we kind of have to face the facts, is that there aren't any. So I think it's obvious that we are in a position that we're in because we need to do this. And a number of people have said tonight, we should stand up, we should fight. We should have some pushback against the state. And okay, I understand how people feel. And I think back just not so long ago, we had a Keep Hermosa group, a group of citizens who didn't like the idea of drilling for oil in this city. They organized, they put things together, they got bigger and bigger, they got funding, they campaigned, they worked really hard, and they defeated it. That's the community coming together to accomplish something for our city. And I think that if everyone in this room and everyone that spoke tonight, and especially those people that said, we have to fight back, we have to stand up to the state, okay, but not here. I think there are organizations like our Neighborhood Voices. They have an initiative that can make these laws that are requiring us to do this. They have an initiative that would make those laws unconstitutional. So there's an arena that we can fight this in. And in the meantime, I think we need to do what we need to do to retain as much control over our own city as we can. And unfortunately, I think that means passing this ordinance, passing the housing element, excuse me. So I wish there was a different way. I'm all in support of looking for other sites. If that can be accomplished, I think it's great. I'd be happy to help if there's anything I can do to make that happen. But to be honest with you, I have little hope that there are other sites that we can use. So I plan to support the housing element and the zoning changes that we have as they are.
Thank you, Councilmember Saman. Mayor Mike.
Thank you, Mayor Ray. Just to dispel any information, senior housing on the community center site, has that ever been talked about?
It has not.
Okay. Second site that was mentioned, I know we've talked about the other one, west of Hermosa, but the dealership on PCH and Redondo. I know that approximately half of that site is in the city. The other half is in Redondo Beach. The two together.
You mean the auto dealership?
Correct.
So we would only, I think you said dealership.
Okay.
I was thinking JAMA as you were speaking, but I think you meant the Mitsubishi site?
Yes.
So as Director Tai said, we'd be responsible for only considering the portion that is on our property, our city.
Is that site close to a half acre, or do we know?
Thank you. I think that site is just over a half acre. There are some details to that site, i.e. it's tied to another site in another city that factors into the probability of redevelopment. So I'm not saying it's disqualified. I'm just saying that it's not as clean of a site.
Yeah, it's a complex site.
Sure.
For sure.
I mean, but if it's something that, we would have to, the property owner, and I'm not even sure if it's owned, that the two parcels are owned by the same person.
We're
So
seeing
when you
some
have
head nods in the back.
It is, okay, yeah, if you've got, basically, if you've got multiple parcels that serve one use, and in this case, it sounds like they're owned by the same person, but if they weren't, for example, you'd need like a joint letter, basically, from multiple property owners. I don't know what that means for the city of Redondo Beach, but certainly, we're happy to consider anything if that's the council's, suggestion.
Okay. I echo a lot of the same thoughts as if some of my colleagues have mentioned is, we've heard a lot of support from local residents that are in the real estate business that have connections and insight knowledge, and definitely want to do our due diligence, especially knowing that we're not at that threshold of I forget what the number you said, Carrie, 15% for low income. We're at 12.
Yeah, thank you. For the sites inventory, low-income sites, the state looks for a 15% buffer. We have 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think definitely doing due diligence, and I don't know if it's, as this takes time, if we are still pushing the momentous boulder forward, but if it takes delaying this, coming back to us in a meeting, and hopefully HCD won't come down too hard on us, but at least we're putting effort in and trying to get to that buffer area and looking at more sites. Definitely something that would be interested in, and especially if that was able to get us a little more time to really develop the land value recapture program and get that instituted, or at least the first reading on that. So I know while serving as a council member, and I can't remember if we did take any formal action, but I know we advocated against SB 9, and I'll give credit to both our state senator and our state assembly member who did not vote in support of it. We've always looked at creative ways to challenge a lot of these rules and laws that are coming out of Sacramento, and we are looking at continuing ways to be creative to maintain our local control as well. Specifically, I know that it has been mentioned that a few of us are renters up on the dais, and I'll tell my personal story. I moved to Hermosa and graduated college towards the later portion of the Great Recession, between paying off student debt and eventually starting a family. We weren't able to purchase a home in early 2010s, and then the prices took off, and now we're looking at our prospects. So we are renters, and my wife also works full-time in healthcare, and we still haven't been able to purchase a home in the city that we love, and have kindled a relationship and are raising our 2 kids. So it's definitely tough with the bidding wars, all cash offers to secure housing, and I know that we're not a unique story. We have old beach cottages that would be great starter homes that are getting torn down, and if I was in the same place as a developer, and I'd maximize my profits as well. Duplexes in the coastal zones get torn down, single families get put up with ADUs. Who knows if those ADUs are actually still in the market or just used as guest homes. And now we're faced with the rising interest rates and without a corresponding price in the housing prices dropping down. So that's just maintaining that the purchase for most of us in my generation is definitely out of reach. And just to echo Rob's comments, Councilmember Seaman, our number one job up here is to be fiduciaries of the taxpayers' dollars. We don't have a deep city coffer, as there's multiple ways to fight this, and we will support in any ways that we can. But I am supportive of the Planning Commission staff's recommendations of the housing element. I do want to pause just for maybe a meeting, just to explore those extra sites that came up in discussion tonight. I think that there's some potential out there. The one question I did have for Carrie that I missed earlier is there's a half-acre requirement, but if someone decides to develop a lot that's 0.45 acres and puts in low income, that wouldn't count towards the RENA numbers for low income, or would it? Is there some sort of ordinance we could pass to encourage those close parcel sizes?
So I could bring some hope to that, which is if there is an actual development project on a site that is smaller than a half acre, that the city is either processing or has been approved, that could be counted. So that's one way. And the other way is, although a site smaller than a half acre might be listed on the sites inventory, that might not qualify for low income, if they develop low income housing, we then can count it toward our RENA on the annual progress reports.
Okay.
But it would not count as part of the sites inventory challenge that I have right now. So, I mean, if there's anybody out there with a development project, though, that could help. So, thanks.
Perfect. And I just want to close by saying thank you to the community for coming out. These meetings we knew this was going to be a grueling meeting coming into it, and we still have some more business to attend after this, but this is democracy, and it's great to hear from the community. I, I really want to explore those extra sites and see where that lands. But I just applaud the work from staff and the planning commission moving forward. So thank you. Now Mr. Mayor's gone. So
Mr. Mayor's gone.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor's gone. Do you want to make any comments? Add anything? Because I think you did questions. I don't know if that completed your comments, but if you want to make additional comments, feel free.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to make some comments. I know that it sounds like I've been the instigator to try to do something different or look outside the box, and I'm not interested in fighting the state or putting the city in jeopardy of losing our ability and our control. I was hoping to get further in that direction and being able to do that, but you know, when I hear comments that, well, there's no problem finding some more properties, or if we do, it's not, we still need to include the spot of residential that we're that we've identified. I feel like I'm kind of on an island, but just to make it personal, I mean, you know, I've struggled my whole life and I moved here shortly after college and saved my money, invested it, but could never afford a home in Hermosa Beach. I had to buy something in another city, and I don't know if I ever will. But do I think that what we're doing here and what the state's requiring us is going to have any impact on it? I just don't think so. I mean, a lot of people were in my condition over those years of, you know, roommates and just paying a lot more percentage than what the guidelines state on my income towards rent. And I still getting priced out as rents continue to go up. I don't see this. I don't see how this configuration is going to create more affordable housing. I mean, we're going to tear down and displace many people that are currently paying reasonable rents. And there's a lot of buildings in Hermosa Beach that are still reasonable. They would end up getting moved out. So, you know, I just don't see that happening. I don't see it improving with this plan. And I guess that's a big crux that I'm having trouble grasping, but I appreciate the comments of my colleagues on this, and you know, that's pretty much where I'm coming from on it, but thank you very much.
If I may, can you clarify what you mean when you said, I think I'm on an island? Because that's not what I heard from the comments of our colleagues. And I heard you discussing the merits of the RENA policy and the housing element requirement. I thought we had moved beyond that, but in any event, what do you mean when you say I'm on an island with respect to?
Well, I don't know if that was the correct terminology, but I'm hoping for more ways of tweaking this to comply with the state. I'm hoping for it. I was hoping for it, and I feel like we aren't getting there, or we're able to accomplish that. And that's what I meant by that comment. Nothing more.
Well, be specific. I mean, you heard the same presentation we did. There's a whole bunch of limitations on how we put the site inventory list together. So what is it that you think you're interested in tweaking that you haven't heard from the rest of council they're interested in taking a look at?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure the question exactly. there's a lot of things we can do and still comply with the law. And maybe we can put together a plan, if we put together a plan and this city council believes that it complies with the law, and we get pushback from the state agency that's coming up with reasons why it doesn't, and we believe that it does, I think we're in good grounds to go there with it. But I'm not getting that feeling from my colleagues, and so maybe that's what I meant by the terminology that I used. And I apologize if the phrasing wasn't totally accurate, but that's as best as I can.
In terms of all the requirements that are required to be met. And I thought that's what you had indicated, so I heard consistency between your comments and the others.
When I hear the indication that, well, it doesn't matter what we come up with, we still have to include everything we've done, it just, I don't know, I'm wondering about the logic. I mean, we have a plan together that's 15%, it doesn't meet the 15% buffer for low income. So I guess maybe with that logic, even if we find other properties, it doesn't matter, we still need to include what we have. It's interesting how it's put together and somehow we meet our RENA numbers because it's put together. If we never had the St. Cross offer, would we still be able to put something together? I would think we could. And that's hypothetical at this point, but I guess that's part of the logic that I'm referring back to and trying to meddle around and navigate if that makes any more sense.
Well, in that respect, I think you're not on an island, you're on the same page as everybody else. What you heard is, what I heard was everybody's more than happy to have a couple council members, if they want to, take a look at it again and see what they can find. You also heard skepticism given how strict.
We've had several realtors who have said, hey, we can get other properties. You've expressed an interest in helping to find these other properties. If that's something you're interested in doing, then get out and explore it. Understanding, Planning Commission has had, we did what we thought was going to pass muster initially. And historically, that would have passed. Our initial application historically would have passed. But Sacramento is saying, hey, no more cities. You've been doing this too long. You've been doing this, it has been an exercise. That now we and other cities are being held, our feet are being held to the fire. So we've got to show that not only do we have these locations, but these locations are actually able to be zoned and built upon if there's somebody who wants to build. So the Planning Commission has looked at this, spent countless hours. Council has looked at this several times in the past. We had a submission. We thought it was good. It came back. They said more. We went back for a second time thinking, okay, the red marks, we've corrected those. And they said, no, we want more specificity. Again, the old days of doing business are gone. And that's why we, along with 200 other plus municipalities, still don't have an approved housing element. So, but again, if you've got a better way of doing it, let's flesh that out and let's explore it, because now's the time.
I appreciate your comments. I think I've expressed clearly what direction we could go into, but I'm not hearing it yet.
Well, what direction is that? I'm curious. You said what direction would you like us to pursue? Because you've got 4 members here who are willing to hear and listen. If there's a better way, believe me, we're not doing this because we love the idea. Right?
I'm quite aware of that.
Right.
Yeah.
We've wrestled with this several years. The Planning Commission has wrestled with this. We're at the point now where we've got to put up. So, but if there's a better direction, let's,
Well, I mean, I think I've insinuated it tonight as to how it can happen. But I have not heard it from the other colleagues.
well,
up here
I'm not
with
clear
this.
on how.
So, yeah, you know, I mean,
How can it happen then? Explain to me then. Maybe I'm just not paying attention.
okay, I don't know, maybe you weren't here at the time when we were discussing it.
Yeah,
but-
and I apologize for my,
That's okay.
my absences.
Taking a look at the criteria for eligible properties to include. Finding them, finding owners that are willing, meeting the criteria, making sure we use the criteria that's in the law, as opposed to criteria that are not in the law, because I think there's some criteria that are not in the law. I'm not sure about that at this moment. And well, I specifically mentioned the dispersion in the community issue. There's also the alternate sites that have worked nearby, but yet we can't go beyond El Segundo. There's some in West LA. You know, when I'm looking at the criteria listed in the identification of parcels section in the technical report, all those other criteria are not in that. So I'm a little puzzled at that, but I just think that if there's a will and a way to do it, then we could find a will and a way to do it. But like I said, the comments that I heard from, I don't mean to pin anyone else down.
No,
We are
I
all
want to flesh this out.
standing
Dean.
up on our own, you know.
Let's take a quick pause. Maybe we can ask Director Ty to flesh out the issue that you're concerned with and see, you know, because the indications from staff is they've shaken all the trees. We've heard from residents who said there are other trees to be shaken out, and we should look at that. And folks that have said, well, you can use my property, you know, may not necessarily fit the criteria, but we can certainly take another look at that. So I think we can do what you're wanting to do, which is to take another look at properties. And I look forward to the many realtors that were here and expressed a willingness to help with the process. And if we can get some, assurances from those property owners that they are willing to put their property into this mix, then we could certainly delay moving forward with the process. Understanding we don't have an indefinite period of time, but again, if a pause is certainly warranted if there's an opportunity to improve this.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, and I'm willing to look at things and figure out if there's some way we can get there. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
may I comment on this? I encouraged Rob Strokey to, because a week ago, he, at this, one of the meeting about the St. Cross property, he was there and we talked during the meeting and shortly thereafter, and he said there's got to be other properties, and I encouraged him to look for them. And I said, if there are, please find them. That'd be great. Come to the meeting and bring those properties here if there are. And I would do that again. And if that is something, I don't want to form a subcommittee and do all of that business, but I would be more than happy to contact Mr. Strokey again. He knows other realtors. There's already clearly a network of people who are interested in doing this. And let's give them the criteria in plain, simple English. I think we've been over it a dozen times this evening. But let them have that criteria. And they have a map of Hermosa Beach, and they know the area very well. They've been realtors here for many years. I would encourage them to put their own committee together and put their own efforts together and come up with other properties which could be submitted to the department, and let's have staff look at them If there's any merit to any of them, wonderful, let's do it. So I'm amenable to that. I also feel, and I've already stated this evening, that, as you just said, I think our staff has already done that, and I don't think there are any. But that doesn't, the world isn't perfect, and perhaps there is something we missed, and let them give it a shot. But I think that group of realtors would be the best people to do that, because they have their own inside information about so-and-so owns this and that and the other thing. Perhaps two of those people own some properties right next to each other, and they go, hey, I'll go in if you go in, and they put their property together, and we create a new site. And if that can be done, then I'm in full support of it. But as far as a subcommittee and all of that business, I think it would be much better, and I would be happy to volunteer a phone call or an email to Mr. Sprookie to get that ball rolling.
I think that makes great sense, and I think the Realtor Network, I know we have a distinguished realtor sitting in the back, and he knows everyone, and I'm sure he can help shake the trees, and if there are opportunities, then he can help provide that information to staff, and we can look at the feasibility of adding those properties.
So what we can do is collect the gentleman's information. I think it was a gentleman from here. We will send them the criteria. They're very specific. I think it's A through G, although it could be more. Send them the criteria, and if they're able to just send us a list of properties that they believe qualify under that, we can look at that. So instead, we are out of compliance, so I think council is very clear on that. What I cannot guarantee is that we won't be issued a citation by HCD next week or the week after.
Understand.
So pushing it one more council cycle, while risky, I would encourage council to only consider pushing it one more meeting cycle, it's late, meeting cycle. And so to the first meeting in August, that would give us the time to be able to collect a list of properties and then review them ourselves and put them through the pulses of the criteria and whether they qualify. But we don't need to have meetings. We just need people to be efficient and send us property addresses.
All right. That makes sense.
Thank you. So I really appreciate Councilmember Seaman coming up with that idea. I got the sense that there was no indication of someone else being a part of a subcommittee. This is a better solution. This might work. This might be what we're looking for, what we needed, and I think it's great. Thank you so much for coming up with that and proposing that, and that's something we can look forward to. Thank you.
All right. So I guess I'm last. Just a couple questions for you, Director Tai. I know you talked about the 22% versus the 15%, and I know that was a discussion point with the Planning Commission. If 15 is our buffer, I'm not a big fan of going to 22. Do we have to go to 22? What was?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I can clarify. So the 22 was a total percent across all of the income levels, whereas
Now the state requirement is, we're at 12, I think you said, right?
11.
11,
low
sorry.
income, HCD is looking for the 15%
Okay.
buffer above and beyond. And the reason for that is, of all of the RENA sites that are designated low income, for example, if, let's say they're all multiplied by the same density, they're all multiplied by 25.1 dwelling units per acre. But let's say somebody comes and develops, and because of a topographical condition or an easement or something, they don't reach the number of units on that density level. And so now, let's say there's a site, I'm going to throw out 20 units. Let's say it's slated for 20 units. They only build 19. You've now lost one. You've eaten into that buffer. And so that's why HCD requires a 15% buffer on low income. Now, we have sites that were satisfying moderate and above moderate, and those were over what the arena numbers were. So for moderate, I think we were 65% over. I think we needed 102, and we have 168. And then on the above moderate, I don't remember the exact number, and my iPad's completely blanked out right now. But on above moderate, we were also 11% over. And so if you average the low income 11%, the above moderate at 65, and the moderate at 65% over, and above moderate at 11, and their weighted averages, it's 22% over the complete RENA. But that means that on the low income side, we still don't meet the 15%. So I want to clarify that there's different percentages for different income levels.
Okay, so for those moderate to market rate, how would land value recapture? Because we're assuming that that land value recapture mechanism will be in place so that those that are building that moderate to market rate, because they're getting the benefit of that upzoning, there's going to be some sort of benefit.
Right. So land value recapture will be applicable to those who aren't building some sort of minimum threshold for an income level.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily the same percentage. We're still working out the numbers, but it may be a certain percentage for very low, a certain percentage for low, certain percentage for moderate. So just to throw out some theoretical numbers, it could be 40% moderate versus 15% low. And that exempts you out of land value recapture. But if you don't build that, then you would be subject to the land value recapture program, where you would pay into a fee so that the city would have funds to put toward other affordable housing projects.
Okay, thank you. And I know that Sacramento is pushing for streamlined process, and is it a should be or could, or is it a shall and must, I guess is the question, in terms of, we talked about, the Planning Commission talked about their apprehension to making so many of these ministerial, because there's always an issue, even if we don't think there's an issue, with regard to sloping, and it's never as cut and dry as we often like to think with objective criteria. So eliminating the Planning Commission from review could certainly be wrought with issues.
Right, so objective processes are really incumbent upon having a complete set of objective criteria. There's no limit to how much objective criteria you can have so long as it's objective, i.e. You can, any person can look at it and determine for themselves whether they meet it or not. So a setback is objective. It's 5 feet. You either meet it or you don't. Versus, the one of the common phrases is must be compatible with neighborhood character. That's subjective because that means something different to different people. So the short answer to your original question is market rate units should be streamlined. Projects with affordable units must be streamlined. So
and that's what the law says, must be.
We are being required.
Okay, but
yes.
Must be streamlined.
By right.
Does that mean zero Planning Commission review, or does that mean? I guess so. What does that mean? Does that mean we are? I understand you can't say no, but what does that mean with regard to a review?
It's objective criteria, which means whether it's staff looking at it or whether it's Planning Commission looking at it, it is objective criteria, which means it's...
Right, no, I get that, but they could say objectively this slope issue that the developer thinks is X is really Y, or, right? I mean, doesn't...
If there's a criteria, for example, if there's a criteria that says there's a maximum 2-to-1 slope on a grading edge, and you come along and you do a 1.75 to 1, which is steeper, then you would not meet that regulation of a 2-to-1 maximum slope. So that is a objective criteria. And so at that point, then the question is, when you have objective criteria, how do you best streamline that? If a staff is person that can read that objective criteria and apply it to a project. And a planning commission is also able to read that criteria and apply it to the project. And the criteria is objective and not subjective. The most streamlined version is likely, it's a staff level approval. So that's what HCD is looking for.
Right, but they're not mandating that we have to bypass our planning commission. I mean, streamline does not mean bypass, and there might be other efficiencies in which we can bake into the review I guess my point is.
There is no set language that says you must bypass your planning commission.
So I am, and this was expressed by the planning commission who, you know, we don't want to eliminate our planning commission because those with the historical perspective can tell you what has happened in the past when the planning commission was bypassed. So we love our developers, but you know, trust but verify. That's all the questions I have. You know, there was some talk tonight about, you know, quite frankly, 3 weeks ago, I was ready to, you know, let's sue, let's do what we need to do, let's slow roll HCD, you know, because I was thinking tactically as well as strategically. And I think strategically, you know, for those of you who don't recall, this council in 21 supported supported a resolution supporting a ballot measure that we were hoping would be on the 22 ballot that would restore local land use powers to municipalities because of the encroachment and the unfunded mandates that are coming down from Sacramento. So we supported that. There is a resolution. Unfortunately, the organization was unable to get the number of signatures. It was a finance issue, and it was just, they were trying to do too much too soon. So that ballot measure failed to qualify. There is a new initiative. Councilmember Saman mentioned it, Our Neighborhood Voices, and I think Mr. Dunham represented also mentioned that. I've spoken about extensively. I've been to real estate conferences where I've talked to realtors and they've asked, what can we do to push back on some of these unfunded mandates and get involved, understand what's going on, and educate your clients. Because this is an initiative that's starting to gain statewide support, to include regions in Los Angeles and Northern California. And we need the same energy that was channeled the last couple of weeks in terms of 1,800 people mobilizing. If those same 1,800 would mobilize and get involved and go to Our Neighborhood Voices and expend the energy and resources, that is something that we could get on the 24 ballot and hopefully have a constitutional amendment that passes and restores local control. That's the strategic goal. That's where we want to get. So the question is, what do we do between now and then? And doing nothing is not an option. We can talk about fighting, and everybody in here would love to push back with regard to the housing element. The Planning Commission has wrestled with this. We've wrestled with this, but we don't have the options. The state has said, hey, listen, you municipalities are not going to do what you've said you're going to do unless we make you. And they're at the point now where they are going to make us. So we don't, as a city, have the resources to fight this battle. I've asked questions to fellow electeds in terms of, okay, why aren't we banding together and pushing back against this? And there is no appetite. You have the onesies and twosies, and that's it. So they are all playing the long game as well and saying, okay, we have to satisfy the HCD requirements, you know, whether you agree with it or not, but they are also signing up and supporting the Our Neighborhood Voices initiative with the hope that that gets on the ballot in '24 and local control is restored. So we have not been silent. And if you've looked at today's agenda, you'll see that we are going to consider another resolution to support this new initiative, and that's going to come back to us at a later date. So, Hermosa Beach can and will be a part of the housing shortage solution. You can talk to some of our senior planning commissioners who can tell you we've been doing lot splits and we've been doing increased density, and there's a reason we're the densest city on the coast. It's unfortunate that we have these unfunded mandates and HCD doesn't look at the fact that we are shoehorned in pretty darn good already. But as former mayor and council member Schmelzer, sorry, I had a brain cramp. Schmelzer talked about our general plan when he was on council and mayor called for housing for 30,000 people. So we are not close to that number. We are right around 20,000 now with the goal of adding up to 500 and odd. So, we've heard a lot. I moved here in 2014, sort of my story, but not really my story. And I've learned a lot about Hermosa since I moved here in 2014, not knowing a thing about this place before I got here, except it was on the beach. And it means different things to different people. Unique, that was mentioned tonight, special, funky, cool, fun, low-key, chill, not like other coastal cities. We know that for a fact. I moved here after finishing school, family-friendly, great restaurants, great nightlife. Met my husband here, met my wife here, had kids. Iron Man, Hermosa Beach Little League. It's an amazing community. These are all things we hear all the time because it is an amazing community. I also hear, and I've said this 1,000 times, I'm glad that we bought when we did. We were darn lucky because we couldn't afford to live here now. I've heard I had to move because we couldn't afford to stay. Wish we could afford to move back. Hope we can afford to stay in Hermosa Beach. And we heard from a few speakers this evening. We heard from Mayor Mike. We all have countless family or friends and people that we know that rent. Hermosa Beach has a housing issue. Every day you go on social media, any of our resident forums, you read about people looking to move to Hermosa Beach, looking to stay in Hermosa Beach. These are people that live in our community, have been great residents in our community, making a difference in the quality of lives for residents and visitors and businesses. They want to stay home in Hermosa. So what makes Hermosa Beach special to everyone is that it offers something for everybody. The best little beach city is we all know this is more than this catchy little phrase because we all know that and feel that every single day when we have the privilege and we're fortunate to wake up in this city, to walk in this city, to live and work and play. We can talk about how much we love our educators. We can talk about how much we love our firemen and our city staff, our chamber and our business community. We can talk about the many other people doing great things in our city. 55% of Hermosa Beach residents are renters. 55%. Higher than the national average of 36. Manhattan Beach is 32. Redondo Beach is 47. Our Hermosa Beach friends and our Hermosa Beach neighbors rent. And contrary to what a lot of people think, rent is not a four-letter word. So, we've been handed a huge pile of lemons from Sacramento. So what do? What can we really do? No one is giving up. No one is being weak. No one is lacking leadership or courage. Those are some of the comments we heard. We're not sheep. We are 5 volunteers who are doing the best that we can, just like the Planning Commission that has been wrestling with this, just like the city staff that has been wrestling with this for years, trying to get it right. Because the old way of doing business is gone. This housing element would have been approved 4 years ago, and we wouldn't be sitting here. We'd be sitting at a number of 556 that were approved, and we wouldn't be doing a thing. Look at the previous 6 housing elements, 5, this is now our 6th one. We are now being held to our feet to the fire. So we have willing partners who stood up in front of you. They live here, they work here, they love Hermosa Beach as much as any of us. And they said, hey, listen, we hear you, we agree, but we're gonna do this right. You're gonna be a part of any discussion that we have if we develop. You know, everyone's talking about 50 units here and high rise, and you saw the map that was going around with the red covering, city blocks and, the low income takeover. That's not true. There are no plans. There's no process in place for 50 units and 100 cars on that block at St. Cross. St. Cross is zoned right now R1 and R2, okay? And as we know from SB 9 and SB 10, they could do a lot right now on R1 and R2, subdividing 1 into 4, 2 into 8. So there is an opportunity right now to increase the housing on the St. Cross property, absent what we do in this housing element. So we have done the best we can with a tough situation. Is it perfect? No. Is there room for improvement? Well, we're going to see, because we got 2 council members who've said, hey, let's shake the tree one more time. We've got residents who have said, we want to be a part of the process to help fix this if we can make it better, and we applaud that. The beauty of democracy is, we don't claim to be the smartest and have all the great ideas, but the beauty is we have a lot of people out there who are smart, who have offered their time and resources and knowledge, and we're going to take advantage of that, so we appreciate that. So I think Hermosa Beach has always been on the right side of so many issues. I think Hermosa Beach will get on the right side of this housing issue. What that ultimately looks like, there's YIMBY, yes, in my backyard. There's NIMBY, no, in my backyard. And then I guess there's MIMBY, which is what I am, maybe in my backyard. So, and it's all of our yards. I mean, I think several people spoke about it and they said, hey, listen, there's nothing there's very little that you can put in our city that doesn't impact somebody, right? Because we are all crammed in here, and we are all a block or 2 from, commercial. That's just the reality of where we live. On pier, off pier, Monterey. I've got R3 around me. No problems with R3. I guess on the east side, but you got a school on the east side, you've got parks, so somebody's got something everywhere in the city. So we are not immune. So the challenge is for us to continue to look at this. If we can refine it, we're going to refine it. We're going to get this back in a few weeks. We're going to have a public hearing. So we will flesh out all the details. You will have another opportunity to voice your concerns, your thoughts, and if you've got great ideas between now and then, let's hear them. So, with that, any other final comments?
The question is, does staff have the input they need? I believe they do, but I think that's ultimately the question we need to answer.
We do. So we will bring this item back first meeting of August instead of the second meeting of July, and through your efforts, if you can invite folks through your personal efforts to send us a list, and we will also reach out to some of the folks that came tonight that have identified themselves to get their ideas on other sites we can look at.
So we're not going to be bringing this back at the next council meeting?
From what I've heard from the council, the recommendation is that, no, we will bring it back in August.
So you will have an opportunity to shake some trees.
Okay, I thought we could have shaken trees and had it done in,
No, so how the workflow process is for staff report development and all of that. The staff reports are due day after tomorrow for the following meeting. I don't believe we would have enough time
yeah, okay.
to get the list tomorrow, vet them tomorrow, include them in the draft updated staff report.
I understand. I think that's why I made that comment. I don't know, must have been hours ago when I said, you mean we're going to get the same staff report tonight as we will in 2 weeks? I guess that's what I meant by that, so I
So
understand
the
that. Yeah.
content, yes,
Yeah.
a lot of the content,
Sure.
but there's work involved in reviewing these sites. And I will reiterate, I shouldn't say reiterate, share perhaps a little differently. We had 2 different housing element consultants. Both of them ran every parcel in Hermosa Beach through a criteria matrix to come up with the inventories list. Does that mean that 1 or 2 sites may not have been left off? I can't guarantee that, but these are individuals that are in this specialty. This is their work. And so it isn't that staff looked at all the parcels. We had individuals who are in this discipline as their profession do that, and they have programs to be able to do that. So they're not doing it by hand.
Right, yeah. I
But-
mean, the consultant we had actually bailed, right? That's what happened, right? The consultant we had just,
That was the first gentleman, but the inventory process was sound.
yeah, okay.
Correct.
Sure.
All right, so you're good?
I'm great.
All right. Any other comments before we move on? Thank you, everybody, for being here. We are not adjourned. We still have, I think, an item that you pulled.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we extend the meeting till
Thank you, everybody, for being here.
1:05.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to extend the meeting till 1:05.
105.
Councilmember Detoy?
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman?
Aye.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tomasi?
Aye.
Mayor Jackson?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next, we have item K from the consent calendar, report 23-0374, adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hermosa Beach, California, amending Chapter 12.16 of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, establishing an outdoor dining program and making procedural changes to the issuance and renewal of encroachments in the city and determining the ordinance to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
All right. Councilmember Francois, you pulled item K, so it's all yours.
Thank you.
Do we need a staff report, or are you good?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Questions, then we'll open up for public comment, and then we'll have comments, deliberations.
Yeah, so, regarding the outdoor dining program, I know that was a great endeavor, and it's great, and I support it. I'm especially pleased that we didn't put any restrictions on queuing lines, and the reason that I pulled it is because there was some discussion about the encroachments preserving a public view of the ocean, And I didn't think that the Coastal Act was entered into that discussion because the Coastal Act does address the fact that development along the coast protects public views. That's views of the ocean that are from a public right-of-way as opposed to private views. And I know that there were some comments that it sounds silly to regulate umbrellas and so on. And I get that, you know, or that you can walk a little bit this way or that way and you can see the ocean and maybe, and I get it, but, you know, we have a Coastal Act that is there to preserve these things, and that's why we have less commercialization on our beaches. We have a free beach that's opened up, and so those little incremental things are always important for us to recognize. So last time there was a consensus to remove one sentence from the ordinance regarding that issue, and it caused me to take another look at what we have left. And so on the draft ordinance on page 11, there's paragraph F, and it does state that furniture, umbrellas, chairs, and all that should be designed in a way that protects all ocean views from the public right of way, which is great. It's consistent with the Coastal Act. It probably only pertains to a few properties on the encroachment area on Pier Plaza. Nonetheless, with that one sentence taken out, it kind of, and I've discussed this with the city attorney, it kind of gives staff complete discretion on what to do if something is or is not blocking a public view of the ocean. So, and I know that we have recently, 2 years ago, I guess, a previous city council did adopt standards for a CUP that states that umbrellas should remain down unless a customer is using it, and that does protect that public view of the ocean. But what's happening is potentially that view could be now obstructed, or maybe not, but the way it's worded with that one sentence taken out, it just leaves complete discretion to city staff, and I'm suggesting that perhaps we include as a addition, instead of what was stricken out, that umbrellas are allowed when customers request them if the umbrellas are obstructing or interfering with a public view of the ocean. And I just thought that that was important, especially considering there's members here on the dais tonight who also supported that in the CUP right next to it. And so here we are asking that business to comply with that requirement, but yet right in front of them, potentially, we have a blockage of the public view of the ocean, which the Coastal Act protects. So if I could engage any other council members in their viewpoint on that, that would be great at this time. Thank you.
All right, why don't we open it up for public comment, and then we can return it to the dais for comment.
Ronnie Cabrera? Okay.
Yes, my name is Paul Hennessy. I own Hennessy's Tavern, and in the past have owned the Lighthouse in Hermosa Beach. So if I could give you, it's very late, I'm sorry, I'll give you a very short history lesson. I've been down there since 1947, or 76, 47 years ago. It was before the plaza was installed. It was a drive street. I worked with the city council back then, and we had a lot of different committees on how to design the plaza. We worked together. We had a great plan of closing down the street in, after the summer in September. It was going to be, went out to bid. We had a plan of being closed for about 8 months and then reopening the next summer. Of course, construction as it be, it was a year and a half that the whole plaza was closed. We were closed the whole summer months, the next summer months. We fortunately survived. It was a long year and a half. A number of businesses didn't, but we did get the plaza open. Part of the design was to have outdoor dining, so the city allowed us to go out, encroach 12.5 feet. I don't know why the half feet came in. It had something to do with the tree lines. But we went out 12.5 feet, the length of your storefront, whatever building you're in. Whatever your business was, 12.5 feet, end to end, the length of the business. So that's been that way for 26 years. Then came the pandemic. Everyone was indesirable of having more outdoor dining. So the city let us encroach another 12.5 feet for a total of 25 feet, the length of your storefront. 25 feet, everybody the same, 25 feet, the length of your storefront. Now, I know this has been going on for a while to get it permanently. I was assured by everybody in the city that it was the desire of the city council to make that permanent. So I invested tens of thousands of dollars in custom furniture, tables, chairs, umbrellas, fences, heat lamps, and I thought it was all a done deal. Then Kevin Cody from the Easy Reader called me about 2 weeks ago and said there was a city council meeting and that somehow the rug was pulled out from under me, that it was no longer, again, 25, 26 years of this full part of your storefront, 25 feet, that they were going to limit it to 1,000 square feet. I thought he was kidding me, but after many phone calls, I realized that by adopting the 1,000 square feet, I'm going to be back to pre-pandemic, something we had 25 years ago. I would be losing half my patio. And in fact, I'd be the only one on the plaza to lose any patio that's existing now. So I don't know how that got in there, but again, it was for 26 years, more than that, another 2 years in the pandemic, that everyone had the same thing. There was a nice straight line of encroachment, not 10 feet, 12 feet, all over. So I'm just here to implore that that is taken out and we can go back to what we've been doing for all those years.
Next speaker, please.
How you guys doing? My name is Mike Seward, manager at Hennessy's Tavern. How you doing, Mayor, City Council? How you guys doing? Just to kind of piggyback off what Paul's talking about, you know, we're talking about after the pre-pandemic, we had the little encroachment, and then after the pandemic, we got the extra room. What I want to say is that, like, I'm talking about the jobs that would be lost if you guys took that from us. You know, I mean, everybody loves sitting out there. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, that would be like 6, 7 people we would lose because of losing that patio out, you know, up on the pier. So I just ask you guys if you guys could just let us please keep that patio. I mean, and people love it. People are out there. People love being out there. And that's all I got to say.
Shane McCann, also Hennessy Taverns. It's getting late. We all want to go home and we have to be back at work at 7 o'clock, so I'll make this brief. same thing that Paul and Mike went over as well. Taking away 1,000 square feet is taking away city tax dollars as well. So hopefully you guys can reconsider and we can continue as we've been going for the last 2 years. So, thank you.
All right, guys. Ronnie Cabrera, General Manager over at Hennessy's Tavern as well. Sorry for keeping you guys up, especially really late. But yeah, just kind of going over that. The staff that we have that have put in the time, effort, the masks, going through face shields. I know they've gone through hurdles to keep what we have and keep them there with us. That 1,000 square feet that we have, if we're going to divide it down to the parcels, minimize that, that will take away a lot of shifts that we have. And this is just going in through summer, and it just started, and this is probably the first time we're seeing a little bit of an increase, where everything else, we've had nothing but just the outdoor dining that has sat. Our inside has been empty. So we're basically running just a normal day, every day. So at this moment right now, maybe we'll see a little bit of a green light, but every guest that comes down is waiting to sit outside. Doesn't matter. It could be windy and they'll sit outside. We have spinach dip going out. Chips are flying everywhere, but that's where they want to sit. We're doing our best to keep who we have. They're all hard workers, trying to get by, and that's what we're trying to do for them. I know you're doing your best too, and you guys are in a hard spot as well to try and comply with everything. But if you guys take a little bit of time and see it from that perspective as well, I know it's hard, and you guys are also doing your best. So just kind of want to put that out there as well. So thank you. Appreciate the time.
Anyone else in chambers wishing to be heard on this item? K? Seeing no one. Do we have anyone online, Madam City Clerk?
We do not have any virtual hands raised.
Last call. Hearing no one, seeing no one, we will close public participation on item K. And we'll start with Councilmember Francois.
Oh.
Comments, deliberation.
Well, I made my comments about the one issue with the Coastal Act, but it was my understanding that we came up with 1,000 square feet per parcel, and Hennessy's was 2 parcels, and therefore they would have been able to keep their line. And somehow, I guess, we found out that they were only 1 parcel, and therefore that's how they got shot back. So is there an easy fix to this? That's my question. To ensure that they have the same existing square footage that they had before. Are you following me, or am I way off here?
Well, and Doug, you can interrupt me if I'm wrong. I don't have that map you had of the square footage in front of me, but once again, I do recall that this will allow them to maintain what they had pre-COVID, pre-pandemic levels. They will be able to have the same square footage, once again, for which they had previously before the pandemic. Is that accurate, Doug?
Yes, yeah. Council directed it to be 1,000 square feet max per business. Which in Hennessy's case, yes, would be the original.
Per parcel.
Okay, I'm a little confused then, because it was originally 1,000 per parcel, and the indication was Hennessy was 2 parcels, and therefore they would have been able to keep the same line. Is there someone that can
Correct. That original idea, and if I'm misremembering something, Doug, please interrupt me, that per parcel, we thought it was going to be an elegant solution, and it turned out when you started drilling down, it wasn't. Sometimes 2 businesses shared a parcel, and the big businesses we thought that had 2 parcels didn't, were in 1. And so that application of a per parcel, basically going, we're going to base this 1,000 square feet off of a parcel, would have dramatically reworked what the size limitations were for the existing businesses down there. This council made a policy call saying that 1,000 square feet, and then in no event shall that encroachment area exceed 500 square more feet than what existed prior to the pandemic. So there's kind of two limiting factors. That overall, you can't be more than 1,000 square feet, and then two, you can only get an extra 500 square feet above what you had pre-pandemic, once again, provided you're still with, under that 1,000 square feet.
So what's the suggestion that they are now not able to go back to? They have to cut their patio must be set back more than the rest because of this? Is that what's happening?
So they are allowed 1,000 square feet. So if I understand and taking everything they said, and once again, I'm not doubting anything that they said is untruthful, I'm just not intimately aware. But yes, if they want to keep their same length, the entire frontage, yes, they would have to come back a little bit. If they did not want to have their outdoor patio go their entire frontage, they still have 1,000 square feet to work with.
Okay, I'm hoping that somehow this can get resolved. Maybe another council member has an idea. And then, of course, I already talked about the Coastal Act. Maybe we can figure out some way. There's no umbrellas at Hennessy's that are blocking public views of the ocean, but maybe we can work that out too. Thank you. I'm waiting to hear from my colleagues on this.
I just want to jump in real quickly. With regard to the umbrellas, we talked about that, I think, at length. You mentioned development in your comment. This is not a development. The city attorney has read the Coastal Act and was clear that this is not applicable. So obviously I have to defer to his legal expertise. That's what he gets paid the big bucks to provide.
Right, and so if I may, Mr. Mayor, I will simply say that it is my professional opinion that the section cited by Councilman Francois with the deleted phrase complies with the Coastal Act. I would similarly say that if the policy decision that Councilman Francois is articulating is adopted by the council, that too would comply with the Coastal Act. So I'm not saying one is illegal and one's not
No,
illegal.
I got it. Right.
As
Right.
drafted right here, it is my professional opinion that that complies with the Coastal Act.
So what we voted on 2 weeks ago is applicable with law. There's no violation of the Coastal Act.
Once again, that is my professional opinion.
And if I may interject, I never stated that it did conflict with the Coastal Act. The city attorney never said it's non-applicable. I'm simply stating here that clearer language should be interjected there that allows umbrellas up if they're blocking public views of the ocean when customers use them. That is clear directional, because otherwise it's up to staff to use their discretion.
And it was pretty clear that from our discussion 2 weeks ago that it's the business can dictate umbrellas up, umbrellas down because it was not inconsistent with the Coastal Act. With regard to Hennessy's, it's unfortunate we had to draw the line somewhere. I also know that Brews Hall will also be affected when this does go into effect. We try to limit the immediate impact by, I think the implementation date is later this summer, so you can still, October 1st, thank you, so you can still enjoy that extra 1,000 feet, and then, as we told all the other businesses, then they will make a decision as to what they're going to do with regard to keeping or not keeping and what configuration their dining decks are going to be. So I am fine with K as is, and we'll look to my colleagues for any comments, deliberations, or motion.
Mr. Mayor, as I recall, we discussed the umbrella issue at length, and besides being in compliance with the Coastal Commission, I think the idea was is that how are we going to police that? Somebody going to come along from code enforcement and write someone a ticket because you have an umbrella up and there's nobody sitting at the table? I mean, I thought that what we did by erasing that one sentence, it made it quite clear that it's convenient and works well, it's compliant. I don't see it's blocking anything, to be honest with you, and I like it just the way it is.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, good with the umbrellas, the way it's written, specifically with the business in front of us. We did have to draw a line in the sand to standardize the sizes of them. That being said, this ordinance is not set in stone, and so we can always revisit it next year or whenever. But we originally came up with the idea of the per parcel, just so your business and another business would be able to extend past. But with the developments from there, that's why last meeting this happened. As I said, just to move this forward and get it done, I'm in favor of the way it's written. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, quickly, sorry to keep you guys here and make you sit through a whole discussion about housing policy. So thank you for your patience. Yeah, we tried to accommodate you in the midst of setting rules for everybody. Your building is oriented differently than just about everybody else's there because you have your building turned 90 degrees compared to everybody else's, like Waterman's and everything else. And you have a parking lot behind your building. That's where you're using some of your own private property. All right. Well, anyways, that's the way the building is oriented. And as a result of that, you had the largest deck pre-pandemic of anybody, 1,000 square feet. And so, as these gentlemen have said, we had to draw the line in terms of how big they could get. Even at the meeting you were at, Paul, and Mikey Drome was at, where we said, let's do 1,000 square feet per parcel. You would have known that that wasn't going to change it for you because Hennessy's and Hermosa Beach is on one parcel. So you were going to get 1,000 square feet, even under those rules. And so when it came back to us and we realized that we had on Pier Plaza multiple businesses on one parcel, so they would have to subdivide that 1,000 square feet, there were unintended consequences created by that policy, and it wouldn't have helped you in the first place. So we went with 1,000 square foot per business. And so you have the same allowance as everybody else. It just so happens that you started with 1,000 square feet or close to it, and everybody else had something substantially less. So even though you can't use the full 25 feet because of how long your frontage on the plaza is with the 1,000 foot limit and the 500 square foot addition.
Mr. Mayor, we can't have the discussion.
I'm sorry, this is not a discussion at this point, so please refrain from public comment.
Right. So anyways, this is additional space. And so in terms of public safety and the amount of people on the plaza and all that stuff, because it's additional space, the 1,000 square foot limit was set. I support it. I know that's not what you want to hear, so apologies for that. But Mr. Mayor, I am ready to make a motion with respect to item K, whenever you're ready.
All right, yes, please.
Okay. I move that we waive second reading and adopt by title only an ordinance of the City of Hermosa Beach, California, amending Chapter 12.16 of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, establishing an outdoor dining program and making procedural changes to the issuance and renewal of encroachments in the city, and determining the ordinance to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and direct the city clerk to publish a summary ordinance.
We have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Saman. Roll call, please.
I have a question before we take the vote.
Okay.
Comment question. I guess a council member stated, well, I don't see it blocking anything, and I guess that's not the point. And then there was a comment of, it's not development, but the Coastal Commission clearly has stated that fences, railings, gates, tables, and chairs, umbrellas is considered development. That's okay. So I just wanted to interject that and the fact that I don't see, the comment of I don't see how we're going to enforce this. Are we going to have police going around doing it? And I guess that's the whole point I was trying to make, because the way it's written now, it says right here that all improvement fences, railing, gates, tables, chairs, umbrellas, furniture, any other items, structures shall be designed and used in a way that protects all ocean views from the public right of way. So it's already written in there. And yeah, I don't know how you're going to have police going around figuring out. That's why I was trying to clarify it with clarifying language that states that umbrellas are allowed if they're blocking a public view of the ocean, if customers are using them, and that's consistent with the CUP. But apparently, yeah, I just wanted to interject that's the logic I was going on with this. But that's all I really wanted to say regarding that. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a first. Any further comment? Roll call, please, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Detoy.
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman.
Aye.
Councilmember Francois.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey.
Aye.
Mayor Jackson.
Aye.
Motion carries.
What's next, Madam City Clerk?
Future agenda items. Item A, Mayor Jackson requests staff to return to council with the resolution expressing support for actions to further strengthen local democracy, authority, and control as related to local zoning and housing issues.
Any support? This is for the resolution similar to what we did in 21, supporting the ballot measure initiative, our neighborhood voices. That would restore local control with regard to zoning.
I support that.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Seaman.
I'm sorry, this is for our neighborhood voices?
Yes.
For the same one?
Yes.
I completely support it.
This is coming back to get voted on?
Yes.
Oh, good.
All right. Anything else, Madam City Clerk?
Item B, tentative future agenda items.
We have anything, gentlemen? Seeing nothing, I think that takes us to adjournment. Is that correct? Thank you. Tonight's meeting is adjourned at 1:19 a.m. The next city council meeting will be on Tuesday, July 25th at 5 p.m. for closed session, followed by open session at 6 p.m. We adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Rich Connell. Rich was born in Hermosa Beach in 1951. After graduating from Cal State Long Beach with a degree in journalism, he was hired by the Daily Breeze and became an assistant city editor. Rich could be a tough editor, but he also had a playful side. In what reporters would later call the St. Patty Day Massacre, Rich once took the newsroom out for lunch at Hennessy's Tavern in Redondo Beach on St. Patrick's Day. One beer led to another, and the group ended up drinking for several hours. The reporters turned to Connell for advice on whether they should return to the newsroom. "Do as I would do," Connell told them, a line that would be repeated by his colleagues for years. He joined the Times in 1982 as an education and local government reporter. Later, as an investigative reporter, he dug into stories about California's energy market, the 9/11 attacks, the state's planned high-speed rail, LA City Hall corruption, and the City of Industries governance. Connell became an award-winning investigative reporter and city-county bureau chief for the Times, and his deep knowledge of LA government helped shape a generation of young reporters. He was a versatile talent who took on many roles in the newsroom. He rewrote breaking stories for the front page, mentored reporters, and planned multimedia stories over the course of his career. Connell left the Times in 2015. In recent years, Connell pursued his hobbies such as golf and boating and listening to bluegrass music. Connell passed away on May 19th, 2023, and is survived by his wife Millie, son Ian, daughter Kara, and 2 grandchildren. Hermosa Beach is very proud of its native son, Rich Connell's journalistic accomplishments, and we send our deepest condolences to his family and friends. Good night. Good morning.
No, I already responded to him. He's, I don't know what this guy's about. He's trying, I kind of tried to.